And just a friendly reminder for those joining via Zoom, if you could please make sure your display name contains your first and last name. We are seeing a Samsung SM-X820, and we just want to make sure that that person is identified correctly. So if you could check your chat. Yeah, if you can check your chat, we can help you rename yourself appropriately. Thank you very much.
Michael, that is the ANB Grand President, Sasha Sobolov.
So thank you very much.
Yes, we'll be here now.
Because that flight wasn't there yesterday. This is fine. My bag is here somewhere.
Yeah, this I wish I could. So I accidentally dropped it and said that it's unreal. You would have wanted to like drop it there. Like, oh, so I was gonna make it. I was gonna leave it enough this morning and say, you can go back to my house. No, that's like that. Like, I'll talk about that. But, yes. But in the email from sales. It's your question, it's like for our but we look at said that's what about the and I don't, I mean, I don't know, but we have shows that I that you know, I don't think else is. That's the yeah, exactly. As it is. I don't yeah, I know, right? Yes, people are studying it. Because you makes and so. She's good, yeah, all around. Oh, sorry. Right, she's done her foot, it's definitely, it's things, but it's still quite.
Bad for you too.
Yeah. Well, where you gonna got that? Portland, Oregon. What part of Portland? So that's where that's where where our Madam Secretary went along there. I know our ANB executive. She lives in, I just saw that, Cleaver, like. But then have our secretary myself that live in St. But then our. Yeah. Because our Madam Secretary herself. That's the way over. Yeah. Beautiful facilities.
Well, I have.
Well, that is, one is minor, is pretty long. And then. Yeah, you said there's an extra one here, that money. And.
It was Mark from ACP, right?
Mike, that and Alejandro.
How are we at on the quorum ballot? How many have voted so far?
And you have to clear that.
Just the total number, you don't need to break it down quite. You don't need to break it down quite yet. $11 votes. That's not a good number. Please vote in the quorum. Thank you.
My mom and grandfather. They were able to pull up their lessons.
All right, sure.
Because that was only because they're. Sorry. Yeah, I worked with you. That. Not only to do that. Not all of them. They just.
You're out in Seattle, right?
No, I'm, 49 Oregon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I live in States.
Oh, yeah. They went up there with us.
Where?
Right on.
And I know a lot. Where? That's the problem. I'll be your best friend. I know a lot of the time. I respect that. I know our tribe.
Certified people in their dollars. Finally got her. Go back to the name.
Well, eventually, I'm ready to do that. Exactly, like, we can go to the. Like, I know, for instance, like, my mom, if it were to go to her, if it wasn't for her, and I'd be really glad. It wasn't, we were sitting at home. But our time. And so I'm knowing that. Like knowing that I have that. Right. Or they get. Yes, that's my. The more, you know, but that sounds great.
Michael at Dot. Can you hear me? This is Rhonda.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you re-forward my credentials, please?
Do they have
Sorry, this is Rhonda.
Yes, Butler, Butler,
Did
ANS
you
Camp.
did you not get anything this morning?
Yeah, I thought I did, but since I updated my phone is glitching. I apologize.
Sure, no problem. I'll re-email it to you. Same email address, I assume.
Yes, please. Thank
Okay.
you.
It should come in a few minutes.
Wait, well, because I'm worried if I have the correct. If I, yeah. Let's see.
It's weird because I swear when I opened up my email and it updated, I've seen it, but now I'm not seeing it. And it's not in my trash. Like, I didn't know. Maybe under spam.
Hey, Rhonda, if you just check your email, it should be in there now.
How,
One more ACP update. Where are we at on the votes? Hopefully more than 11.
It's 17 votes for quorum.
17.
Correction, yeah, 18.
18 delegates, get out the quorum vote, please. Thank you.
Yes, well. Yeah, it's wonderful because you got a good sense of representative and present already. It was like, I swear I just saw you, but I was like, what's that? And go on like this already. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I did go on about this already. He's like, yeah, he's like, I saw you or on your run. And you know, like, I went this way. Like I went this way and looked out further. And so I went out, I ran all the way to the harbor and kept going up and then over and then. Last few years, noticed the motor class. I was a prisoner. Now I have a very good printer, so. Yeah. Don't say that. I was like, I'm not gonna be like, why is that? Yeah. Like, are you gonna call me? Actually, as long as I get rid of
Yeah. Well, I bought her when she was political.
Hi.
She ain't simply big.
Yeah, if you wanna let me know, I am ready. Yeah, I mean, you're very welcome. Bye-bye. All right, duty call.
Where you up?
Take enterprise, river, the enterprise, I think that you will, yeah. No, I got everybody that I was sending like back and forth, and I got them to get over. I was like, yeah, take enterprise, river, and for all your. That's right. Okay, I gotta go pick up our map and send it as well as our.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's fine. It's that's where it is. But it's still not good. Yeah, stay there. Oh.
I wrote on there.
So I know we get it.
Well, like, yeah.
Wow, that's a happy question. Good enough, sure. Yes. Hey, I bought an apple.
For an update, we have 26 votes on quorum currently, 26 votes.
One whole day. They all have.
Makes sense.
Well, we know.
So, and I don't. So now we're setting.
Sandy. Yes.
Base CP, where are we at with it? I'm following Sandy. We're still at 26. We still have some folks shuffling in, so I think this microphone will work. Thank you.
So. So she's having. Brother, it's been so on everything, make it feel easier. Yeah. Yeah. So we're at.
Quick update, we're now at 27 votes on quorum.
Okay, over there. Over there.
Another quick update from ACP. We're up to 29 votes on quorum. If you're having any issues whatsoever, please refer to the screen, or if you're online, you can look at the chat, and we have support information there. So please go ahead and cast your vote for quorum.
Thank you.
Because you know, I talked about race process. That's gonna be it. And I'm wondering, Cut off, but I got my notes. I don't know if you heard, you're like, you said, you're starting that, but I thought you were after we get that. The other thing I'm gonna be doing, I gotta still have yes, I know, it's for it and come back. You're telling me, I've been busy, have you guys seen my brother? What the heck going on?
Are we still at 29 quorum votes?
We are sitting at 31 quorum votes currently.
We are getting closer. 3 more responsible delegates away from kicking off this convention. Please sign in to your elector ID and password, and we can get rolling.
Can you say 34 or 4?
Yes.
It's okay, right? Yeah. All right. Are you ready? Someone asked for a good morning song, so here goes. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom, yes, for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies crying. I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I say to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I can confirm we are up to 40 votes on quorum. That's 40 votes on quorum.
All good. Here. No, yeah.
Since we're warming up with some songs, we have an announcement to make.
Good morning, delegates, esteemed presidents, emeritus, and execs. We're on Camp 4, local camp. It's Jeff Rooney, the vice president's birthday today, his brother Morgan, and his son Dylan's birthday. Yes, it's all my fault. So I want to know if you guys would like to sing him happy birthday. Say yes. Jeff, tell him who you are. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jeff. Happy birthday to you. Sigu yagi, sigu yagi, sigu yagi, sigu yagi.
Okay. Yeah.
Good morning. Eric is so back to follow us, Marcelo, that it's a pretty steep kind of thing, but they do great work at it. And Coach Cheese for all that. Thank you for making that thing happen, which some of us would like to sing, but you don't want to hear what the notes are. But at 9:32 in the morning, on the last day of the convention, you've heard the credential report say that there are 40 folks that are registered online to and have a quorum. And so I would, on the basis of that, call this convention to order for the day and ask if the very gracious Grand President of the Alaska Native Sisterhood could give us some updates for what will happen during this wonderful day that we have. So, Madam Grand President.
Okay, well, I wanted to thank everybody for coming out last night and we had a wonderful time. And I want to thank Sea Alaska for the herring eggs that, oh, weren't they delicious? So, yeah. So we have a forum. See, we have moving on. Do we have minutes?
May I give the credentials?
Oh, sorry. Okay, yes.
Devin Allen, ANS can't do
Good morning, delegates, exec 16, esteemed presidents. Virginia Oliver, second vice for ANS Camp 1 and Grand Camp. The credentials reports are 40 votes.
And we had 45 the first day, 40 yesterday, and 40 again today. And if Michael or someone from ACP could please provide the ANS ANB breakdown of that 40.
So yeah, just a quick update. We are up to 42, and we're just going to pull those numbers right now. It'll just take us about a minute or two.
Well, you guys are all singing and having a good time just because it's the last day. I got some texts from people that are watching us online. So everybody looks smart today. I really enjoyed last night. I'm glad that you all joined in. The money for the dance group is greatly appreciated. We'll be headed to celebration in 2026. The president took the moolah and is going to deposit it probably on Monday. And the kids, I'll be going back to school next week, so I'll be in there with the kids and they'll be more polished up with their singing. I really want to thank everybody for their donations and the raffles. And I think they did a really good job for raising money for Grand Camp for scholarships for this next year.
All right, do we got a breakdown?
Okay, just calculating the last couple numbers. We are at 18 for ANB. Sorry, just one second. 18 at ANB and 24 ANS.
Okay, so if you remember the numbers, that's out of a total of 42. All right. Madam President and Grand President, we're credentialed and have a quorum.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
So next we have the approval of minutes. Yes.
Madam President, in light of what happened yesterday, getting the minutes and everything done, I had to rely on, well, they're in work because of as a result of several brothers and sisters stepping up on, but I need to find out where. I do apologize. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we also have the resolutions. But I don't think they're, this,
Madam
this is,
Madam President, just tending to the orders of the business of the day, I noticed that today we were supposed to have the audit reports done. With that being said, Madam Chair, I would respectfully like to request and put forth the motion that we defer those audit reports due to the fact that records are still being accumulated for the audits on both sides. In addition, the audit committees have not had a chance to meet, and to my knowledge, when it comes to the ANB audit committee, that has not been established yet. So respectfully, I would like to defer those audit reports to the near future, with the addition of the replacement. I know our Senator Dan Sullivan will be here in attendance in person and would like to request that that takes place over the audit report.
that's a motion.
Yeah, please.
Is there a second?
I second the motion for discussion purposes only.
So the motion is to defer the audit of the budget, the audit part of it, for brotherhood and sisterhood. For the treasuries.
No. Date.
Madam Chair, the intention of my motion is to defer those minutes or to defer those audit reports at least for 1 week. So with that being said, Madam Chair, I would specifically request when it comes to that we be deferred until October 11th.
Thank you. And instead, listen to Senator Dan Sullivan.
Under discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under discussion, I think that we should be focusing on all business today, and anything else should be put aside since we are running behind on all of our agendas, taking care of business, which instead of having guest speakers or any other programs other than business, we still have the budgets, resolutions, elections. We're not going to have time to take care of anything else. I am not opposed to postponing the budget, the audit of the treasurers, but I don't think we should have any other speakers or anything today. Thank you.
Under discussion, ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. I speak in opposition of this motion as our grant executive has stated, we are here to conduct business. This is an annual gathering where local camps spend an extreme amount of money to get here and represent our camps locally. We depend on our executives and our grant officers to do the role that they are elected for. If that means we're here till late in the evening, then so be it. We are here to conduct grant camp business.
And I strongly advise, if we want to continue to try to advocate to have others be more involved, sticking to the matter of business and showing that we are an organization of business will bring in more membership. Good sheesh. Would you like to, Elias, excuse me.
Point of clarification on the motion, Madam Chair, Elias Chase again as current treasurer. I would simply like to rephrase my motion as long as the second motion, the seconder to the motion is okay with the friendly amendment. I would like to postpone the audit reports until October 11th, Madam Chair.
I agree to that then for the amendment, but I'm still under discussion in terms of this.
Yeah, so the motion has been amended to just deferring the audit to October 11th. First and something, so.
As I said, I had seconded this motion for discussion. Madam President? Madam President, I understand I live in Oregon, and our camp hosted you folks in 2017. I speak in opposition on allowing Senator Sullivan, after I talked with his representative yesterday, Cher, it was my understanding he was going to be present today just to be in attendance. Not a town hall, nothing. But last night yesterday I got an email, and it sounds like from his DC office, they're expecting him to do a presentation on his big, beautiful bill. I want to acknowledge how much Senators Murkowski and Sullivan have done for our landless, for our MMIW, for our Southeast Alaska veterans. But I do not feel we should hold space for any big, beautiful bill that has genocidal practices in it all over. Sunday morning, I woke up. Portland has been invaded by 200, please remember, 200 National Guard troops, not Oregon State troops. They were brought in. We now have ICE Gestapo agents. This is affecting our community. You folks said you would fight for us. I'm asking you, fight for us. Do not allow that big, beautiful bill to be presented on the floor tomorrow. Senator Sullivan should be here. You are his constituents. He needs to hear from you. He doesn't want to hear from me. But I ask you, please vote against this. We asked you, you said you would fight for us. Now fight for us. Seattle is next. Chicago, while we have been in session, now has National Guard and ICE agents in their presence. Ahnein Gunischish.
Madam President, I'm lost now. Can you restate that motion?
The first motion was to defer the audit report until October 11th.
That's the one. And then, I'm sorry.
And in its stead, to listen to Dan Sullivan.
Okay.
So then it's been amended to only defer the audit report.
Oh, Madam Chairman, I'm really against both of them, to be honest with you. I think the audit really is a very important part of what we're doing here as to, who's going to lead us in the following year. We need to understand, where we were, what we spent our money on, and where we're going. It really is, without it, it's very difficult to assess who's gonna take us into in the next year and so on. And I have no objection to what happened, but I just believe that people need to understand, what we went through for the past year. And as far as Diane Sullivan is concerned, I get, if I never see his face again, I don't really care. And he really has not found one thing in the past year where he felt like he did not, where he could go against the president's wishes. I'm sorry if it, it may sound really cool to me, but, I could say a whole lot more about that issue. But I think seriously right now, as a group of people, by us bringing them to Arlington and letting them come in and speak to us, we're supporting them, and even if we're against them. Thank you very much.
Ginger?
Camp 15. I just wanted to speak against the motion. I believe that we come here as an entity. I'd like to know what's going on in Grand Camp. I like to know, what's been going on, and if we want to be available for any grants or if we want to do any business, we got to know what's going on in an audit. And I'd have to second everybody else. I'm not too concerned with Dan Sullivan right now. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Paula.
Thank you. Good morning. Paula Brady, ANS Executive. Madam Chair, for information purposes, can you please restate the motion? Thank you.
Motion made by Elias Chase to defer the audit committee reports to next week, 10/11/25. Seconded by Tam for discussion. And skip all this stuff. So it was also his suggestion that we put in Dan Sullivan.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Let's just vote. I think we need to just vote on it.
Madam Chair, there's
Point of order.
Okay.
it must be addressed.
Goodness. How many times do we have to do this part?
Point of order is point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order.
This is a respectful way to conduct business. Point of order is for a reasoning to state clarity so there's less confusion. Point of order, my point of order, Madam Chair, is the motion is that we are voting to defer the audit to October 11th. There is no discussion in regards to Dan Sullivan. That was removed. So the motion we are voting on is to vote for audit to be deferred to October 11th. If there's other discussions pertaining to Dan Sullivan, that will be a later discussion, Madam Chair. Thank you. Call for the question.
And
And
I think who was first. We don't only question. The only reason that we was first, but council's going to care.
Madam Chairman, Joe Williams, Executive Committee, Saxman. Yeah. I speak in favor of the motion for the following reasons. We, the Alaska Native Brotherhood, do not presently have a treasurer. He is not present. And we have not had the treasurer's meeting to discuss. I understand camps have spent money to come here, that I understand. But if you don't have the information to make a decision, why meet? I think this motion is in order to defer. In my mind, it's supposed to defer until the scheduled date. It should be deferred to the executive committee. Because we're going outside the convention. So in reiteration, Madam Chairman, I in favor of the motion as stated.
yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heather Kirko, ANB Executive. So I do speak in favor of the motion, but I do need to be very clear. It was hard to make this decision to speak about this, but I think that we need to have transparency. And when I was president, I pushed for transparency. When I decided not to run last year, there was an audit still on the table that needed to be handled by the current administration. At that time, I was completely cut out and not able to provide my documentation. So we now have 2 years of audits that need to be clarified on the ANB side. And I think that we need to make sure that we have everything on the table now, because if we can't finish this business, at least we'll know where we're starting from so that we can resolve these issues. And I think it's really important that we understand that we have to communicate and that we have to have transparency between administrations and communication so that the business can continue instead of halt. Thank you.
Aaron. I defer to Brother Harris.
Thank you, brother. I would, one of the things we discussed yesterday is the importance of the local camps to be involved with decisions made by the executive committee. So with that in mind, I would like to propose a friendly amendment to this resolution that we allow the executives of each camp to be involved in this meeting regarding the audit so that every camp can know and be involved in what's happening with our finances. Thank you.
Second.
Was that, that was an amendment to the
I don't. You know, yeah. And then prior to the program.
Okay, so the motion is to defer the audit to next week, 10/11. With amendment to involve the executives from each camp.
Presidents.
With the executive of the presidents from each camp. And it's been seconded by Cecilia.
Point of order, call for the maker of the motion to allow the friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Elias.
I guess I'm waiting.
Madam Chair, Elias Chase, ANS Grand Treasurer. I am accepting of that friendly amendment as long as our second to the motion is also willing to accept.
I accept that as well. Thank you. The amendment.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Virginia Oliver, second vice. When you stated that friendly amendment by Brother Eric, he asked that this be amendment is for local camps to be involved in the administrative business of the audit. Is this right?
Local camp
Yeah.
president.
Yes, local.
Right.
Mhm. Eric, could you restate Eric, local camp?
Local camp presidents be involved in the process of
Yes, that's what I heard.
the audit, since it affects all of the delegates and members.
Point of order. In this extensive discussion, my point of order is during the convention time, please make sure that your cell phones are silenced and that the discussion is only here and with the participants online. Thank you.
Debbie.
Thank you, Daphne Alvey. I call for the question and call for voting using simple voting.
Question's been called. Simply voting, did you put up the motions?
Okay, we have opened up a ballot. Please log into your voting platform. You're going to want to refresh your page using the dashboard button, and you're looking for a vote. You're looking for a link that says "Vote now, motion to defer audit," and we'll leave that open for a couple of minutes. And once again, the support information is in the chat. And we are here for any support or any issues that you may encounter. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is a question for DOTS, or I'm sorry, what is their name? ACP. ACP.
Point of order.
Yes.
It's pertaining to being able to vote. She has not received her credentials and is unable to log into her Simply Voting.
I didn't hear you, so my point of order is not on that.
Sorry.
There's some.
Alejandro, can you forward Camille Mock her Simply Voting information, please? ANS Camp.
Yeah, so I can confirm she has been sent her information. The email that we have is mockcamille@gmail.com, and that has been sent.
Point of order, just so we know, ordinarily during voting, you have to vote first for the amendment and then the resolution. But if you all allow this to happen, I won't say anything. But that's normally the procedure. You vote for the amendment and then the resolution as a whole. Whoa, what?
And we can confirm Camille's information has been resent again. So Camille, if you're having any issues, please reach out to our support either in the chat or you can email us or call us at 1-888-624-VOTE.
I don't good. Right.
Madam Chair, we have the delegate standing back here.
Stephanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to echo Brother Eric Morrison's statement that we are supposed to be voting on the amendment to the motion first and then the motion. The current vote does not mention the amendment to include the presidents in that later meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yes. Kevin?
That's exactly what I was going to mention. That Kevin Allen part of the area. These amendments we've been doing have been friendly in nature. These amendments have been friendly, so both the maker of the original motion, Elias, and the seconder have been agreeing to these amendments, which is in order. If they're friendly amendments, both need to consent, and they have. So we are voting on the main motion, and the amendments were in order. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have 30 seconds left to vote. Please reach out if you're needing any support. Thank you. We have 40 votes in currently, so at the end of this, we will close the ballot unless we see any support.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that our point of order, the motion that is currently being voted on does not reflect what the motion is. Ganesh Chish, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. The motion we are voting on
does not reflect the current motion on the floor. The motion we are voting on states the audit to be deferred to October 11th to the executive committee with the presence of the local camp presidents. For clarification, please have that be reflected and a new ballot be released so we can all cast our vote. Thank you. Yeah.
Madam President, for those in attendance, this may be your first hybrid. But per Robert's rules, the most recent edition, and I should have called this, and I do apologize to Sister Elias, but we should have had the motions written. I'm sorry, I'm not keeping up right now, please forgive me, but they should be in writing, at least in the chat for our virtual attendees so that they can read it as well. So please remember that in the future, it also makes ACP, it makes it easier for them to get the motions up and to be voted and stuff. So I'm going to change.
So can we?
If they haven't posted the ballot, Ale, I'm sorry, but it hasn't been shared on the screen, the motion, so that our virtual attendees can see as well.
Yes, Sister Beverly, so you will need to write that motion in the chat, Madam Chair. In the previous secretary. Yes. So we need to change the wording and revote.
So just a message from ACP, we're kind of flying blind here. We haven't had any information through the back channel or through the chat. So we're going to need confirmation in writing of what the actual motion is that you're voting on before we open any ballots. Because right now we're kind of just going off of the audio that we're receiving, which is also sometimes a little bit hard to hear. So if you could, if someone could reach out through the back channel and forward the actual writing of the motion, then we can get that properly put in the ballot. Thank
you. Do we have somebody who wants to? Secretary.
Madam Chair, Sister Elias was a motion maker, and they just confirmed by me that they're going to do it. So the motion maker is the person who should be entering it in for ACP. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're doing a great job, ACP. It's on its way.
So just for clarification, should we be closing up the motion to defer audit ballot and await the written motion in the chat?
Yes, please.
Okay. Closing up the motion to defer audit, we will scrap that ballot and await the proper wording.
Both guys see that the second way with 6 cents. Yeah, that's very we need to write the resolution in court.
I don't think he can reach that.
We have received the wording through the back channel. So I'm just going to make a couple edits. I noticed a couple typos, so just bear with us for a moment.
We normally do a number of on 7 heavens. And 8-1 in heaven.
Okay, we have that ballot ready, so please let us know when. Please let us know when we'll get to. So just as a heads up, we have a ballot ready. Reads motion to defer audit reports to October 11th, 2025, including executive committees and local camp presidents. We will await your confirmation to make sure that we are okay to open that up.
Yes, go ahead. Oh, it's up there.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open that ballot now. Opening the ballot, so please, once again, log into your voting platform and cast your ballot for the current motion.
I'll vote however Joe felt comfortable.
What about the anonymous vote? I'm all your power vote.
That might.
For that. Yeah. No. Yeah. If it brand on. How should I vote, Joe?
Let's vote Joe. Joe. Ready? Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, we have under 1 minute left to vote. Please let ACP know if you're needing any support, and we can hold the vote open for a little longer. Otherwise, we'll close it up at the 0-0 mark.
Once the work behind you, that number of illegal.
Okay, and seeing no support, and with the vote countdown having run down, we are about to close the ballot, and we will display the results momentarily.
Read it again. Yes. Makes sense. Right. Next time I do it. Oh. Well, we think that here, and that's not the right for call for okay. Yeah, some quick users. That's right. Still sort of forward, but still fine.
Okay, so everybody sees the results of the motion. So the motion has been carried that we will defer our audits to the executive committee with the presidents of local camps involved. Next, we have the resolution committee reports.
Be proud. Be proud. Okay, really.
The Resolutions Committee chaired by Mrs. Kathleen John from Camp 70 and Mrs. Nina Edwards, Camp 70.
You know. Okay.
The Resolutions Committee has identified 3 resolutions requested to go toward the Finance Committee. And that is Resolution 6, continued efforts toward the creation of an ANB ANS Grand Camp song. Resolution number 10, establishing a younger generation of camp and advisory representation to the ANB and ANS executive committees. And Resolution 16, commitment to an ongoing participation in the Southeast Alaska Native Leaders Roundtable.
Just the numbers, please.
That's number 6 for the Grand Camp Song Resolution, number 10 for establishing a younger generation, and number 16 for commitment to ongoing participation.
The Resolutions Committee has requested the following resolutions go towards specified committees. Resolution 1, requesting Alaska Native corporations and tribal business corporations to not accept immigrant detention contracts. State and Federal Committee. Resolution 2, expand the Wise Women program to include senior Alaska Native women. Health and Education Committee. Resolution 3, requesting support for Alaska's museums, parks, and heritage centers. Health and Education Committee. Resolution 8, support federal recognition of the Chinook Indian Nation. State and Federal Committee. Resolution 9, support the 5 Southeast Alaska Native communities to receive ANCSA benefits. State and Federal Committee. Resolution number 11, oppose the repeal ranked choice voting. State and Federal Committee. Resolution 12, requesting resolution to support military veterans' rights to oppose reductions in veterans' earned benefits and to protect the rights of military service members who have served in the U.S. military. Veterans Committee. Resolution 13, Legislative Committee for Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood. State and Federal Committee. Resolution 15, requesting support for public broadcasting. State and Federal Committee. Resolution 17, oppose commercial harvesting of black seaweed. Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence Committee. Resolution 18, support military veterans' rights to oppose reductions in veterans' earned benefits and to protect the rights of military service members. Veterans Committee. Resolution 20, to support the Puyallup Tribe, Washington, in compiling a comprehensive database for the unknown Alaska Native children buried in the Puyallup Cemetery. State and Federal Committee.
And then delegates, the reason I'm up here is because the Resolutions Committee recommends the creation of an ad hoc internal affairs committee to take up the following resolutions. 4, to amend current Grand Camp constitution and bylaws to allow 2 youth between ages 16 to 19 to be seated as voting delegates, allowing them to vote on motions and resolutions. Number 5, adoption and annual affirmation of the ANB and ANS Grand Camp Code of Ethics. Number 6, continued efforts towards the creation of an ANB ANS Grand Camp song. Number 7, participation requirements for all Grand officers and executive committee members 2025 to 2026 for convention travel support. And number 14, protection, storage, and educational access of ANB ANS Grand Camp at Ulu. So that is a motion the Resolutions Committee would like to put before the Assembly for adoption. Is there? Oh, okay. I'm going to go to Brian first, and then I'll go to Tam, and then I'll go to Heather. Okay.
Thank you, Brian Wello, ANS Camp 4, First Vice. I'd like to make a motion to do this vote.
Okay. There's been a motion to. Tam, Brother Tam.
Well, it's for point of order.
Yes. Thank you, Sister Kevin. Just a couple of quick things first to our virtual attendees. I do apologize. The resolutions are not available. For those who were not here yesterday, a printer landed on my foot as the table collapsed, so I was sent to the emergency room. And so there are several brothers and sisters that worked on that, but that still needs to be done. It's not fallen by the wayside. I do apologize, but that's a lot of the stuff that had happened yesterday. Thank you.
And just for information, the Resolutions Committee does have a spreadsheet explaining this. This is just our report. I'm hoping it can be distributed sometime soon, so it can be available for everyone. Thank you. I will now go to Brother Kirko, and then I'll follow up by Sister Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heather Gerko, ANB Executive. My question is, I have two, just so you know. There are some resolutions that are not on the list because I know I submitted them. And I was also the one that created the list, and I apologize. When we had the emergency yesterday, we didn't have access to everything. So I just wanted to confirm, is there on your list established younger generation advisor position on the ANB and ANS?
Yes, that was under the
Internal affairs.
It was under the internal affairs.
I just may not have heard that. I apologize, Mr. Chair. Is there also quarterly reporting requirements for grand officers and grand presidents?
Oh, yes, that is 21.
21, thank you. I just missed that on my notes. And then also strengthening unity and accountability in the ANB and ANS Grand Camp.
Yes, number 19.
Thank you. I just didn't hear it. I apologize. And then also travel allowance to support younger generation camp member engagement.
Could you repeat that, Brother Kirko?
Yes, travel allowances to supporting younger generation camp member engagement.
Are you talking about to amend the Constitution to allow to youth?
No, this one is specific to allowances for youth to travel on behalf of ANB and ANS Grand Camp to do outreach and engagement. I had a clause in it around waivers and for people under 18.
Well, was there a fiscal note, Brother Kirko, to that resolution?
Yes.
There was a fiscal note requesting money from Grand Camp.
Let me double check. Yes, there is.
Then that will be going to finance that.
Thank you,
If you
Mr.
could please provide a copy of that, though.
It is in the drive that the grant secretary has. If they could please make sure it's added so it can be added to the list. Thank you.
Then we had missed it.
Thank you.
My apologies.
Yeah, it was probably my fault when I was transferring, so thank you. My other question is with regard to Brother Sister. I didn't even finish it yet, so I'm not in trouble. Sister Weddle. I'm questioning the motion that was made. We don't make a motion to at this point is what my thought is, and that we're just accepting the recommendations for committees, the committee work needs to be done. Unless there is recommendation by the committee, the resolution committee at this time for due pass for any of them. And then we would have to vote at this time, but for now, I understand you're just assigning committees, correct?
We are assigning committees. The reason for the ad hoc motion, and I had asked several executives about this situation. These resolutions that we have put into what we're requesting would have had no other committee. They would have not received any other assignment. So the resolutions committee determined that forming this ad hoc committee and asking the delegates to create such one so that these resolutions can be taken up was the course of action of the committee.
Thank you for the clarification. And was that Sister Weddell's motion?
That was Sister Brian's motion, as I recommended.
Just as a friendly reminder, we do require those to be added to the chat for the ECP team. If somebody could do that for Sister Weddell, and then we can make sure we all understand what the motion is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Weddell.
So we could discuss the motion, I'll second it.
And seconded by Eric Morrison. So if someone could grab the text from Sister Weddell. Okay, under discussion, Chair, okay, yes.
You would call on the following, Brother Kirko.
My apologies, everything just kind of happened. Sister Butler, and then I'll go to executive committee. Sister Butler, please.
Thank you, Sister Kevin. For clarification purposes, the resolution 19 and 21 that you had stated that didn't get listed on here, what committee did you appoint those to?
19 and
21.
And 21 were assigned. Were assigned to both to the internal affairs. And as I had stated in the explanation to Brother Kirko, these resolutions would not have been taken up anywhere if we do. They won't be taken up if we don't have this committee. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. And following up with that, I appreciate the diligency of the resolution committee in getting this distributed. And if we can, at the conclusion of this, if we can request that the worksheet gets emailed to all of the delegates, that would be greatly appreciated. And if Sister Brian hasn't gotten that in the chat, it was seconded by Brother Eric?
It was seconded by Brother Eric. Okay.
Yeah, I support the acceptance of your report and call for the question.
On the motion?
Yes.
We're on the motion to create the ad hoc committee?
Yes.
Okay, well, I need to, there's a few others that wish to speak, executive committee.
Thank you, Gabby, and so, thank you, Sister Butler, for requesting the email. I am in support of this motion. I would also like to add that not only the worksheet be emailed, but all the resolutions.
I have Virginia next. This is Sister Virginia.
Defer to Executive Woman,
Executive Woman Marino.
Marino. Thank you so much. I also speak in favor of the motion, and I would like to thank the committee for stepping in and for helping in this, but I speak in favor of the motion. And since there's another speaker, I will call for the question.
Sister Virginia.
Virginia Executive, second Vice Grand Camp. Virginia Oliver, I was just wanting clarification on the motion. I didn't quite get it, and so I'm confused. Thank you.
Yes, the motion, as recommended by the Resolutions Committee and moved and seconded, was the motion to create an ad hoc internal affairs committee to take up the following resolutions 4, 5, 6, 7, and 14, which we will distribute to delegates, the worksheets and the resolutions.
Keep those numbers in.
If you would like the list of the ad hoc once again. The The resolution that would be going to internal affairs would be 4, 5, 6, 7, and 14. Oh, and 19 and 21, yes. Okay. There is, I don't know which one of you was first, so I'm gonna call on Sister Treasurer Elias and then Grand Emeritus Schoonover.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I will defer to our ANS Grand Emeritus.
Very good.
Thank you. I speak in favor of the motion. And at this time, I would like to give a big hand to the resolutions committee. They did an outstanding job. They are all new at this, and it's like they've done it forever. So let's give them a hand, please.
The chair that got it all done right over there. You can say hello to her later. All right. Is there anyone else wishing to be recognized? There was a question on the motion. I did recognize you, but you deferred, that's right. And then Elias, okay. Treasurer Elias, and then Pauline.
Mr. Chair, and Elias Chase, and as friend treasurer, I speak in favor of this motion as it pertains to our youth and making sure that they are included. It goes back to our basic constitutional bylaws when it comes to our inclusivity statement. And those that were in attendance of last year's convention would know exactly what I'm talking about when we pass that motion. So I speak in favor of the motion, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You. Sister Pauline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Paula Marino, ANS Executive. If there's no further discussion, Mr. Chair, I call for question.
Question has been called. ACP, have you received text of the voting yet?
We vote on the floor? Oh, that's right, we have
That's what we pay him for, Eric.
We're awaiting confirmation in the back channel. If someone could please pay attention to the back channel, please. We're just trying to make sure the wording is correct.
Thank you. This chair in the back?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sister, go ahead.
Thank you, Sister Kevin. Brian Well, Camp 4 ANS First Vice. The motion has been placed in chat and the wording is Brian Weddle, ANS Camp 4, Sitka. Motions to accept resolution committee's recommendation to form an ad hoc internal affairs committee to review the resolution numbers 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 19, and 21 that otherwise would not have fit into other committees to review. Seconded by Brother Eric Morrison. Thank you, Sister Kevin.
Thank you, sister. And so ACP, it's right there. Yeah. It's too bad because I tried to ask to make the text smaller, you know.
Okay, so just to confirm, we're still not getting any response through the back channel. So does that look correct on the screen?
That's good. Thank you very much. And
thank you. That's correct.
That is correct.
Okay, give me 1 minute to create the ballot, and we'll be with you.
Thank you. I already disclosed to you guys I'm not a father. I don't got no dad jokes. Can I get some volunteers? Here. Any dads here? Sister, Sister Brian, break the air for us, please.
Thank you, Sister Kevin. Brian Will, Camp 4 ANS First Vice. This is a dad joke, as you requested. It's kind of a riddle. What is the difference between a teacher and a train. Nobody wants to guess? I'll let you know. The teacher tells you to spit the gum out, and the train obviously goes choo-choo. Thank you, Sister Kevin.
Thank you, Sister Ryan, for following through on my recommendation of attach.
Okay, and this is ACP. We have opened the vote. Please go ahead and cast your ballot. Thank you.
One thing. It's definitely one of those moments where I would tell you guys, don't be on your phone. Please be on your phone right now, your phone, tablet, laptop, so we can get this voting through. Thank you. Yeah. No. So I guess while we're just waiting for a moment, I'll give folks a refresher from a few days. The Grand President Sobolev did announce those committee assignments, the chairs of which I'm not mistaken, Grand President. If you could please read it, that'd be great. I'll look into your way until after voting. Okay. Don't want any distractions, I'll say. I'm sorry, Grand President. I will leave you to your voting. ACP, are you able to count how many votes we have in so far?
We have 39 votes in so far.
39, and I believe we had 42 in the quorum call. I will give one more minute for, yes, Sister Paulette?
No, I haven't received. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ballot Reading Executive. I haven't received my ballot at my particular email. So if you could give me just 1 minute to refresh, thank you.
There was a hand raised for a moment. Did I miss it? Sure. Gotcha. A little bit of difficulty, so we'll just work that out.
Don't ask it for Brian doing my building.
I'll take that under advisement. Sister Paulette.
Yeah.
What's that? You're all good? Are all good? Okay. Now, Rhonda, you are all good? Okay. We're waiting for one more sister. Yes, you have that 1 minute.
Okay, ACP will wait 1 more minute before we close that ballot up.
Thank you.
You're clear? Okay. We are clear. ACP, if you could please announce the tally.
Just give us a few moments. We're going to close that ballot up. Okay, the ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Okay, good. Folks are able to log in. As you may remember from the first day, we did have a call of 45, so this is in line. We're not missing any other votes as it's shown on screen. In favor 43, against 2. We have a committee of ad hoc now to take up those resolutions. Thank you very much, delegates.
I make a motion
Yes, yes.
to accept the resolution, support by unanimous consent.
By unanimous consent. There is a motion by unanimous consent to approve the resolutions committee report. Any objection to that motion? So moved. Is there? There's no, you don't have an objection. So moved then. Okay, brother Gergo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a committee chair for that ad hoc committee?
There's not one yet, but now that's been created, we can sign.
Yeah, it's a question. I nominate her chair.
Well, okay. We will figure that out. I'm going to get out this podium. Thank you.
Okay, we need to hear from the candidates. Some candidate speeches. Tamsin?
May I have what's the right privilege of the floor, please? Madam Chair, I'd like to ask that Brother Heather, Sister Daphne, Sister Kevin, all of our young people right here, I want to say Ahlen Gunischish for them all stepping in yesterday. It meant a lot. And this is Hande Ijen. Ahlen Gunischish. Madam President, if I may, through the chair, ask a question to ANB President Sobolev. President Sobolev, may I ask how, when, and with whom you called your executive committee meeting and the date and the time of it, please?
For the executive committee during this convention?
No, sir, I am talking about since you were elected in 2024. I would like to know who, how, and what platform you used and when and the date and time. The first executive meeting.
Yes. One moment, please.
No, this is not on the agenda.
Yes, I asked for privilege of the floor. It was given. Again, I'm asking ANB Grand President Sobolev through the chair. When was the date and time, how and what elected officer did you use to call your first executive committee meeting?
Permission of the floor, because that's not it. Point of order.
Sure. She did ask for privilege of the floor, but I would like to also defer this to our parliamentarian emeritus, if he could. Dr. Demmer.
The mic. Give him the mic. Just stand there.
Mr. Chair, I understand it's the point of order is that the discussion on the floor is not in order. And the fact is that it is not in order, but that's been the case for much of what we've been doing during this convention. We've taken a lot of exceptions to what should be going on. We have we've adopted the agenda, but we haven't followed it. And so much of what has happened has been out of order. And this point, the point of order being called now, the ruling is, the point is well taken. And so that we should return at this point to whatever it should be on at this time. And I think it was announced that election speeches, is that right? So that should be the business on the floor. I don't make rulings. I only advise the chair that the chair makes the ruling. But not the point is well taken, not well taken. I advise the point of order is well taken.
Point of order.
So we return to
Madam President, I will take Dr. Demert's advice that the discussion is out of order and we must move on to the next order of business of election speeches, candidate speeches. Thank you.
Give one comment on it. I would remind the body that this has some history in that when Dr. Demert was president, we called the question the issue of a candidate who was running for offices and of their activity during the past year, and that was certainly in order then. So I don't know what the difference is then, whether we're playing favoritism or not, but we allowed that activity during Demert's term as president. And this is a simple question. It's not condemning or anything else. It's just asking for what work had been done in the past year. Thank you.
Point of order.
ANS Grand Treasurer Elias Chase, upon further reviewing when it comes to digging into Robert's Rules of Order, my point of order, I would like to specifically state, when it comes to the privilege of the floor, under Robert's Rules of Order, it does allow a question to be phrased. More importantly, per Robert's rules, this whole discussion is completely out of order as Robert's rule does not allow debate when it comes to this specific topic of the privilege of the floor. That is my point of order and simply would like to state that for the record.
Okay.
That discussion and privilege of the floor has nothing to do with pushing us forward of the day. But if we move on to candidate speeches, we're going on matters of the day. It's a point of order to put us back on our agenda.
Yes, thank you. Can we start the candidate speeches? President Burke is our election chair.
Oh, I see it.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I call for the orders of the day. And what that means is we have an agenda and we have something scheduled And any members may fall for the order that we go to the bid. And if the candidate speaker, that's the order that you have not followed.
I see. We are going with the order of the day. Did you guys?
Sure.
Stephanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stephanie Well, ANS Camp 4. I just would like to remind the body and the Elections Committee that we left the nominations in recess yesterday, so those are still open. So before we get to candidate speeches, we should probably finish that first.
We'll let Brother Miller.
Madam Chair.
Ron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler, as our esteemed emeritus Dennis Demmer parliamentarian has stated and called for orders of the day. And that brings us back to our local camp reports, unless those local camps would like to defer that to a later portion of the agenda. But according to our agenda, we would be on local camp reports, Madam Chair.
No objection.
Orders of the day called.
So it's local camps first.
Madam Chair, Executive Virginia Oliver, I would request a 5-minute recess if this pleases those chairmen.
Guys. Okay, any camp reports? I'm not seeing it.
Good morning. I am Selena Coughlin, Seattle, Camp 36, new president. Good morning, Emeritus, Grand Camp President, ANS, ANB, executives, our 5 delegates, brothers and sisters in attendance, and those online. Selena Joy, Yuhat Lusak, Shab Yega Kahayi, Linga Yena, Hatsnungu Kwan Hatsati, Ye Na Hatsati, Dishitan Ayahad, Dleka Yali Hatsati, Sika Kusiti, Yidat Kua, Seattle, Yi Hatsati. My name is Selena Joy. My Tlingit name is Warrior Sister Den. I am from Angoon people. I am Raven Moiety in the Beaver clan from the end of the trail house. I'm a child of my father, who is a white man. I was born in Petersburg, but I currently live in Seattle, Marysville, close to the Toledo. I am giving the Camp 36 ANS report. We were able to host a December holiday market and able to do a membership drive. We also had free ornaments for our children that we were able to make in attendance with crafts, which was lovely to see all of our children be so excited with the ornaments. In February, we hosted an Elizabeth Bradovich event in our Linwood Tlingit Haida office in partnership with our Washington chapter. We were able to honor 3 outstanding fine women with Democracy is Indigenous, which is part of the National Network for Urban-Based American Indian Nonprofits, which goes to reclaiming our voice and reclaiming our power because democracy is Indigenous.
And they are an honored National Urban Indian Family Coalition that focuses on civic engagement. In May, we hosted another vendors membership drive in partnership with our Mother's Day Spring Art Market. And we were able to raise awareness that Camp 36 is there in our Seattle area. And it was a joy to see many of our people in attendance share many fine stories of hearing their grandfathers and their grandmothers involved in ANB and ANS. And they were pleased to find out we do have a camp local, and we've been able to get a number of folks signed up, membership and interest. In August, we hosted another membership vendor at our Tlingit Haida, Washington chapter culture fair, which was a 2-day event with culture classes, language classes. We had dancers, and we also had genealogy. And we were able to sell ANS kits, kugenas, and aprons. And we were able to hear some great stories of folks. And we gifted a Raven's Tail ANS that I made. I'm a new weaver. So it was my honor to make a very gorgeous ANS pendant as a gift. At this time, that is our Camp 36 ANS report. Thank you so much, Chish.
Next camp report. Cynthia? Okay. Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry. Standing right in front of me.
Thank you. ANS Emeritus, ANB Emeritus, Grand Camp President Sobolov. Thank you, Grand Camp President Sandra. ANS officers and beyond. Thank you for hearing me. All delegates and everybody in attendance here and online, thank you. I'm Jeffrey Rooney, local Camp 4 ANB Vice President. I'd like to announce that we have our president here, Sam Campus. I am standing vice. Our secretary, Ken Hoyt, is not available today. Our treasurer, Richard Oliver, and our sergeant at arms, Arthur Larson. We have 16 members. We have one lifetime member we adopted, Harry Churchill. We've held monthly meetings this year. Usually we take our summers off. We decided to hold our meetings through the summer because we're holding the Grand Camp Convention here. Thank you all for coming. We attended many meetings, trying to make things happen and keep things going. We did a lot of joint meetings this last year with the ANS and ANB together, trying to come together and make some unity out of our camps. And I think we're moving forward quite well. The ANB and the ANS, we attended a potluck and parade for Elizabeth Bradford's Day. It was quite a fun event where we marched down Front Street and had some nice videos. It was a beautiful day. In our meetings, we continue to pursue the acquisition of property and funding for a new hall locally. We've been working with the ANS on fundraising to hold this Grand Camp Convention. We were able to raffle off a firearm to our community and abroad, and we raised $4,500 for the convention and another $500 for a scholarship. We worked alongside ANS on bake sales and other fundraisers to have more funding to make this happen for everybody. We had scholarships that were provided for graduating students to help them attend college. We also selected our delegates and alternates for Grand Camp. It's quite a joy to be here and stand here with you all, you guys. I stand in awe to This is pretty amazing. And at a local level, we always remain in pursuit of growing our numbers locally, and we strive to gain more youth involvement. Been working in that direction. We have quite a few members. We're trying to keep them current, and has been discussed on many of our discussions here, bringing it in where it's more fun for everybody and bring them youth in here because they do have a lot to offer, and we're all trying to learn and we're all trying to make things happen better. Thank you.
Cam 14. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you for having us. President Emeritus, Brand Presidents ANB, ANS, the Executive Committee, ANB and ANS, all delegates on the floor and online. We're here to give you our important accomplishments. So, since we're a joint camp, I'll let Kevin do the first page.
Good morning. This in camp 14, this past year, we distributed to the members of both Alaskan and Native and national Native news. We made 246 announcements to our membership. We had local camp meetings 32 times, both in person and Zoom. We had 7 committee meetings during the year. We continued to work with Bountiful, our food pantry. Bountiful distributed approximately, well, we distributed about 5,000 meals to the local population. We worked with both KIC and with the Presbyterian Church in order to do that. We worked with the Forest Service 22 times during the year. We obtained 5 new life member photos to display in the ANB ANS hall. We awarded scholarships, 5 of them, for continuing education and vocational programs. We catered snack food for Sea Alaska during the Blueberry Festival in August, and with them also at their annual community meeting in Saxman in February. We catered lunches for 3 different dates for KIC in the culture camp for 50 to 60 participants. We distributed herring eggs to camp members, we still do, to camp members and to the public. We work with Ketchikan Landless Coalition for support in Congress. We distributed 9 updates from SSRAA on fishing activity. We worked with the Grand Camp ANB on communicating with President Sobolov. We worked on Elizabeth Bradovich and with local celebrations, particularly at K-High and the city of Ketchikan and the Ketchikan Gateway Borough. We maintain Camp 14 website and at camp14.com and a Facebook page throughout the year in order to aid with communication. We provided free meals on Mother's and Father's Day to our camp members and the public. We signed up camp members with the USDA Forest Service for the U.S. Forest Service Local Resource Advisory Council. We work with the Subsistence RAC and testified at a public meeting to get Ketchikan made rural subsistence community. And we attended past Grand ANS Secretary Memorial in Haines.
Okay, we worked on the 4th of July through the local Chamber of Commerce. And we had two different activities going. We had toy booth, and we had going down at 429, we sold Indian tacos. We supported the local gun range to be created. Worked through local offices for Dan Sullivan and Lisa Makowski. Worked with family members. We had 3 lifetime people who have passed away. So we did the memorials and we worked on those. We also donated a cap in Gogena to one of the family members so that it could be passed on to younger generation. We celebrated Elizabeth Breva's birthday on 4th of July at the high school, Congress School of Arts, and the Ketchikan Recreation Center. We worked with Dennis Demmert on planning a program for the 8th graders, and this is still ongoing. Dennis's plan for the 8th graders going into the 9th grade is try to reach the students to encourage them that they can go to college, but there's other avenues out there. They can get training as electricians or work with the contracting.
Vocational
training, and not rely on just coming out of high school and going in and just working at Safeway or somewhere as clerk, but encourage them to get a little more skills. So that one is still ongoing. We facilitated that in Kevin Hall to Rural Cap, which was nice. We provide camp members and public with the Ketchikan cruise schedule. Work with the Southeast Discovery Center. Worked with a Hawaiian cultural organization. Maintained supplies for Camp 14 on the online store. Provided catering for the Tongass tribe in their memorial dinner. And that was in November of last year. Shared old time ANB and ANS photos from a long time ago on Facebook from Grand Camp meetings held in 1940. The last time Wrangell held a convention here. Well, but it's not the last time. It's just one of the times they held a convention. But that is it for the Ketchikan camp. Like I said, we're a joint camp. So whatever we give a report on, then we jointly. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, we have Tennessee Springs. We need to give the report. Yes.
In our home at Sunday dinners, because we have A lot of our family members are, are, are members for ANB and ANS. We didn't have a lot of communications, and I just recently found out that we weren't on the list for emails, so we hadn't gotten any information, and I didn't understand why. And when I looked on the email list, our camp wasn't listed, so we're doing a lot of catch up. We did donate $500 to the Teneke community. And what we do is we send it to their city office and we let them choose which nonprofit they want to use our donation for. So we did have good response to that. Let's see. And that's about all for our camp activity. I'm glad that I'm able to participate by Zoom. So thank you.
Thank you. Lynette? Camp 87? Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak for the camp reports. Emeritus Millie Stevens, the Grand Camp officers, ANB and ANS, and all the officers and delegates to the convention, all the guests online and present. My name is Lynette Marina Hens, and I am newly elected of the Anchorage, of the Anchorage Camp 87. And we have a family emergency pertaining to the past president, Mary Suits. And it's an ongoing thing, but I can't talk about it because it's personal. So I didn't have a lot of our activities due to that, but I do know that Mary had participated with the city, the municipality of Anchorage, and she won a Human Rights Commission position representing Alaska Native Sisterhood, Camp 87, and she traveled to Minnesota. Also, she was appointed at the library when they had their meetings there and was attending throughout the year. Also, Madison Suits in the junior ANS, she was awarded the presidential award. Also, the Miss Teen Sitka, she won, representing Alaska Native Sisterhood, the junior camp. And she also, I had to read my notes. Oh, she won the 2025, the Miss Earth beauty pageant. There was 4 categories and she won the air category, and she is representing the Alaska Native Sisterhood Junior Camp. And then on a local level, we went to Chupiach High School twice, and we went out to the students there and did 2 arts and crafts projects with them, teaching them how to bead. We also went to Alaska Native Medical Center, and Mary visited one of our Grand Camp Alaska Native Sisterhood, a patient that was there. And then on a joint level, Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 87, we also were with the Anchorage Clinton for the fish distribution to our people, because we don't get that much fish from Southeast or seafood. We were very happy when we were able to get the marinades and the different types of fish that they brought us. We were very much longing for that up there. That was muchly appreciated. And we also joined the Anchorage Clinton for their Christmas party. We always help to wrap the presents for the children and help them with their cleanup and their setups. And I'd like to recognize a new delegate. Her name is Catherine King. Kathy, could you stand up real quick? And she joined our group. She is originally, her family's from Teller, Alaska, but she was raised in Anchorage. I've known her for 55 years. And then we have other members that joined us recently. And so we have all of our officers in place, all 5 officers. And we also participated this spring in May with the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Men and Women movement. And we marched on the UAA campus in support of that movement. Kathy has personally had a sister murdered some years ago. And so it does touch us a lot up there. Thank you very much.
Are there any others? Yeah. Camp 13.
ANS Grand Emeritus, ANB Grand Emeritus, ANS Grand President, ANB Grand President, Grand Officers, Executive Delegates, and our elders and guests. My name is Matthew Anderstrom. Can you get name as you want? I'm about Whiskey Tom from the Fort House and Camp 13 President. Happy to be here, my first Grand Camp. As president of our newly revitalized Camp 13, we currently have 68 members in good standing, 17 of which are lifetime members, 14 junior members. I don't have my glasses, so I'm going to ask Sasha to speak on our activities, as we mostly operate as a joint camp.
Sheesh. So I just wanted to acknowledge that even though we weren't an active camp in Grand Camp, we had sisters and brothers that kept the hall and the activities in Yakutat going for the last 5 or so years. Current ANS Camp 13 President Cynthia Peterson and a handful of community members and sisters and brothers would get together and do these events and to schedule hall rentals and potlatches and funeral services. So I just wanted to mention them because they haven't been participating in Grand Camp and acknowledge them and thank them for their years of service outside of Grand Camp for our local community. He gave you the numbers for A and B. ANS has 33 regular members in Camp 13 right now, 21 lifetime and 10 junior members. Our officers, President Matthew Anderstrom, Jeremiah James is the first vice, Joseph Valley is the second, our secretary Mitchell Meyer, treasurer Ricardo Tejeda, Sergeant at Arms Clifford Williams. I'd like to mention that all of our officers are in their 30s and 40s, except for Clifford, our Sergeant at Arms is our one senior officer. So we do have a young camp there. And the same goes for ANS. We have all of our officers in our 30s and 40s, except for our Sergeant at Arms, our daughter Nellie Anderstrom, who is 17 right now. So over this last year, since we started up again, we picked up where our dormant camp left off and hit the floor running. We had 2 Christmas bazaars, one of which had 26 tables and lots of local involvement. It was really fun, good time. We had organizations like Yaktap Kwan come in and host a ornament table for us for a fundraiser for our camp, in which we were able to purchase an ornament and write in memory of a lost loved one and hang it on the tree for everybody to see, and it really brought people together. And they really enjoyed that. We also did a big annual community Christmas program where we were able to get quite a few donations and provide gifts and gift bags to probably a little over 100 youth and elders. We had winter and spring door-to-door free elder meal and subsistence deliveries. We had some times where our senior center had staff that was traveling or that were sick. And our elders were, on fixed incomes and not getting hot meals. And so we would go door to door when we had the time and the ability and brought them food from subsistence from our land there. We host the annual Easter egg hunt and did prizes for the kids, money prizes that different camp members just donated cash to hide in the eggs. And also we had enough money left over from the donations from Christmas to purchase baskets for all the youth that attended. We had probably around 50 or so kids that were part of that. We did a Mother's Day bazaar similar to our Christmas bazaar. That was fun. This year, something we did a little different was for 4th of July, we set up tables for the elders in front of the parade and in the center of town so that they had somewhere to sit, except for the ones that wanted to go into the beer garden and play pull taps. And we went around and people donated for that as well, camp members and community members, and we were able to sponsor a meal for all the elders that were at 4th of July and go around to all the food booths, and they got to pick what they wanted to eat. That was fun. We've been collaborating with the tribe and Native Corporation to provide community hall meetings and events. We had people from Australia and New Zealand come to Yakutat and talk to us about renewable housing opportunities and things like that. We had Fisheries of the Future come in and talk about setting up CQEs in the community, and probably a couple other meetings that I'm not thinking of right now. We've been donating our space and the utility expense to the Mount St. Elias dancers. We don't charge them because they're like us, they don't have a lot of money. And they stay pretty active, so we don't have to turn the heat up too much for them. And we give them that space so that they can have their practices and keep teaching the younger generations as they're getting, keeping that dance group going. We also, not only do we help with the memorial and the funeral services for our members, but the same people that are running our camp back home also help with the services for people that are not ANB and ANS. And so we did quite a few memorial and funeral services over the last year. We lost one ANB lifetime member and two ANS lifetime members and one ANS regular member over this last year. And I think that covers, the most of what we've done. We're just trying to do a lot of what we do, but using ANB and ANS as that platform to keep everyone together, something that they recognize, something that they believe in, and something that we can show that they can continue to rely on. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it doesn't.
Madam Chair, Heather Kirkhardt, ANB Executive. I just really want to lift my hands to Camp 13, ANB and ANS. Your numbers are amazing for revitalizing a camp. It's a beautiful thing, and that's what we've been talking about here at this convention and for many conventions. I was a multi-term Grand President, and through those times, we've been working hard at revitalizing camps. And we have had those feelers out, those connections out, and really, we can make this space, but it really takes the community to come together and make it happen. And I believe that you both have done that along with your community. So I want to say good luck to you for your hard work. You're inspiring us. You have the younger generation activated. And that is something that I hope you're very proud of, because in this day and age, it's very important for us. I do want to recognize that our previous first Grand Vice President of the ANB, Paul Johnson, was very impactful in the communication with you all. Unfortunately, he did have to resign under principle, but he is with you here today and supports you. And I know that we've messaged with him throughout the week, and he was really excited that you're here and representing and standing up strong and proud. So Belachish, again, we look forward to seeing what's going to come from your camp. And I can speak for every executive here, I'm sure of it, that we will have your back. Just call us, we will support you, we will be there for you. Might just be a phone call or a question, but we'd be happy to be there. So Belachish.
Marcelo.
Sure, I would really, but thank you again. Listening to what really came to my mind as they were speaking is that they did something I think that probably a lot of other communities when we're trying to revitalize, certainly not only in the smaller communities, certainly in our larger communities also, is that they took things that were immediately necessary with the elders, with the youth, with programs that are ongoing within their community. It really put them on the map. I'm certainly in Yakutat, and I really appreciate how they started and they tried to involve everybody around there. And I think that they may have found a real key for a lot of us to get going again, and I really appreciate it very much. And congratulations to the people in Yakutat and to you two people who have really put your lives there to help out. Thank you.
Joe?
Right.
Madam Chairman, I too join with the Executive Committee members speaking very proudly of Camp 13. I want you to know that in my heart, you have encouraged me to do exactly what you've done in our small community of Saxman. And I do know that I have a Saxman member online that would support that. And I'm really excited for your camp. And I remember Mr. Johnson coming to tell me how excited he was about the reformation of Camp 13. And you have filled his shoes. So Belachish for sharing your excitement with this great and grand organization. That's all I have, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Eric.
Thank you. I too want to congratulate Yakutat in that, I also want to add that they did a beautiful job in restoring their ANB hall. It's a beautiful hall. I went there for a coho party, recently. The other thing I'd like to do, and this is a challenge to bring Metlakatla to Ketchikan next year. Working on my history, I've uncovered a song regarding Yakutat and Metlakatla, where Metlakatla asked for Yakutat's help in getting sea otters. So this is the song telling the history of that I will learn and bring to Ketchikan if we can get Metlakatla there. Thank you.
Paula, or
Local camp report for ANS Camp 4.
yes. And then Billy has some for camp.
No.
Grand Emeritus Miller Schoonover, and ANB Grand Emeritus Richard Jackson, Grand President Sandy Churchill, ANB Grand President Sasha Sobolov, Grand Officers, Grand Executives, local presidents and delegates. Thank you for your time. ANS Stephanie Weddle, President ANS Camp 4, SICA. This past year has been pretty busy for us. We are working on revitalizing our camp and raising our numbers as well. Since our last Grand Camp Convention, ANS Camp 4 has hosted our autumn, winter, and spring bazaars. We've collaborated with the ANB officers of Camp 1 to hold indoor flea markets through the winter months. That goes to helping with some of the improvements with the hall for the ANB Founders Hall and the ANS Kitchen. We participated in planning meetings for the local Indigenous Peoples Day event and attending that event itself. Participated in the Veterans Day Parade and then opened the ANB Founders Hall to the community for cake and coffee. We hosted the Shikaquan Nakapiti Dance Group and other Indigenous dance groups for Native American Heritage Month. We also worked with the local Sigakagwantan to host them for some of their dance performances and practices and be involved in that. We worked with ANB Camp 1 to help with hall repairs and improvements. We took over the holiday community dinners from ANB Camp 1, coordinating fundraising and preparing the holiday dinners for Thanksgiving and Christmas, serving approximately 400 people for both meals. We made posters with ANS Camp 4 members and junior members to carry in the Elizabeth Pradovich Day Parade and hosted a community celebration dinner at the ANB Founders Hall to commemorate the life, legacy, and history of Elizabeth Pradovich while encouraging the community to join with our Indigenous communities as we face new threats and uncertainties under the current administration. We attended and testified in a community listening session hosted by SEARCH, Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium, and the SICA Community Health Council regarding the care and treatment of patients seeking care through SEARCH. We assisted the herring protectors with gift making for distribution at this year's Yaku Week. If you have ever been to one of those, they are huge. They had people from all around the globe this year. There were a great number of people in participation for that, and it was wonderful. We helped to distribute herring eggs and traditional foods provided by Sitka Tribe of Alaska to local elders in the community. We participated in the 4th of July parade, followed by hosting our highest earning fundraiser ever. We partnered with the herring protectors last month to raise $1,166 for the program Blessings in a Backpack. This is a program that mobilizes communities, individuals, and resources to provide food on the weekend for school-aged children who might otherwise go hungry. We hosted a community grandparents' day brunch. We attended planning meetings and took part in 2 clan weeks and attended multiple funerals and 2 weddings, including the memorial service for our ANS camp mother the week before Grand Camp. We held multiple fundraisers for community members with medical or funeral expenses, as well as holding multiple joint fundraisers with ANB Camp 1. We worked with a local artist to repair and seal our First Nations paddle, which had cracked all the way through. Now it can continue to be displayed at the ANB Founders Hall and used in events such as parades. We collaborated with Sitka Tribe of Alaska to host an informative cooking class with Plinkett Chef Rob Kineen that incorporated traditional foods with modern recipes. And this class was sponsored by Sitka Tribe of Alaska in partnership with the Alaska Heritage Institute. We assisted Camp 1 with their elections. We conducted community outreach to begin or enhance collaborative partnerships with different organizations and entities, especially in regard to our youth. We established a formal local ANS Junior Youth Committee and elected 2 youth delegates to attend this year's Grand Camp. We also attended the first ever annual Suicide Awareness Walk and began discussions with the walk's organizers to begin collaborating to raise awareness regarding suicide and available tribal, community, and state resources for next year's event. We advocated for our Indigenous people for healthcare, education, and housing. And as officers, we made several visits to individuals in the hospital during short or long-term stays. Paulette.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. Is that the last of our local camp reports? Okay, I just, I'll defer to Billy for her report and then, President Emeritus, Millie, I know I got a fine, $5. It's one of our best fundraisers for WCI. She said she's worth more than that, Madam Chair. Okay, now my fine is gonna go up. How much? Never mind. Hey, how about some herring eggs? No. Anybody else want to raise it? No, I'm kidding. Okay, thank you, but I will speak after her if allowed, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And after Millie, we have Camp 70.
Oh.
Good morning. ANB Grant President Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANB and ANS Grant President Sasha and Sandy, ANB and ANS Executive, ANB and ANS Grant Officers, and fellow delegates. You don't know how proud that I feel this morning. With each of your camp reports, some of them were short and sweet, some of them were pretty long, but the most inspiring was Yakka Camp. Even though they've been inactive for a while, they still use the name of ANB and ANS when they do functionings in their community. Why is that? Because the people that came before them were ANB and ANS. Our grandparents, our great-grandparents come from the strong roots of the ANB and ANS. So even though we have camps out there that are inactive, a lot of them do functionings. And they use the name ANB and ANS. That means a lot to me. My report is going to be short and sweet. I'm a lifetime member of the Craig Camp. We are a very, very small camp. Probably 75% of us are 70 to 93. We have monthly meetings, except for during the summer months. We collaborate with our local tribe, the Craig Tribal Association, and we collaborate with the schools. For many years, we have been collaborating with the schools on Elizabeth Pratovich Day. So I want to say for at least the last 20 years, we collaborate on the Elizabeth Pratovich Day. It involves our youth. Each year, they come up with a theme on Elizabeth Pratovich Day. And that may, I'm usually the one that has to speak on Elizabeth Pratovich Day when we do this at the school. So having a theme that year really helps me, so I'm not saying the same thing every year. Somehow I incorporate their theme. For about 4 years, we've been collaborating with the tribe when it comes to Elizabeth Pratovich Day. What they do is they provide what we call our annual Sisterhood Stew Day. They provide that and the bread and desserts. We raise money. This year we didn't have that many fundraisers because we come from a very, very active community. But when we do have fundraisers, we always make it a point to let people know that our fundraisers are for our scholarships. We give out 4 scholarships to the high school graduating students every single year. And it's amazing, a lot of people that are watching their waistlines really don't care to buy our yummy calories, so they just donate when they find out it's for scholarships. Adeline DeCastro is 93 years old, and she's a very staunch ANS member. Her and I visit the schools throughout the year. We talk about the ANB, the ANS, the history. We talk about education. We have tried keeping the junior ANB and ANS alive, even though our ANB camp has been inactive for many years. But because we come from such a small community, the school throughout the school year has functionings. And so we try to support our kids. We try not to have meetings when there's an activity going on. But we too are struggling to keep our camp alive. So we just try and have our regular meetings. We try to do, during the Elizabeth Pratovich celebration, we do invite the young people to join us. Many of them have, but they can't attend meetings because of all the school activities. So that's all I have this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Camp 70.
Okay, I'm gonna change Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand President Emeritus, our current presidents, executive committee, executive council, delegates, local camp presidents, and another special thank you to our Alaska Native Brotherhood Camp 70 who have reported previously at this convention. And I would just like to add on behalf of Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 70, some of our combined accomplishments and unique recognitions. My name is Nina Edwards, Camp 70. The Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 70 has 35 active members, with 10 of them being lifetime members. In November 2024, we had collaboratively made a Native Heritage Month donation to the Goldtown Theater in Juneau to have a documentary showing of Missing from Fire Trail Road and to have some of our Indigenous history recognized at that small independent theater. In December, ANB and ANS Camp 70 had a membership drive at the Unity Group Christmas event in Juneau, which brings together several heritage and Native entities to put on an event for our community during the holidays. As well, in December 2024, we had put together 50 elders bags to distribute to the elders in our community. In February 2025, ANS and ANB partnered with the Juneau Douglas City Museum and the Juneau School District for Elizabeth Parashevich Day. We had several elementary and middle schools from across the Juneau and Douglas communities to create art projects that were in honor of Elizabeth Parashevich to enter into an art contest, which was judged by some of our sisters. We had video submissions, trading cards related to Elizabeth Parashevich, and one of my favorites was a collaborative art project where the students listed all of the things that they could do because she did. And so I thought it was a lovely tribute to Elizabeth Parashevich and recognizing her intergenerational impact. As well, in February 2025, ANS and ANB Camp 70 were presented with a citation honoring Elizabeth Parashevich Day from State Legislator and Governor Mike Dunleavy. In March, our 2024-2025 Alaska Native Sisterhood Camp 70 President Alicia Marriott gave public record testimony on behalf of House Bill 59 for state tribal education compacts. In April, ANS and ANB catered lunch for the Native Youth Olympics Traditional Games athletes and served about 275 Olympians. In July, ANS and ANB hosted the Summer Solstice Music Festival fundraiser, which brought together community members, musicians, vendors, all in a fundraiser for our Camp 70. And there were many youth present too, vending and playing music and in attendance. In August, our 2024-2025 local camp president, Alicia Marriott, received the SHI, Alaska Heritage Institute Distinguished Educator Award during the Culturally Responsive Education Conference, which is a large honor for her and for Camp 70, just being in relation with her. And finally, in September, Sister Meriden Wario was awarded our Mildred Sparks Kugena.
Oh, thank you, everybody. Those were well-received reports. Thank you. And thank you, Ron, for the reminder that we had all been part of them. Next, we will have Paula.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Paulette Marino, ANS Executive. And through the chair, Madam Chair, if ANB Executive Heather Gricko could stand too. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it was during our time as past parent presidents that we had humbly put on the agenda to have local camp reports. And it has absolutely been, as reminded by Executive Elby, it has been a highlight of the conventions for us to come. This is my favorite part of the convention, through the chair to all the local camps. I know you take so much time to prepare your reports, and you have done so well. All of the activities that you're doing, from being there when our people transcend into spiritual realms, all of the things that you do with feeding the people in your communities, with having ANB and ANS memorials, with taking care of each other quietly when there's no bread or eggs on the shelf, when it comes to advocating with a strong voice for our people and our way of life, for our learning and missing indigenous, our valor, our transboundary, all of our different things in training and teaching all of the things. I think as we were sitting here as executive women, we were just talking, a little bit just amazed by all the great work that you guys are doing. Acclaim, good achieve, we raise our hands to our local camps for everything that you're doing, and thank you through the chair also. I know it's not easy to keep ANS and ANB going because it's 100% volunteer, but we want to say thank you to your families for giving time so that you could be with us and get back to all families. So with that, thank you also through the chair for Executive Virgo. This has just been one of our favorite parts on the agenda. Thank you.
And because of Yakutat, and of course Sitka, this was a story that was wanted and presented by Nels Lawson, who was past president of the Sitka camp. He was also a clan leader for the Kagwantan. And with that, I'd also like the permission of Millie, being the Grand Ball host for so many years, representing the Kagwantan. There's an important story in history that Nels has been trying to tell you. And this is a Kakena given to me by my grandfather, dated 1929. And the story evolves around the beginning of ANB in Sitka. And you look at the hall, and how many people know who donated the property? There we go, 1, 2. It was donated by the Kagwantan. And when I was first asked to become a member, I went to my grandfather, who was a clan leader. And I said, I knew that the clans weren't directly involved in ANB because they hold tightly to their people, the world around them, their respected traditions for it, as well as their culture and traditions. So, in his own way, a strong word to me, it's okay. And now it says, yeah, you can do it. So with that, I learned the history of the hall. The property was donated by the Kagwantan and was built by the Kagwantan. And how it was built was that building came from an abandoned cannery. And the Kagwantan took that building apart piece by piece. They saved every nail, every piece of lumber, and then built it back where it stands today. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of history for our Kagwantan, for Nels, and for the Sitka ANB. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're gonna have, turn the chair over to our elections, Heather Gergo.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have some business to do, and I want to go ahead and go through some procedures first. At this time, we will share with you that candidates will have 2 minutes each for their candidate speeches. If you choose to forego the formalities, go ahead and do that. I know that takes up a lot of time as you're doing your speech. We understand that we are a learning organization. It is an important part of our tradition, but also with the limited time, we want to honor that and hear your voice and what you have to share with us. Yesterday, we discussed that we will allow the roll down option, which left the nominations open. So at this time, the body can decide how they would like to handle this. We could either A, go through all of the nominees in order and have their current speeches provided, or we could go through the order at the time when the elections happen and have a speech, and then the election, speech, and then the election. I recognize Sister Rhonda Butler, Camp 2.
ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. My recommendation, Madam Chair, would be that the roll down, the nominations need to remain open for the roll down process to be legitimate. That meaning that maybe we need to establish, and correct me if I'm wrong by everybody here that have knowledge of this roll down, but the process for that is that there is a clause that indicates the only ones that will have that roll down on option is those that are listed as current candidates, thus limiting the nomination process. No additional nominations can be made, just that the nominations remain open with the ability for the current listed candidates to have that option. And when we move to the next chair, those candidates that may not have been elected, they either can accept the roll down or decline that roll down. If that is my that is my recommendation. It's a process. I don't recall ever having to make a motion for that. It's just a standard procedure. But I would refer to our parliamentarians in regards to if that needs to be a motion, and I would gladly make that motion to move on with that process.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. We did have a motion on the floor yesterday that recognized the roll down option formally by the body, and it did state that the nominations would remain open, and it was discussed that people could then nominate once again. So it wouldn't be necessarily only the roll down. So that was what was stated during the election process, the nomination process. Yes, go ahead. Sister Cecilia or Sister Paulette? I'm not sure which one again first. Cecilia, Sister.
I would just like to call for a 5-minute bio break.
Thank you. The chair recognizes that, and we will take a 5-minute bio break. Thank you.
I just,
Just a reminder for those of us in the hall, there are vendors out in the hallway selling some beautiful things.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been trying to just double the amount of you. I like.
Okay.
I got last time. Yeah, so.
Oh, I never opened it with so cute. Hi, I'm Dave. Nice. Yeah.
I do have a question. You know, what I heard. That is, I'll also make folks about the meeting for yeah, well, you guys, you can sure don't know the exact. It's so different. Yeah. Take that, so different. Oh, man. I would appreciate oh, so it's next set. Then we have a department.
AC, I just want to confirm that the timer has expired, correct? Thank you. I will give everybody a 1-minute warning. We will be calling back in 1 moment. The timer has expired, so please return to your seats. If our Sergeant at Arms could please go into the lobby and gather people. I know there's vendors out there and it's exciting, but we have a lot of business. You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Would that person meet? Yeah. I want to take. Oh, that in person.
Thank you.
Most were just fun. One of the things that Chuck said, it's not that.
Hello. If our Sergeant at Arms could please go gather those from the lobby. Thank you. The time has expired. We are going to call back to session momentarily. Or if any executives would like to go help, please do so.
Where? Right here.
Gosh.
Yeah, well, right.
Oh, wow, nice. Are you waving on a sip, Madam President?
So I had a question up for the unions of the sister. Oh.
Out of respect for each other and our candidates, please return to your seats. At this time, we will open up candidate speeches. The order will be ANB, Grand President, and then we will go to the ANS Grand President speeches. So the order currently, and as they were nominated, is first up will be Woodrow Watson, second will be Peter Karras, and third will be Sasha Sobolov. So please be prepared if the Sergeant at Arms, I know that we had an emergency, so the ANB Sergeant did have to step away. If somebody would step in momentarily to assist our ANS Sergeant at Arms to have people escorted up, thank you. I'd ask our Sister Weddle to step in to help.
Madam Chair.
Please go ahead, Sister Paulette.
Holiday, this executive, just for clarification purposes, Madam Chair, are we not allowed to nominate any further candidates at this time? That's correct, right?
Yeah, the further nominations would happen when the roll down happens, and they would have an option to be renominated for another office, or at that time, somebody could submit. If we needed a speech from somebody who hadn't done it, we would make space for that at that time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there can be no additional names added to the list from yesterday, correct?
There could be at the time of the roll down, so the nomination will remain open. And so say, Daphne Albee didn't receive an office, and I would open the next office. At that time, nominations would be open. So then Sister Cynthia could nominate somebody at that time as well, but even if they weren't on the docket. We weren't very clear in our motion yesterday, so it left it pretty open.
Thank you for that clarification. But if someone's not on the docket at all and is a new nominee, can they be nominated, not just roll down?
During the roll down, that's when the nominations will be reopened. Right now, we're just addressing candidate speeches.
Okay.
And then that was when the nominations will reopen right before the election.
Thank you for that.
I know that we don't have specific rules on this, so yeah.
You're doing great. Thank you.
So I would ask for the Sergeant at Arms to please escort Brother Woodrow Watson, and I would ask for Brother Peter Karras to be ready. Nomination speeches our candidate speeches are 2 minutes, and if not, as soon as our candidate is on the microphone, please start a timer. Thank you.
That chair, I just. Yeah, fine. Oh, sorry. Yes, you just. Also, I chair that it's a. It's a how people off.
Okay, but that's insane.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You said that chair on schedule once it's changed. I'm returning. I apologize, Brother McCormick. Hold on one moment. Yes, go ahead, Brother McCormick. Please. Oh. So I hear that I'm short and we need to raise up the camera. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Are you addressing it? Why? Sister Lance, are you addressing it? Okay. Thank you. Stand by, everyone.
Yeah.
There's something with the owl up, right? There's something with the owl up, huh?
Like physical? Yeah, like there's not, I didn't. I was gonna say, and if we need to, there's also this that we can put on it. Because what I'm gonna do. That's too far.
That's.
We can move the medallion. We can move the medallion for now.
Got an idea. This printer ain't doing anything. Can you pick up the 12%? And I'm gonna put that.
Should that be any better?
We can confirm that does look better on our end, yeah.
Okay, I will. Thank you for standing by. Under advisement from Executive Committeeman Joe Williams, he reminded me of something really important. He said, "It's not my fault that I'm so short. It's my mom and my dad's fault." So we'll go ahead and welcome our first candidate, Woodrow Watson, for the office of ANB Grand President. You have 2 minutes, brother.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Woodrow Watson. originally from co-op. When I retired, I moved to Saxon and lived here ever since. I was asked to take nominations again. I said, sure. There's a lot of things we need to get moving forward on, bringing the young people here. I want to make this challenge to all the camps that are here, those that are on Zoom. Let's bring the young people with us next year. See how many camps can do it. This is the way to get them involved. Let them see what we're doing. I'm also very interested in our education for these young people. Sir, the new technology is good for having cell phones, laptops. But there's a lot of them that aren't learning the simple stuff like adding stuff, doing the numbers, telling the time they need to learn the basics, learn the training, go into jobs. A lot of them can't afford to go to college. People are being, one thing that's happening now is our children are being taken away from their homes. They're shipped out of state. In Saxon, we have 5 cases of families that are fighting to keep their kids at their home. And that's not right. You take your children away, when are you going to see them again? I want to see us work at keeping these families with their children so they grow up to help us. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brother Watson. And I just want to offer a reminder, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Sister Related Grandimatis. At this time, when you're addressing the body, you are welcome to wear your cap and kubina because it is an official capacity. So if you choose to, please feel free to. We are a learning organization, and that is something you have the option. Do we have the other candidates prepared for their speeches? Brother Karras was next. The sergeant, please escort Brother Karras to the podium. And just so we know, the next up will be Brother Sasha. So if we can have him be ready as well. Brother Karras, just a reminder, you'll have 2 minutes on the clock. You can watch the timer here on the laptop, and I'll remind you if you get to your time. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chief, I am Keith Wu, WAD, Eagle Killer Whale. I am president of ANB Camp 1 Sitka, and I thank everybody in attendance, in person and online. And I come from a long line of ANB ANS. My grandparents are Mark Jacobs Sr. and Annie Jacobs, and my parents are Peter Karras Sr. and Bertha. And I have sort of a gap in there because of my drinking and drugging career, but I have 19 years clean and sober now. And even at 66 years old, I am still teachable, ready to learn of our ways. And I know I have come a long ways and I need to go a long ways. And I'd like to bring our people and our communities with me as I move forward. And I am a Christian. I believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And I am gonna follow his lead. If he chooses this position for me, I want to do the very best I can. I'm gonna choose
Thank you, Brother Karas. If we could have the sergeant escort Brother Sasha Sobolov. Thank you, and a reminder of the 2-minute timer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished guests and delegates, especially those who are in the political world who just joined us, Senator Sullivan and his beloved wife and his staff member. I would like to talk directly to you who are the delegates on the floor and also you who are delegates who are on the Zoom online. In this wonderful age that we have, what is left is our work of service that we do not only for our local camps, but also we do because it is what our Creator put inside of us so that we can live in this world as He would like us to live. So it's a wonderful choice that He has given us, just as you have a wonderful choice to exercise your vote. And I would humbly ask that you solicit your vote for my candidacy as Grand President, because one of the things that we do with one another is, despite how we feel, we're able to continue the work for our camps, our elders, our children, and our grandchildren. And I think that is foremost in making sure that our organization, even in today's tumultuous world, can keep the focus. And I humbly ask and seek your vote during this election time. Goodness cheese.
Thank you, Brother Sasha. At this time, we will move to the ANS Grand President position. The candidates are, in order of nominee, Rachel Marino, sister, and Sister Sandy Churchill. If the sergeant could please escort Sister Marino to the podium. Thank you, and a reminder, you'll have 2 minutes. ANB and ANS Grand Emeritus, I'm honored to be in your presence. ANB Grand President, ANS Grand President, ANB and ANS Executive Committee, ANB and ANS Grand Officers, delegates present and online, our veterans, guests, and most importantly, our youth who are present and maybe online. My name is Rachel Marino, and they gave me 2 minutes, but I think it, so I'll try. If you can't see me, I'm afraid I am standing up. So I learned service by my mother, Harriet Leo, and by her talks to us about the service of our grandparents and our great-grandparents and our great-great-grandparents. The platform ANB and ANS has had since their inceptions has been powerful. It has given us and earned us the rights to vote, to get an education, to seek out and attain better jobs, and to have the health care that we need and deserve. I hope that in the future we never have to fight for those rights again. We already attained them and we deserve them. But if we do, I will be there. I'm not by any means better than Sandy or more important than Sandy. I just have different experiences on the national level, on boards that I've been on, and experiences that I've had throughout my adult life. Without my mother, I wouldn't even be standing here, literally or figuratively. I had so much more to say,
If you would like to speak to me before the vote, please do so, but good of Chief Homo.
Thank you, Sister Marino. I do want to recognize that we do have Senator Sullivan in the House. I'll teach for being here as I'm the election chair. We are under nominee speeches, so I will leave it to the chairs to decide after where and where you may or may not be presenting. Thank you. If we could please have the sergeant bring Sister Sandy Churchill to the microphone. Just a reminder, you have 2 minutes.
Kuk de Yanagwain, Yuhat Duasak, Chaknakasati, Shtakin Kwan Ayahat. I am seeking re-election as your grand president for ANS. The Alaska Native Sisterhood was founded here in Wrangell, and we were founded to give strength, unity, and balance to our brothers. Our founders dreamed of an organization that will uplift our people, defend our rights, and protect our way of life. Today, we carry that dream forward, not only for ourselves, but for our future generations. The previous speeches I've done, working my way up to Grand President before, I would like to remind you that I like consistency and follow through. And so the first year of being Grand President was a heavy mantle, and bringing us together as a host camp president for ANS locally. I think it really takes 2 years to do all the things that I had listed on my goals. And so I'll go over those. Now that I'm not going to be hosting next year, Ketchikan will be hosting, I will focus on strengthening our bond together with the sisters in Alaska, Washington, and Oregon, advocate for our children, youth, and prioritize cultural knowledge, education, and mentorship to lead us into the future. I will protect our language, traditions, and stories so they are not just remembered but lived. Also stand in unity as equals with the Alaska Native Brotherhood. And I would again recommend consistency with the executives for 2 years. Chief, Howard, and Rich.
Thank you, Sister Sandy. At this time, we will move to the office of ANB First Vice President. We have one candidate at this time as we are exercising the roll down option. Can the sergeant please bring forward Brother Andrew Roberts?
Morning, everybody. First, I'd like to acknowledge the Grand Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Emeritus Millie Schoonover, Grand Officers, ANP and ANS Executive Committee members, delegates present and online and guests, and my local camp. Forgive me if I left anybody out. First thing, I'd like to thank Sam Campus for nominating me for the Wrangell Host Camp ANB. And I'll do my best to support the Grand Camp ANB ANS and local camp #1. And my father and I, James Roberts, was adopted into the Quixotic clan. My mother was Irene Roberts, a life member of camp #4. My Tlingit name is Kutshua of the Yarnyadi clan. And my English name is Andrew Leslie Roberts. Things of my greatest concern are eligible Native veterans receiving land here in the Tongass. And I support Sitka herring protectors. And I ask for your vote for Vice President. Thank you, Ms. Chish.
Thank you, Brenda Roberts. The chair would like to make mention that you may have noticed I am not addressing Grand President Sokolov and Grand President Churchill with their formal names, neither any other Grand Officer or delegate, as the chair cannot provide any favoritism in any way. And so I made that decision. I was fined $1, but I am denying that fine based on that. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and move over to the ANS side. We have three candidates. In order, it will go Sister Heather Mills, Sister Vidal Baker, and Sister Lynette Moreno Hines. So if the sergeant could please recognize Sister Heather Mills. You have 2 minutes, Sister Heather.
Atlanganach Chish. Atlanganach Chish the Kachuhan. Ganach Chish to all of our President Emeritus, our Grand Officers, our Grand Presidents, our local camps, our delegates, our alternates, and especially to our youth representatives that are in the room. Today, I join you with my 2 daughters, who are also junior ANS. We join you from Huna. I wished I could be there on the floor with you today, but just know that my heart is always with this organization. I'm so thankful for the opportunity that I've had to be able to serve as a Grand Officer. I look forward to the time that we have to serve together. I look forward to the upcoming changes. I look forward to the upcoming events that can happen. I look forward to the upcoming leadership that will be coming. And I thank each and every one of you for the opportunity to continue working in an organization that holds ceremony and protocols so close to the heart. I work towards making sure that the goals that we have, that the voices that we have from our communities come through strong so that the voices that we share reflect our communities and reflect the work that we've had and we've done as an organization for over 113 years. I'm so thankful to see convention in Wrangell this year because it really is the heart of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. I'm thankful for the opportunity that I had to be on the floor and to see just how strong each individual delegate, alternate, youth representatives, grand officers, and executive committee members are together. It's nice to be able to gather. There is something that happens when you come together. And because of that, I look forward to additional opportunities for us to come together, to use our voices to be strong, and to hold up our youth and to continue building strength for an organization that has meant so much to my family and to our communities.
Thank you, Sister Heather. If the sergeant can please escort Sister Vidal Baker.
My name is Vidal Baker, grandchild of Alicia Khali and of Elizabeth Desmond, one of the founding mothers of the Alaska Native Sisterhood. On Thursday, I held her candle. Today, I continue not only her legacy, but the legacy of all the women before me. When I speak, it is also their voices speaking through me. We face ongoing challenges, political, economic, residential, and people. These struggles are not new. My great uncle, William Lewis, was among the first civil rights activists. In 1899, he and James Hadley wrote a land back letter on behalf of their community. Their courage inspires me, though it is painful to know the fight they began is the same one we carry today. This generation led because their elders could not write in English. They spoke for those who could not. The same principle that gave rise to the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Brotherhood. For generations, our people have fought with courage and honor. It is through your guidance that I have grown into the leader I am today. In my community, I serve as Director of Land Tours for Alaska Waters, leading cultural tours while managing schedules, employees, and partnerships. These responsibilities strengthen my skills, organizations, strategy, and leadership abilities. Earlier in Skills USA, I competed in culinary arts, carpentry, speech, interviews, and later serving as chapter and state officer. Those experiences taught me to lead under pressure and to serve others. Through this, I learned leadership is not about being in front, but ensuring no one is left behind. Later this month, I will attend Native Action Network's Young Native Women's Leadership Academy in Auburn, Washington. I plan to use this experience to help build a mock youth council in Wrangell, modeled after our tribal council, giving young people a space to share their vision and have their voices carried into council meetings. This vision continues the fight our founders began. The Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood stood for young rights, voting rights, education, and dignity. By empowering our youth today, we honor the history and ensure justice guides the future. I ask for the opportunity to lead, learn, and contribute to the people we represent. I remain steadfast in my dedication to our sisterhood and to carrying forward the voices before us while making space for those who came after, both chiefs, brothers, and sisters.
Thank you, Sister Baker. If the sergeant could please escort Sister Lynette Marino Hines. So after this speech, we will move back to the ANB with the second vice president. So we will start with Brother Matthew Anderstrom and then go to Val Mossy so they can start getting ready for their presentation. Thank you.
If I could ask, just because some of our elders have short-term memory issues, if we could just abstain with the and continue the next speeches after we vote for the president.
We're not under open nominations at this time. This is only speeches. The voting is scheduled for this afternoon on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Pardon me when I was up to the mic earlier. Thank you, Emeritus Richard Jackson, Emeritus Millie Schoonover, ANB, ANS, President Dr. Sobola, and Danny Churchill, all the delegates and the officers. Well, I am a Merino, and we are active in local groups throughout southeastern Anchorage, and I ran in the past for Congress. I didn't make it into the, the runoffs, but I was glad that Mary Patola had picked up and went on with winning her seat in Congress. But I'm here and I would appreciate your support. I have fought for many years, and like Rachel said, under the direction of my mother, Harriet Marino Belil, I protested many different places through AFN, through city, state, and federal agencies and events for Native rights and Native causes, for children, for women, for men, and for all other categories of issues like the homeless up in Anchorage, Alaska, because we have a lot of homeless there. I have also held the seat of the Anchorage Advisory Fishing Game Board for 12 years, representing subsistence and the personal use fisheries. I am running because I want to continue service under Alaska Native Sisterhood, and we need to. Oh, it happens. Okay, I'm sorry. We need to continue our efforts in fighting for what is ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Lynette. If we could please have a sergeant escort for the second vice president of the ANB, Matthew Anderson.
Mayor, my name is Matthew Anisham. My Tlingit name is Yuwa. I'm from Yakdat. I'm the current Camp 13 president. I don't have any experience in Grand Camp, but I accept the nomination for second Grand Vice President. I am here to learn, and I will put in the work to fulfill my obligations if I am elected to this post. As a side note, I'd like to plant the seed of the idea of hosting Grand Camp in Yakdat in 2027. Thank you for this meeting.
That was a good speech.
Sati, let the microphone go up. So please have the sergeant bring forward Val Mossy for the speech for second vice president of the ANB. Oh, I'm sorry. I have the notes from somebody else who did this for me. I apologize. Let me grab my notes. Can I please ask the secretary, were there any other nominations for A and B second vice president?
Madam Chair, I was at the hospital yesterday when those nominations were given, so to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. At this time, then, we will move over to the ANS second vice president office. The candidates I have listed are Virginia Oliver, Kevin Allen, Rhonda Butler, and then Val Mossy. Were you also on that for the ANS second vice president? Do you recall? That is the order. Val will be after Rhonda. Is that correct? I have a couple of people talking to me, and so I'll go to Sister Rhonda.
The order you just stated is the order that it was presented yesterday, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Thank you so very much, and I apologize for the incorrect notes here. So we will go ahead and ask the sergeant to bring forward Sister Virginia Oliver. Again, this is for second vice president of the ANS.
Morning. ANB Emeritus Richard Jackson, ANS Emeritus Ms. Millie Schoonover, ANB Grand Camp President Sasha Sobolov, ANS Grand President Sandy Churchill, Executive and officers of Grand Camp, delegates, the local camp, and all local camps that are here and their presidents. Heard that from somebody else. Sounds so good, huh? Yeah. Okay, so you guys, my name is Virginia Oliver. My name comes from cake. However, Nanya I so keep the woman who moves the killer whales. I was adopted in 2008 with the return of the flotilla robe, the name that Sandy Churchill, Grand Camp President, the return of the flotilla robe. So I stand before you very proud to have been part of the Grand Camp. I echo the sentiments of our Grand Camp President, Sandy Churchill. In this year, I didn't have any experience. I've been hanging around since I was 13, but just on the local level. And I really appreciated hearing Eric Morrison's talk about Sitka ANB. I knew that the Cogwanton had donated that land. My grandfather, John Joseph Cogwanton, I watched him work under the old ANB Hall in Wrangell in a rowboat, putting up the pilings to support it. We were always with it. My grandmother did not know how to speak English very well. My mother read the newspaper to them and didn't get it. So I have my grandmother's kugana and it's backwards. People laugh about it, but they didn't in home read when they were making banners. So I'm just here, I see Heather over here lurking. I just appreciate your support in electing me for second grand vice so that I may learn more to serve. I'm not going away. Sheesh.
Thank you, Sister Virginia. Could the sergeant please escort Sister Kevin Allen? Just as a reminder, we are hearing candidate speeches for ANS second vice president.
ANB Grand Emeritus, ANS Grand Emeritus, presidents, officers, delegates, guests, vets, dignitaries. I think I'm going to do something here you may not exactly expect, but please listen. This has been, even though the convention has felt like we've been bumping in the dark, all of you have been a light. You've all been guidance. We shared during the tables. Then in the past, it's just how some people were taught were to be scolding instead of teaching. I know there was newer members I'd watch being scolded and learning our traditions, and it hurt me because we're all learning here. We're all students in this. And so I'm not going to stand up here and go, I'm the best parliamentarian. They've never seen a parliamentarian like me before. You know, I've run the best credentials committee, and not at all. I did not run those things. It was the folks over there that ran the credentials committee. It was the folks that ran the resolutions committee. And I got that backwards. But my sentiment's the same. It was others, and it's the others in this room that know Robert's rules that help as well. This is my first time as a parliamentarian. I'd like to say that. And so I want to say one thing before I have a few asses here. I want to say that it's not the titles we are given or asked to take. It's about the work we do and how it's delegated. I have 4 asks. Out of immense respect for the host camp, I ask that you endorse Virginia Oliver. I ask that my name be withdrawn. I ask that you pass the resolution to form the legislative committee, the resolution that Camp 70 authored, and I stand by to be appointed legislative liaison of this organization. I feel my work could be much more put to better use in that. Sheesh.
Thank you, Sister Kevin Allen. Your name will be removed from the list of candidates. Chief, for your service. I'd like to have the sergeant please escort Sister Rhonda Butler to the podium.
I think we should start the 2 minutes after the formal introductions and notice to honor our esteemed representatives. Wow. So, Chief Howa, ANB ANS Grand President Emeritus, executive members, grand officers, local presidents, delegates,
our amazing junior ANS, and our dignitaries and esteemed guests here today. I really appreciate Sister Allen's approach. My name is Rhonda Butler, and I too am going to do something a little different. I want to take a moment here to remind each of us why you are sitting in the chair you have been chosen to sit in today, tomorrow, and in the future. We are here as the oldest organization in the nation. We fought hard for our rights. We have seemed to get off track. We have not had a driving force in many, many years. We are elected here to serve, not just for the title, as Sister Allen had said, but in the spirit of respect, to work towards each and every one of our dreams, our children's dreams. We run under a rule of Robert's Rule of Order. Many of you do not like this. Many of you are not educated in this. And as for many, we do take the time and we do educate ourselves. And we do this so we can debate the important discussions that we are elected here to fight for. We do this with respect and honor. I appreciate your time, and I would appreciate your vote and support for bringing order back to our wonderful organization and fight for something good. Howell.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. If the sergeant could please escort Sister Val Mossy. Again, this is for the office of ANS Second Grand Vice President.
Right. Ladeki yuhat sa, Laika hinak yuhat sa, Gushnak hatsati, Sekahadi, Yadi ayachat, Han hit, Aya, Nakahidi, Laika, Ashkan ayachat. And Balmasi, and the only reason I know how to say that introduction is because of our culture bearers and language teachers like Hop Plain. We've been teaching generations how to speak languages that have been opposed and struggle surviving. I'm nervous to speak to you because I respect all of you very much and I want to make you proud. I am honored beyond words for this nomination. It surprised me. I do have experience in event planning, facilitation, policy engagement, youth programming, strategic planning, and social services. I came to Wrangell to guide canoe expeditions with at-risk Alaskan youth. Before that, I was an advocate and behavioral health therapist where I saw firsthand the gaps in services in Alaska. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I know this is a very real issue in our communities, along with childcare, housing, mentorship opportunities, and workforce development. My priority, if elected, would be policy updates, elder care, mentorship, more facilitated events like the workshop. In addition to bringing new people, we need to better connect those that are already here. I would focus on knowledge exchange and mentorship that goes both ways. And I want to say, I don't want to take anyone's place. I look around and I see thousands and thousands of hours of hard work, intentional deliberation, and courage to keep civil rights and culture alive when it was not celebrated or even safe to do so. I want to see our elders taken care of and celebrated, and I want to see hardworking and hopeful sisters and nieces find camaraderie in education. I'm also non-Native, and I know that I want to follow strong Indigenous leaders and women and be part of a team. I also think this is a time when history is being rewritten at times, and so it's important for all of us to share the responsibility of keeping that history alive. Okay. So I deeply am honored for the nomination, and I would also like to rescind my nomination. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, and I'm not sure if everybody heard the end of that. Sister Valmonsi is rescinding their nomination. Thank you for your service. At this time, we'll move to the ANB Grand Secretary position, and then we will move to the ANS Grand Secretary position. So first, we'll hear from the ANB, Tamsin El-Zayut, and then on deck will be Sister Selena Conklin. And the Sergeant, please escort. So choose your we'll go ahead and accept your.
I know. Do you have a mic? 2 minutes. Okay. Good morning. I come to you as Kanye, granddaughter of George Sacramento James Sr., Quade, Kagwantan Wolfhouse. I come to you as the granddaughter of Maggie, Trinity James, Clayne Dog Salmon, and I come to you as the daughter of Benjamin James Sr. and Daddy James. I am only here because I was raised in a home of love and prayer. I come to you as a grandmother, a daughter, a sister, an aunt, a niece. I have seen our past grand presidents on both sides bring us into this century, addressing issues, bringing together sisterhood and brotherhood under ANS presidents Daphne, Paulette, past grand presidents Gurko and Quinto. And I've also seen them step back when needed and rely on their first vice presidents. This past year has been a very difficult year for everyone on various different things. I will continue to serve in the best of my ability. It hurts me that Brother Paul had to resign, and the circumstances in which he did, that has never been addressed. But in spite of everything, I'm here. If re-elected, I'm here to serve. I may not live in Alaska, but when I went to Haines to Sister Carol's memorial service, first time in my life, I felt like I knew where I belong and where I come from. My great-grandmother, Mary Stash, comes here from Wrangell. So this is the second time in my life I feel like I know where I belong and I'm home. So Ahlin, Gunish Chish, and whether I'm reelected or not, I will always serve in any capacity to our wonderful organization.
Thank you, Brother Tamsin. If we could have our sergeant please escort Sister Selena Conklin. And as a reminder, this is for ANS Grand Secretary.
Thank you, honored executives, presidents, ANB, ANS, delegates. I am running for ANS Grand Secretary. I am a retired U.S. Army combat medic with 24 years of service, and I'm a current senior at UAS studying for my bachelor's in liberal arts and will graduate in May of 2026. I bring a vast amount of skills for organizational leadership, maintaining accurate records with over 2 decades of military administration and medical record keeping. I am skilled in correspondence, communication across groups. My military background has proven experience with hard work and persistence. I have an extreme eye for detail with planning and systems, and much like how a beaver can see and make small adjustments, I know how to create a balance and flow, such as the beaver that doesn't build a dam to block water, but they flow the water so it channels through to create harmony within the environment around it. In that, I know how to work to redirect those energies to create balance. I am resourceful, adaptable, and make the most of what I have available. Just as beavers are our nature's engineers, I know how to see in the big picture. My priority, if I am elected, is to accurately take the work that we do here and all the work that the camps bring forward and keep a written record so we can have this for all of our future generations for the next 113 years. Thank you so much for honoring me for this position. I ask you for your vote for ANS Grand Camp Secretary. I am Selena Cookland from Seattle, Camp 36 President.
Thank you, Sister Selena. We will move over to the ANB and we will hear the candidate speech for the ANB Grand Treasurer. If the sergeant could please escort Brother Liz Roberts Martis. Next up will be on the sisterhood side, Elias Chase after Brother Martis.
Yeah.
See the timer. Hey, good morning. I would like to acknowledge ANB, ANS Grand Emeritus, Grand Officers, and Executive Members, all delegates present and online, and a very special thank you to the Rainbow Host Camp. My name is Doreen Elizabeth Merrick's. Family and friends know me as Liz, and I am of the Onyedi clan. I have over 40 years of auditing, accounting, and bookkeeping, as well as office management experience, and I would be honored to serve as the Grand Camp Treasurer. And I would strive to provide transparent accounting and reporting. And in closing, I want to say that I would not be here without my mother, Irene Roberts, my aunt, Florence Eddy, and also Brother Harriet Bolio Marino. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Yeah. I apologize for the names. Thank you, Brother Merrick. I apologize for mispronouncing your name earlier. Next up, we have Sister Elias Chase. Will we please have Sister Esparty? After we hear from Sister Elias, we will move to the Sergeant at Arms of the ANB and ANS. That will be for the ANB, Chad Cantel. The ANS will hear two candidate speeches, one from Sister Brian Weddle and Sister Sasha Anderstrom. Again, just for clarification, this is ANS Grand Treasurer candidate speech from Elias Chase. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Benachish. ANS Grand Emeritus Hoonover. ANB Grand Emeritus Jackson. ANS Grand President Churchill. ANB Grand President Sobolov. Grand officers, executives, delegates, esteemed elders, and cherished guests. I am humbled to stand before you today. My name is Elias Chase, and for the past 4 years, I have had the profound honor of serving our great organization in multiple roles. It has been a privilege that has not only tested my resolve, but has also filled my heart with a deep sense of purpose. Over the last 4 years, I've worn many hats, not just as a treasurer, but as the interim secretary, second vice president, assisting ANB during convention for 3 years, and an advocate and attending to the well-being of the Alaska Native Sisterhood and Alaska Native Brotherhood. I have seen firsthand how our collective efforts impact our communities, from supporting our elders to creating opportunities for our youth. Whether it is balancing the books, helping to organize events, or stepping in whenever a hand was needed. My goal has always been to serve with integrity and dedication. The financial health of our organization is a direct reflection of our strength, our discipline, our commitment to our people. Together, we have navigated the past 4 years with sound fiscal management and ensuring our resources are used wisely to serve our mission. Now we must ensure the next generation is ready to inherit this responsibility. A strong organization isn't just one that remembers its past, it's one that builds its future. We must create a welcoming environment where young people feel their voices are heard and their ideas valued and their energy channeled through the organization. With that, I simply ask for your vote and Gonachish, Awa, Koyana, and Sisterhood.
Thank you, Sister Elias. At this time, we will welcome the candidate speech from the ANB side for Sergeant at Arms. If the ANS Sergeant could please escort Brother Chad Titel to the microphone.
Chish, Yandokanik, Yuchat Doazog, Yek Nachatziti, Ganach Tedi Ayachat, Kagwantan Yeli Kadachhan. I am from Sitka. I am the current ANB Grand Sergeant at Arms. I have been diligently serving as such in this capacity and also teaching our fellow camp in Sitka on both sides as to the best of my knowledge. And I'd like your vote in order to continue as a Grand Sergeant. Konishchish.
Thank you, Brother Titel. At this time, we would ask the Sergeant to please escort the candidates and for their candidate speech. First on the list will be Sister Brian Waddell. And then we will hear from Sister Sasha Anderstrom.
Thank you, everyone. Grand President Emeritus Richard Jackson, Grand President Emeritus Millie Schoonover. I'm looking the wrong way. I had a speech planned out, but I'm going to go off book. Most of you don't really know me. I'm from Sitka. I lived there all my life, and as a kid, I knew of ANB and ANS. The building's been there forever. But I didn't know the importance of ANB ANS until I was introduced by Chad Titel and adopted into the Kagwantan clan a couple years ago. I am amazed at the history. About the I'm sorry, I had that in my notes. I'll go back and do that. Thank you. My adopted Tlingit name is Carnish of the Raven Moeki from the Gallic KD clan. Ishka Hit House. That good? I'd like to have your vote to be Sergeant at Arms to help ANB further their goals and create harmony with all of Alaskans and people in the lower 48. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Brian. And the last candidate speech we'll hear at this time will be from Sister Sasha Anderstrom. If the sergeant could please escort Sister Sasha. Thank you.
Akas aksani hasa kliku haska chisha yadi ke kla you cut do a ke nahatsati Kwashkwana ayakat desit ayakat degwidi yadi ayakat kawantam dachkan. Education history, I've got a bachelor's degree in business administration. I've got one class, one semester left to go for my post-bac in accounting. Various certificates and trainings for federal regulations, public laws like 638, 477, federal fundings like CARES Act and ARPA and the infrastructure bill. My work history, I had a set-net permit for 10 years. I bartended for 17 years. I worked for 5 years as an interim human services director for my tribe, as well as the 477 program manager. A couple of years as a executive assistant at our native corporation, Yakutat. About 4 or 5 years as the accounting supervisor for our Yakutat Community Health Center. I currently work full-time for Lincoln Haida as a grant accountant and also part-time at the Native Corporation as a bookkeeper while going to school. I've served in various positions on different committees and boards as a chair, vice chair, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, most recently the sergeant at arms here, for committees and boards like Head Start, JOM Parent Committee, Yakutat Healthy Community Coalition. I traveled all over the states going to these trainings. I've been to DC and have talked to our House Representative Don Young in the past, Senator Frank Murkowski, and I'm not really here to advocate for myself, but just to let you know that I'm here for wherever you guys need me to be. Please.
Thank you, Sister Anderstrom. I just want to say good afternoon to all the candidates and their speeches. I will go ahead and leave the chair to our ANS Grant President, Sandy Churchill. Thank you.
We remembered. Give her a raise.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, it's almost lunchtime, and I know we said there was going to be a break and you guys are on your own, but there is also spaghetti and garlic bread back there from Camp 4 Rainbow. And it's just going to take us a couple minutes to do the Grand President Awards.
It's with great pleasure and honor that we make a simple gesture of realization of how dedicated all of you are. The two grand presidents have been observing and taking note of all of the participants, and on a special note, we would like to make some certificates so that they can be recognized and they take this home to show their local camps. The first two go to two young ladies who were at the welcoming dinner, and we asked them to do a specific thing to pass the hat. And I would like to call forward Nina Edwards and Kathleen John. So, they were thrilled to do that job because they had never been asked before, but here is the future. Kathleen, congratulations. Nina, congratulations. Thank you. Yep. The convention would not be completed if we didn't have one of the fine individuals who spent their entire life devoted to our work. And we have a certificate of achievement and recognition for Dr. Dennis Dimmer. They're going to smile when you see this or hear this next one, although I would not sing a word or a song unless the convention could hear and back up one of the fine voices we have as an elected person for the Alaskan Indian Brotherhood in fine recognition, Eric Morrison, for his song.
What are you doing to me?
Getting a raise.
Brother.
Giving you a promotion. All night we had, during the first day of the convention, a sister that was working diligently among us. She's online today. We have a certificate of achievement and long overdue, waiting for her to step into the limelight. And ANS has a great member, Heather Powell, for her work from Huna. Heather? Oh, and thank you for your work. Next to the last would be a fine young person who has worked diligently and we have probably touched every motion that he has as he learns what he does, but he does it so well. And we would like to give a certificate of achievement and award in recognition to Kevin L. And of course, not to be last, but saving the best for last. You all witnessed, you all know her, you all love the kind of thing that she brings. And Wrangell is so fortunate to have Virginia Oliver as one of their members. Congratulations, Virginia. I yield the floor to the Alaskan Native Sisterhood Grand President, Sandy Churchill. Well, let's just go to your head now.
Be there. Wait, like a teacher, I wanted to give everybody a certificate, so I have a little bit more. I'd like to thank our brother Tamsin. I'm not going to try and pronounce the last name. For all the work that she has done for both ANS and ANB. And I'm just gonna walk around and be like that. Heather, there were so many of you that all stepped in when things were going awry. And Joe, we wrote that before. Liz was another one that stepped in and told us, helped when we needed you. Oh, thank you. Jeff Rooney, he's done a lot behind the scenes for camp, all his packing money and food and 17 and happy lights. Could I please, Madam President? Sasha. You guys sent for me? No, Sasha. Yeah, it's nice. Listen. We have Sister Cecilia for all her prayers and then we need them. And do. Our youth ambassador, I keep calling her an ambassador. Emerging youth. Oh, thank you. That's right. Oh, you know, we're stepping in and talking to you. Okay. Jasmine Kinnison. And the Alonso who didn't want to be our hunter, but she accepted it. That's Selena. Oh, right. Gee. Many ladies. Oh. Or Stephanie, who also stepped in when we needed her. Paul Larson for making sure I was fed and watered. We got her Amber Wade, who has spread her legs up, and she also works at the Nolan, so. But now, geez. Rachel, I'm also paying you. Yeah. That's me, kid. He holds it. Okay. I don't speak. If I missed anybody, that's a blank. So before we break for lunch, we have Senator Dan Sullivan. We would like to have him come forward to the podium. And I'm wondering if we should give him 2 minutes or 3. Didn't get later. That's not good.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And by the way, it was great to watch all the candidates given their addresses. They were really good. How about a round of applause for all the candidates? I'm going to try and keep this short because I know we're having lunch soon, but I was on the video the other day on Thursday, and I said, very importantly, out of respect that I have for ANB and ANS, I am so excited to be here that I said, I don't want to do this on video. I want to get to Alaska and come here and meet with everybody in person. And that's out of respect for all of you and this incredible organization that you're part of. One of the greatest Indigenous civil rights organizations in history, certainly in America. And as I mentioned on my remarks, I'm just very honored to be adopted into the Tenakee Springs Camp 76 by Sasha and the Soboleff family. I wear this hat with immense pride. And so, Grand Presidents Soboleff, Churchill, Grand Officers, the entire Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood, Grand Emeritus, Presidents, I just really wanted to come here as your senator with my wife to thank you for all the great work that all of you do, this idea of service that you've talked about here in your speeches and from your candidates. It's so impressive. And I'm a huge fan of the ANB and ANS, and some of you know on issues that matter to me, to our state, to Alaska Natives, I have not hesitated to reach out to many of you and said, can you help? And I'm going to mention a few. And I ask that because you care about a lot of these issues, but you're also so well respected that when you do weigh in, it really, really helps. So let me just give a quick update on a couple things that we're working on in Washington, D.C., and then I'm going to leave a number of things that I wanted to brief all of you on, but I don't want to go too long. But first, the U.S. Army apology for the Wrangell bombing in 1869. Dr. Rosita Worrell mentioned these issues to me, the Yangon, the Wrangell, Cape military actions, and that was an issue I worked very, very, very diligently with so many of you on. You know, like we have so many veterans here. I retired from the military last year after 30 years in the Marines. I love the military, but we all know it can be a boneheaded institution occasionally. And it wasn't weak for the military to come and apologize here. It actually makes the military stronger when it admits mistakes and apologizes. I attended the Yangon ceremony, but could not make the Wrangell one, but you had a much better representation of me than me, and that was my better half, my wife Julie, who did come to the Wrangell apology ceremony at the beginning of the year, and she is with me here today. And she was very honored to receive adoption and a name from the Eagle clan here in Wrangell. I'm going to really screw up the pronunciation of her name, but it means Eagle Among the Nest by Mr. Ismail Hope did that adoption. Just as I was honored to receive the Raven clan name of Akish, which means Father of the Valley, a number of years ago. So Julie and I very much feel in the great spirit of the ANS and ANB that we're with adopted brothers. We are part of your brotherhood and sisterhood right here. We're very, very honored by that. Speaking of ANS sisters, February 16th this past year, once again in the United States Senate, my resolution to make that Elizabeth Perodovich Day passed. That's something I've been working on for a long time. My goal, we pass that every year, February 16th. Again, who did I reach out to get us to help that pass in the US Senate? All of you. So thank you. Because what I think we need to do is someday, through this advocacy, we're going to make sure that Elizabeth Perodovich is recognized as one of the great civil rights leaders, not just for Alaska, but for America. That's the goal as we do that. So thank you again for all of your hard work in terms of helping us make that happen. Let me mention another one that we're working on as soon as this coming week that I have asked the ANB and ANS to be a strong advocate for, and you have been tremendous. And that's the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Allotment Act. That's my bill that we passed with your support, but that bill did not have any lands for Alaska Native Vietnam veterans in Southeast, which was wrong. Should have the Tongass. So that bill is expiring, and not nearly as many Alaska Native Vietnam veterans got their allotment as should have had. As a matter of fact, the last administration very much dragged their feet on that. So this week, I'm working to extend that bill for 5 more years, and then work to get the Tongass as part of the land allotments, so the Vietnam vets or their family members in Southeast Alaska can finally get allotments near their home. So I'm gonna move to pass my extension of that bill this coming week in the United States Senate. And I can't thank all of you, ANS, ANB, for your great advocacy in that regard, because without you guys, we would have never gotten that bill passed. So I'm hoping that we can get it extended in a unanimous consent call that I'm going to make in the Senate when I get back to Washington, D.C. this week. So thank you again on that one. That's very important. I can't tell you how much I respect the ANB and ANS, but also, as you all know, our Alaska Native community serves at higher rates in the U.S. military than any other ethnic group in the country. It's a great element of the heritage of ANB and ANS. And those numbers in high rates of military service are particularly high with the Alaska Native community in Southeast Alaska. So thank you all for that. We're working on a couple other issues I'm trying to move forward. Some of you know about the Archie Cavanaugh Migratory Bird Treaty Amendment Act. I know you know Archie Cavanaugh was the namesake of this bill. He was born here in Wrangell, raised in Cape, and in 2012, federal agents fined Archie for including raven and flicker feathers on a hat and headdress he crafted, which I think was wrong. So we are trying to get that bill to allow Alaska Natives, artists, feathers, ivory, to be able to use that as they've always used it, as you've always used it, in a way that is not against the law, but should be supported by the law. So we are working on that as well. In addition, again, through the work, with the support of so many of you, our Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act got passed in the law. We have a big report that's looking at why certain salmon species are doing great in terms of their productivity and the strength of the runs, and others, like where my wife's from on the Yukon River, the king salmon on the Yukon have not done well at all. Why is that? How can we make sure we get what all Alaskans want, which is strong, sustainable salmon runs for everybody? We've also been working on, I know the issue of domestic violence came up in the candidates' comments. I gave a speech on this just yesterday on the Senate floor. This is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And the initiative of our Choose Respect initiative, it's all about trying to make sure we have a culture of respect, is moving forward with a bill that we had passed a number of years ago to get more legal representation for survivors of domestic violence with a focus on Alaska Native women. That is now passed into the law. And we've had nationwide a connection of almost 61,000 survivors getting legal help through this bill called the POWER Act, which we're going to keep working on, what we think is very important. Let me mention one final point that shows the power and respect of this organization. I was recently in Anchorage with the American Samoan community. There's a big American Samoan community that we have in Alaska, and they are working, and I was at one of their initial meetings, about starting up an American Samoan Brotherhood. It's an idea they have. And you know who was at that initial meeting? 2 ANB representatives saying, hey, we know a little bit about a brotherhood. We know a little bit about helping different communities achieve civil rights. And I just thought it was such a great testament to this organization that with others who are trying to do something similar, that you have Alaska Native Brotherhood representation at a meeting like that, when other groups are trying to do something similar. So the other thing I was just going to mention, we'll leave handouts, but we have this legislation that we call Budget Reconciliation Bill. The one big beautiful bill, you may have heard about it. This is going to be a really, really, really good bill for our state. And one of the reasons I wanted to mention it, sometimes in politics, you guys are running for office here, you see ads or you see things that talk about legislation. There were some ads on TV and social media saying, hey, this legislation is not going to be good for Alaska Natives. Couldn't be more in disagreement on that. This is going to be a really strong bill. It is a strong bill for our Alaska Native community in a whole host of areas, particularly when it comes to healthcare, particularly when it comes to Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. For Alaska Native communities, none of those are touched. None. Zero. Zilch. I can guarantee you that, because Senator Murkowski and I and Congressman Begich worked really, really hard on making sure our state, our constituents, our fellow Alaskans, we're going to do well in this bill. So I don't want to take all the time as you're going into lunch, but we're going to leave a lot of handouts on this. And if anyone in ANB or ANS has any questions on the implementation of this or provisions of this, please let us know, because we want to make sure you're aware. And there's been, like I said, there are a couple ads are out there kind of having Native elders or elderly Alaskans who are saying things about this bill that were not accurate. And makes me a little bit upset when you have the ads that are out there trying to scare people. But this is a strong bill for our state across a whole host of areas that I'd be glad to talk about, but particularly for Alaska Natives. And I wanted to make sure you were aware of that and heard directly from me on that, not just on Zoom, but right here as your senator. Like I said, when I heard you were having your convention, the Grand Camp, I was in DC on Thursday. I told my staff, I said, I want to go to Wrangell and be with this great community. And I got to get on a plane in 3 hours and I'm going to go right back to DC. So the whole reason I'm here is to show respect with all of you, with my wonderful wife, Julie, and just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You've done so much for our state over decades. You've been such a great example of service and commitment, not just to Alaska Native people, to all people. As I mentioned, I just saw it with the Samoan community who are leaning on your experience and your knowledge to help them. And I think that's the strongest testament to how people respect you that you can imagine. So with that, Grand presidents, thank you, both of you. I'm very, very honored to be here. I'm very honored to wear this hat, and I'm very honored to serve as your United States Senator. Thank you very much.
Madam President, Mr. President, I have a question on this.
Yes, if you could just stand by.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan, for taking your time to come here and address the organization. I was a little bit disappointed to not hear anything about the 5 left out communities from PISA. And just to mention, this is one of the communities that were left out. So I would like a little comment about it.
Okay, so for all the candidates who just gave their speeches, and you have a 2-minute you have a 2-minute time limit. You know, in the Senate, we're not known for being very what's the word? Cogent and short with our remarks. So these are my remarks, and I literally forgot to talk about the landless bill, which Senator Murkowski and I introduced. And of course, one of the communities, as you mentioned, is Wrangell. And again, ANB and ANS have done a great job. I've been working on this literally since I got to the Senate. It's another one of these issues like the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Allotment Act, that if you dig into it, it just calls out for redressing an injustice. And so we've already introduced it. And I'm really glad you asked the question because it was in my notes. And I would say that through the work that you're doing, through the work that's been done by other organizations in Southeast, I would say this bill, I don't want to jinx it, but I think it has the strongest chance of passing that I've ever seen. As you know, there's a number of environmental groups that try to block it whenever we've moved it. And I think, again, your voice really, really, really matters to get beyond the opposition of those groups. So I think we're in the strongest position I've ever seen on the landless bill. And again, I think a lot of it has to do with all of your strong advocacy. So we'll keep working with you on that. Thank you for asking the question. And I literally forgot to mention it, even though it was in my notes, because I was trying to keep my time short.
We do have Brother Willard Jackson on. Hopefully,
Senator, I may have a solution for your problem on the veterans. We were just talking about the taking of subsistence camps in the Tongass, and we had the case go through the Alaska Legal Services about 10 years ago through this Grand Camp, and they, in order to get the case in the court, they gave it to Native American Rights Fund. But in the meantime, the Secretary of Agriculture, we contacted him, and he said, "We know you would win. We would love to give you back your property." And in the love and appreciation for our Doyon brothers and sisters, we would take back our claims in the Veterans Act in order to get our subsistence camps, because many of us are descendants of these camps, and we're talking about 10 acres each of 144 sites that were documented and mapped. And we were talking before the senior officers were terminated that we were going to have ceremonial exchanges of land and co-op to start the process of transference of land back. So that would be a great help, not only for returning land to our people, but opening up property like you were hoping to do federal land for public purpose as well. So I think we could work together. Marcelo and I are ready to work with your office to do that. Thank you.
I would welcome the chance to do that. And again, I want to thank all of you. You've been incredibly patient this whole process on the bill. You know, the bill was passed, it was my legislation, the Alaska Native Vietnam Veterans Allotment Act. It was passed in 2018. And the implementation has been so slow. And you might remember my original bill had the Tongass, it had Anwar, it had everything. Because I was like, hey, this is the Native peoples, they were here first. Why should we exclude the Tongass? Why would we exclude the Tongass? That means all the Southeast Alaska Native Vietnam vets are gonna get, you know, the shaft. Yeah. And so we have to first extend the bill. It was only a 5-year bill. So that's what I'm going to try to do next week in the U.S. Senate. I hope nobody blocks me. By the way, last year at the end of the year, I got the bill extended, and then we ran out of time in the Congress. And then, very importantly, Senator Murkowski and I have a bill that would then expand the land available. Right? And we want that to include the Tongass. So you guys, our Vietnam vets here, don't have to go claim land. And, you know, my wife's a Doyon shareholder. Don't claim land in Doyon part of the state. You want the land right here where your ancestors have been hunting and fishing for thousands of years. So we're working it, but I do want to just thank you again. ANB and ANS on this bill have been fantastic. And I don't think the original bill would have passed without your guys' great support. So we'll do whatever you want to make sure that our Vietnam vets, and there's a lot of them, particularly in Southeast, but respectfully, as you know, they're getting up there in age. And gosh darn it, we want to get this done before we start losing more. So we would look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Graham President, for recognizing me. I know our other executive committee man, Willard Jackson, was online before I had raised my hand. I will yield to him if he's still there.
Willard, are you on?
Willard, are you there? We can't hear you. Through the chair, Willard, Brother Willard, we can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Madam Chair, while he works out his technical challenges, would you like me to go forward? Thank you. My name is Heather Gerko. I'm an ANB executive. I was the first woman elected since 1912 as the Grand President of the Alaska Native Brotherhood in 2019. But also, I believe I was the first person to be elected to the Alaska Native Brotherhood as a Grand President who did not reside within Alaska. So my family does come from Hoona. My mother was from Hoona. And, you know, the reality is, though, and I want to say this with all due respect, that, you know, we don't only stop at the borders, these colonial borders. So I reside in Portland, Oregon. Currently in Portland, Oregon, I'm not sure what I'm going to be going home to. We have our ANB Grand Secretary, who is also from Portland, Oregon. We have our ANS Grand Treasurer, who is also from Portland, Oregon. We have our delegates online from Portland, Oregon. And it really is concerning because we hear the wonderful things you're doing here in Alaska for us or alongside us, but also you have abilities beyond that as a brother. And you speak proudly of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, Gunnock Chief for that. But I do want to remind you too that your brotherhood and sisterhood goes beyond those borders as well in that responsibility. So my research, I did see that there is an act that has been presented by Senator Alex Padilla of California, safeguarding the use of National Guard Act, which would increase accountability and transparency over federal deployments. If you all don't know, the president has sent or wants to send 200 troops to Portland, Oregon. I can attest to you, Portland is a safe place. I live there, my children live there. I'm an advocate there. We do many things in Portland, Oregon that isn't seen on the media. So it's very concerning that we may go home to helicopters and troops on the ground that could affect us. So I would love for you to share with us your thoughts on that and how you feel if you are aware of this act, your feelings around it, or if you could have any voice or impact in it, because it truly is about accountability.
Yeah, I haven't seen the act, so I won't comment on the act. I'm a big believer in where you have issues of crime. I'll just give you an example. Now it's a little different. I did have troops deployed to Washington, D.C. That's a federal city, so the president clearly has the authority to do that. And there's communities in DC that have been just suffering huge waves of crime. I don't know what the situation in Portland is, so I'm not that person speaking to it. I will tell you one thing though, on terms of the issue of crime, this bill that I wanted to talk about, or we're going to leave materials here for. We have a whole host of areas. This really helps our state in terms of resource development, in terms of, and I am focused on Alaska, but in terms of the Coast Guard, in terms of our military. But one thing this also does really focuses on the southern border and securing the southern border. What does that have to do with Alaska? A lot of people say, hey, Dan, why do you care about this border? We're 4,000 miles away. Because we've had this giant influx of fentanyl into our communities. Alaska's had the highest overdose rates of fentanyl the last 2 years in a row of any state in the country. And that's in large measure because we had an open border of the flow with these drug cartels, who, by the way, we have Mexican drug cartels in small Alaska Native villages, poisoning our kids. We had almost 400 young Alaskans who died of overdoses last year. So to me, having strong law enforcement, which this bill does against those kind of cartels that are in our state, poisoning our kids, is something I'm very focused on. So again, I haven't seen the Alex Padilla legislation. I don't have a big understanding of what's happening in Portland, but I do think there's certain cities in America. I was just doing an interview with the press. Chicago, you look at Chicago, they have 10 weeks. Like, it's outrageous. And so I do think where there's big issues of crime, and what I've been focused on a lot, challenge in Alaska, which is a really big challenge, especially in our Alaska Native communities. Shut down the illegal flow of that poison into our communities is a priority of mine, and this bill does a lot to make it safer for our young people and all Alaskans. So thank you for the question.
Senator, because it is important, and as a brother, important as well. Come on.
Thank you.
Willard, you next.
Willard, yeah.
Senator Dan Sullivan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Jackson.
We've met numerous times in regard to the bill, the Vietnam airline allotment. I got together with the BLM. Michael Evans came down and we processed 20 men and family members here at the KIC level up north, as well as sending them to Malakatla and the Prince of Wales. My comment, sir, is I hope that bill goes through for an extension of 5 more years. My only comment on that, sir, is first of all, thank you for standing in for us. Our voice was heard across our grandfather's land. I told you that story before we met the last time. I believe that if the Tongass National Forest opens up, which is named after my tribe, the Tongass tribe, I've already got land selected out of Igigik, out of the Bristol Bay area. Upon receiving that deed, can we hold that deed if something happens down here in Southeast and trade it across for a selected land down here, sir?
So, Mr. Jackson, thank you. Thank you for your great service, not just to ANB, but to Alaska, to your country as a Vietnam veteran and someone I have the utmost respect for. It's a great idea, and I would certainly work hard to make that happen. The fact that you have a selection in Bristol Bay shows kind of the craziness of the current system. You shouldn't have a selection in Bristol Bay. You should have a selection near your ancestral home. And that's what we've been trying to get done. And again, you have been one of the great leaders on helping us. And what we're going to try and do this week is a baby step of just an extension. And once we get that extension for 5 more years in the Senate, then we're going to work hard to open up the lands near the Native communities where you're from, including in Southeast, which of all of our Native communities really did not get any land in this bill of mine because it was blocked. I won't go into the politics, but it was kind of like on the land list, it was the environmental groups who blocked it and certain senators who listened to them a lot made it so I had to shrink my bill to not include ANWR, not include the Tongass, but our goal is to do that. But it's a great question, and it's a reasonable suggestion, what you're asking for. So I want to continue to work with you on that. And thank you again for all your leadership, because I don't think we'd be this far if it weren't for you and other strong members of ANB and ANS who got us this far in the first place. We just got to keep making progress. Ashish, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I have one more, and then I believe we have a call for the orders of the day as the time is fleeting and our lunchtime is disappearing in all the respects. One more online?
I would never hold that many clinkets away from their lunch, so I promise I'll be quick. My name is Ginger McCormick, and I'm Camp 15 out of Saxman. Senator, we do enjoy your presence when you come to visit us. You always make it a point whenever you come by the island to always come in and see the leadership here. I just ask that you start acknowledging and recognizing subsistence in another view and another point. Right now, the tribes don't have jurisdictions over their waterways like a lot of lower 48 tribes, but they went to fish wars to get that kind of subsistence rights. We don't want to go to fish wars. But I ask that you start acknowledging some of the things that are coming into our waters. Here in Saxman, we locate most of our harvests through a skiff, and it's usually a 12-foot. I ask that the seaweed farms that the permits are going out, that you really start reviewing them, and they shouldn't be anywhere near our villages. Their seaweed farms shouldn't be anywhere near our natural seaweed. I ask that if you can access these seaweed farms by skiff, that they're too close. I ask that you start considering giving close relative water subsistence rights to those tribes. not just to Clinton Haida. I think the waterways of over 400 feet, just like Metlakatla has, should belong to the organized village of Saxman. I believe Ketchikan Indian community should be stewarding the 200 to 400 feet of the Ketchikan territory. I believe Yakutat should be stewarding it over their own lands. And if we did the same thing for Shitkaquan, they'd be able to protect their herring. I'm asking of this because we're Indigenous. We'll be accessing our subsistence through a canoe this next couple of years. And I expect not to see any of these seaweed farms anywhere closer than they have been. Also, please feel free to swing back by Saxman on your way back through. We have a big canoe journey coming in 2027 with over 120 different Native nations coming in, and we could definitely use your help in a couple of your ferries. Good night, Chief, Senator, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Ginger. And next time, I always love getting to Saxman, so I'll see you when I'm back. Thank you very much.
Senator Sullivan, the Grand President, respectfully said that I could stand and finish my questions. So I'll play good Ashish for your words. In 2019 to 21 as Grand President, now executive person, along with Grand President Joe Williams at the time and Heather Gurko, as we came forward to approach you in regards to the Veterans Allotment Act, but Ashish for meeting with the Southeast veterans also, and with the officers of the ANS and ANB at a crucial time. We had to do this over Zoom, and the conversation was very courageous. You made a promise that you would not leave any behind, as is a creed. I appreciate you continuing this conversation in regards to the veterans. It was really good to be able to have these discussions. They were strong discussions, and I look forward as those continue to go forward. My question, Senator Sullivan, is this. We have transboundary mining that's taking place in many other nations that are affecting the waterways in Alaska. As we go forward, I know that that's a huge concern for many of our people in these transboundary areas. What happens in one water affects the other, but this is what I wanted to say, more of a statement. Mining and extraction of our resources, and even that of our way of life and our people in our communities, is having a tremendous effect in our communities. The infrastructure that is taking place is causing a little bit of economic growth, but it's also causing a risk as far as potential hurt to our men, women, and children, as far as violence go, as they call quote unquote man camps come into our areas. We need to be very careful of that, very vigilant. Also, as ICE continues to come into Southeast communities, we're concerned about that because that's another structure coming into different areas, and not only in our villages, but in our larger communities too. So that's a concern. My last comment is in regards to we need to be on 100 or 1,000-year plan. We've been the people of this land for 10,000 years. We need to be on a plan for 100, 1,000 for the next 10,000 years, that we are not being courted just as a people on our own land to extract our resources, but that we are the seat at the table. If there is going to be the extraction of resources, our plans need to have restorative justice if needed. Or if a fish is taken, we need to receive something in trade for that fish. But first of all, if we say we will not stand down on land in a particular area, we will not stand down on that. Senator Sullivan, respectfully, I humbly ask that you advocate that we are the seat at the table when it comes to regards to these matters. Thank you respectfully. I appreciate that. But sheesh.
I can, this particular was fun. I know everybody needs to get to lunch, and Grand President Soboleff and Churchill, you've been very generous with your time, with me being here. But our, as I mentioned, this Alaska Native salmon task force that I'm very focused on. It actually was my wife Julie's idea, what's happening on the Yukon River has been really difficult, particularly for Kings, where her family's been fishing for thousands of years. But we made sure is we brought all the best minds in the world, in my view, on what's happening on our salmon runs. Some are doing really well, some are doing very poorly. That it was very focused on indigenous knowledge as well. That's all in the bill. Focus on that. And then when it comes to transboundary mining, I think we've discussed it, but when I first got elected, I made the commitment I was going to focus on that a lot. Not just talk about it, but a lot. So you might remember I took a trip with Lieutenant Governor Byron Malott, who he and I flew to Ottawa, Canada, to meet with the Prime Minister of Canada's cabinet to say, hey, we support, broader resource development in our state, but what's happening on the transboundary mining is not acceptable. And this is what the top Canadian officials, and I met with the Prime Minister of Canada twice, Justin Trudeau, twice. I pressed them on the Tulsa Chief Mine, for example, that's still leaking in the Taku River. It's closed mine. I said, you need to clean it up, Mr. Prime Minister. So we're going to continue to press on that. There's a new Prime Minister of Canada. Small world, but my wife and I actually know him because we went to college together. So I have a new advocate, but I will continue to keep my word on that. And I have. I'm not just talking, taking trips to Canada. I press the top government officials in Canada with, Alaska Native leaders like Lieutenant Governor Malott, and we're going to continue it. So you have my word on that. Ashish.
One last one.
Senator, I'm Marcelo Quinto from the Camp 70 in Juneau, and I also am a veteran, and I thank you for the things that you do there, but I am very concerned about a number of other issues. I'm concerned about the cost of living that's raising here in Alaska to all of our people. We as Native people don't have always the ability to go to a grocery store and get whatever we want. We were promised, when the president became president, that everything was going to be going down. I'm sorry, that hasn't happened. Our fuel has gone up, our groceries have gone up, our housing has gone up, and all of these things are happening. And I think that what I'm really more concerned, Senator, is that, I know you're a representative for a senator for Alaska, but you're also responsible for the rest of the whole United States sitting in that seat. And I want to know that, the president doesn't always have the correct words for us to go on living here. And I'm concerned that you need to, some point in time that you disagree with them, that you vote for it, because I am very concerned about it. I'm worried because when I go down south right now, and they're talking about Seattle and Portland, all right, I'm very dark complected. It doesn't take much, and somebody's going to stop me and say, hey, I don't think you belong here. Then how do I prove that I'm not, because they're obviously not listening in many cases. And I think that's a very concern. It's not just me, that's on the news every day. And I can tell you right now, when you listen to the news, I get very frustrated when I listen to the president say, well, they're all fake news. Well, we have 100 stations saying the same thing, and one says something different, and he doesn't believe. So I'm very concerned that you recognize when those things are right, when they're wrong, and I would hope that you would support the right. Thank you.
Well, a lot of the provisions in this bill are about reducing the cost of living. There's tax provisions, particularly for our seniors and our elders, that I think are very strong. Unleashing American Energy is going to reduce the cost of living. We have provisions for housing. But it's going to take some time, and I agree that we need to work on this issue, particularly in our state, which is why a lot of the provisions and the very specific provisions dealing with Alaska Natives are in that bill. But I appreciate your comments, and we'll continue to focus on these issues.
Stand by and thank you so much. I think you've heard the delegates who are gathered here for an historic interchange of information. And I would like to, before I call on Brother Joe, who will conclude this, to present to you on behalf of the two grand presidents of the Alaska Native Brotherhood, to Senator Dan Sullivan, a certificate of appreciation, and let's keep on going.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Joe. Be patient.
Senator Sullivan, I'd like to officially welcome you to Wrangell along with your wife. Appreciating taking 8 hours of your life flying just to come to say what you have to say. And as Grand President said, this is a historic time. I don't believe I remember any official traveling such a great distance to come for a few minutes to say what's on your heart. I, for one, as a leader of our small community of Saxman, very appreciative of your leadership. One of the things that I find really striking in today's political world, the cancellation of Indian education. Alaska Native Brotherhood, Alaska Native Sisterhood, for years pounded on the need for higher education for our children. And I would like you to turn that around and do whatever it takes to turn that around. And I honestly, I really want you to know from my heart to yours and your wife's, taking the time, up to your word when you said on Zoom, I'll be there Saturday. But sheesh.
Senator Sullivan? Senator Sullivan and your wife, could you please stand, Mrs. Sullivan? Wrangell Tribe would be remiss if we did not thank you for the bombardment when you came and supported us. We really appreciate it. My husband is behind you. He's on the tribal council. If there are any other tribal council people here, we'd really just like to thank you and like to point out, Senator Sullivan, that you have been a friend to the impaired people, handicapped, disabled people. When my son Tommy called your office that was defunct in Ketchikan, they said, this is not his office any longer. And they let you know that we had called and asked for help, and your staff and you did help restore Thomas's Social Security benefits. And I just want to thank you for that, and to thank your lovely wife for the help with the bombardment. It was a momentous thing. And like you say, we really appreciate your husband's service as a veteran, all your 30 years of service. And we really appreciate that you guys came and that you were visible. But Jewish.
It's great for lunch. Madam Chair? Yes. Yes.
So I would be a liar if I spoke.
One more announcement during lunchtime. The ad hoc committee has already been formed on the ANB side, and the chairman of that committee is Heather Kirkbrove. A round of applause. Enjoy your lunch.
And I also want to note the other committees as well that should consider a working lunch. I've got, the first one's Fisher's. Fisheries and suggested Joe Williams. Pretty is educational. Better is Sam Campos, Eric, President State, and so I've got Brother Joe for fisheries and subsistence. I've got Brother Woody for education and health committee. For the veterans committee, I've got Sam Corpuz. And then for state and federal, I have Eric. I got Brother Eric for state and federal as the chair. And then as Sasha mentioned, Brother Heather is the chair of the ad hoc committee that will be discussing the internal affair relating resolutions. So thank you.
All in the work right now, whoever's ready.
Eric says he's ready. So if you want to do state and fed, table's right over there.
about time.
Yeah. Didn't think I was gonna sing without an audience.
It needs stability.
So I put them all in that drive?
Yes.
I'm telling you, that's what I did. And then, so it is available here now?
Wait, Dave, that's gonna get it. I go up to officers. Yeah.
Yes. But Elias has sent, I forwarded this to you. No, I was saying Elias has sent out some. Okay. So the boards is that. So I guess this did not have any in this email. So I forwarded it from my computer. It is your ANS, and then I put it in the ANS drive, which should be our official one that we won't go later. Well, I don't see it. Yeah, so I mean, if you send it to all of the people, all of the,
Yes, I did double check.
so everybody have.
Yes.
Yeah. And then maybe we just have to find out who wants them printed, or maybe we just print 15 of each or 10 of each. Start. I'm trying to use the tracker. I need the tracker for right on. Right on.
That's good.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh.
I really do. There are usually some mighty worries on this.
They call about coming.
Well, if not something that was great, interaction online. Are they sit on XMPR or the because on month?
That's the reason I'm hearing vegan and all those natives. Well,
I have news for you. I'm going to talk about you. I'm applying for a job. Oh, yeah, you did. Okay, good.
I mean, CJ and Science.
But you know, I was only thinking about it. I mean, it's just a song about it. And he said, do it.
No, you're good. Unless you're in this couples, specific bodies. That you're gonna get where those infections, where is that right? Tell people can't have it.
Yeah.
I'll see you. Oh, so I know that.
We raised it.
I almost been. That's. And that's. And that's.
Here's further we want to socialize and other people. There are other good job here. What Brian is the mark?
Quite fast.
No, it's still. There we go. The market situation.
Okay, but you know, yeah. I saw the over yet. Me too. This one is spicy. Here. Oh.
Oh, yeah. You guys do that.
No, I know, I should. Somebody signed it. Okay.
So now, Bishop Sam, there are people who are brothers John and Mike.
I don't know.
And have Pete there.
I'm gonna go to. Well, yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Senate did not.
Ran away. Right?
And they have the Anchorage city. The other fact fishing standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, I was so confused.
Yeah. Yeah, you got up to that one, doesn't spend, or you're gonna eat.
Sam, how are you? On the line, by the house. So. He's halfway down. It's still full.
Oh, I'm sure. We're going to give you money for that from the care. So it'll be good to be homes every. And it's a great party.
Yes. Just out there. To give me some.
Seattle, we've been, well, I went through there.
Yeah, that's just, grass one quick there, when you get it right now, but. That back road, man, right now, you see, look at the couch.
Yeah. Yeah, we see you stay right talking about that. So I'm gonna come back and do that. Tell you something, you'll be there long.
Yeah, I thought about going around. That's what keep everything getting.
They got
Funny clips.
do this, how do you think that?
Yeah, she makes, actually makes a. English. It's on my time.
The name of these.
Yes.
Yeah, just asking what missionaries go see how to lay on.
Oh, right.
And barge.
Yeah. What kind do you fly? We're at 10:30 in the morning. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was working in UCLA, Penn State, I was up in UCLA, waiting. Believe that. 2134, and they're always soaring.
Oh, my God.
Stages, right? So, the country. Like,
They're getting me. And
well, it's a world. Pretty near. People.
yeah, so those years now.
Yeah. Otherwise, I would say, well, another bring from, great.
They got both teams are trying
Yeah. You're looking at, yeah, four now. Yeah.
One of those cases you guys got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1503 is what? From the program.
Yes.
Ready to play?
Oh, yeah, I was getting that. Great. Wow. Oh, thank you.
Same campus. Small.
I believe, well, take it off down there and then that, yeah. Well, keep that in there, because they're the I remember people believe I'm going to do it sooner. Doing science, oh, there. Yeah, yeah. So pretty good. Yeah. Gonna chat. We'll get back to the section, I need to send it. It's creating paper from the. Yeah.
He's got really new coffees. Right, you had. You really? Yeah. You got bars? Oh, yeah. You to one time, let's get it wrong. Back to the main office. Right here. Yes, he was good. Thank you, my mind. Oh, you want to do? Yeah.
The hibernation from that. This class is going to be 45 days.
Long day. I did my night too. Because the lower messengers of the older than you can be. Yeah, that 25th floor.
One of the bars and all the people. Remember those days? This past. Oh, I would see where it is get you. You want to run fast. That's no chance. When will I get pretty much? So, the paper sells mine now, the post now. Better
Ready to rock out tonight? You can hear Stan's gonna be our meeting tonight, so then you might come up for you. Rock out. Something about a long history and maybe so hard. My grandma used to sing it for Valentine's Day. Yeah, so I was well, I was not and a little bit grandma, yeah. Yeah, there, so you're up today.
Oh, yeah. I think something. I think so.
Yeah.
Holy crap, and that.
Yeah, so stop talking down.
Yeah.
I think we could do because.
Well, it could be at many separate places, so it's just easier for me to.
Watch where you're going. Okay. I mean. Okay. Girl. Yeah. I don't know about some of mine.
Okay, I told her, why don't you get somebody else to go those times?
Hey, Dots or Ale, do we need to close this window on our end? Okay, is there anything else we need right now? Okay.
Good.
Do we have any of the resolution committee chairs in the room right now? Can you raise your hand if you're a resolution committee chair? Did your resolution committees meet over the break or did they not? Okay, so I know that internal affairs has not met. It sounds like fisheries has not met. They're meeting right now. Are there any other chairs of any of the resolution committees in the room?
Don't know what resolution. Yeah, so I'm having to read through all.
Okay, the secretary does have a list. Would you mind providing him that list? It's on your computer, or I printed it out. I'm sorry, there's a printout on your table that I printed for you. That way you can see for himself which ones. Fisher here right there was Brother Eric and Brother Marcelo, I believe. Who are the other chairs of the resolution committee? What do you do better? Your education? So Joe Williams, Brother Joe Williams is for fisheries. Is there anybody who could? Joe? Did you meet her?
We appointed you. Not a week started. I know that they were. Yeah, really great. The best in the people and us most and what Eric produced a treasure with in that's right.
So I'm gonna read some names off here. So Joe Williams is the chair of the Fisheries and Subsistence Committee. Can you raise your hand, Joe? How many resolutions do you have to address with your committee? You don't have any? Okay, thank you. Woody for Health and Education, you're the chair of that committee. How many resolutions do you have to address? None? And for veterans, Sam Campus, how many resolutions do you have for veterans to address? You're the chair of the Veterans Resolution Committee. How many resolutions do you have? You have no idea? Okay. And then for state and federal, Eric, how many do you have? Do you know this one? Oh, you're reading it? Okay. And then for internal affairs ad hoc committee, I believe we have 7.
No.
Okay.
I'm just dealing with sector and Albert.
Well,
You gotta be more. Yeah.
I'm ready to fall out there, guys.
When the also under any one of the actual like the So we're not in session, but we are trying to clarify some resolution work. Could I have one of the resolution committee members come here a moment, please? Or I'll come to you. How about that first? Did you? Are we?
Sorry.
Everybody else.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, I know. Yeah. No, you. We're studying another. Okay, I'm sure that. Ready. The type of songs, right? Yeah, it's a very. Yes, I know. Well, she wants to. Talk to me about some. Yeah, let me get a song out there.
Good afternoon. It is 14:36 hours military time. I know, we make you think. I was gently asking Brother Eric if he had an intro song to this, but here are 5 things in no particular order that we need to accomplish, get out of here today. And I'm going to be asking you if you would write them down so that we can entertain the thought process of how to get to those 5 things done. Because they're all important. They're all required by our participation at this point. So in no particular order, here are the 5. Elections, resolutions, budget, Dennis Demmer, and adjournment. I'll repeat it again. In no particular order, the topics are elections, resolutions, budget, Dennis Demmer, and adjournment. I'll repeat it one more time as you're writing it down. To get out of here so that we can conclude what we have to do today, here are the topics: elections, resolutions, budget, Dennis Demmer, and adjournment. So with that large topics of these 5 things, what did you wish? President Emeritus Millie Spoonman.
Mr. President, thank you for that list. Our most important task today, and it's imperative that we do our elections. Without the election, we're not going to be able to finish out the day. Because the resolutions committee haven't met yet, that needs to happen. So my recommendation, Mr. Chairman, is elections, budget and resolutions, and if we have time to hear Mr. Dimmer. But keep in mind that in order for them to set up for grand ball this evening, we need to be out of here so that they can get it set up, because we're going somewhere else for dinner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, President Emeritus Millie, for that insightful. What is your wish? I'll ask the delegates. Dr. Van Damme.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Daphne Alvey, ANS Executive. I agree with Sister Millie that it is imperative that we take care of our resolutions, the budget, and elections. And should there be any time, which I doubt there'll be any other time, then we can hear from Brother Dennis.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daphne. Any other discussions on the disposition of these 5 topics? Chair, Heather Gerkel.
Mr. Chair, behind you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sister Eliza.
I apologize. Vice Grand Treasurer of the ANS.
Mr. Chair, Elias Chase, ANS Grand Treasurer. I would like to, given the matters that are at hand, Mr. Chair, I would like to put forth the motion that we address our elections, resolutions, as well as our budget, with the intention, if there's time left over, that we address Brother Dimmer with his comments, and would like to put that motion forward, Mr. Chair.
Second, Heather Gerko.
There's been a motion in the floor by Elias that we, in this order, have the election as first, resolutions handled next, and third would be the budget. And I hear that there is a second to that motion.
Second.
The executive man, Heather Gerko, is seconded. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, discussion.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in favor of the motion. What I do recommend, though, is with regard to Brother Dennis Dimmer, I would really like it if we could have his words recorded so that we could have that going into the future. So while we may not have the time to have this presentation here on the floor at this grant camp, if we could work with somebody either on Zoom with the grant secretaries and provide a recording, and that way you can go to all of the camps and we'll have that for posterity. Geez.
Excellent suggestion. Thank you so much, Executive Man. Any further discussion?
Ginger.
Oh, yeah, Ginger. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that if Dennis Dimmer so chooses to speak, we should stick with the agenda at hand. We're going to record his voice, and we could have recorded my grandmother's voice. But my grandmother's not here to speak with us, and if I could have 5 more minutes at Grand Camp Convention to hear her voice, I would. I think we need to honor our elders, and we need to treat Grand Camp like it used to. We used to go till 3 a.m. in the morning for elections. And because we're getting a little tired mid-afternoon, we want to cut out Dennis Dimmer, an elder. I think we should follow through with Grand Camp Convention, the agenda that we already approved, and continue on.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that information. Any further discussion on the motion? Question.
For clarification, one.
Delegate Butler.
Can I please ask for clarification in regards to the current motion?
Yes.
Can you repeat the motion, and is this in specific order as it's being presented? Is that the intent of the motion?
I believe the intent of the motion, Delegate Butler, is that we brought to the attention 5 areas that needed to be covered, and that was so that we could have some decided direction on how to get there, of which Elias suggested in his motion that we handle elections, resolutions, and in budget in that order first. Is that clear?
Okay, so we'll do elections. If this motion passes, it will be elections, resolutions, and then budget.
Yes. That clear? Oh,
You know,
wait,
I would like a point of order for a minute. I just want to bring forth a little bit of respect for individuals. Like our brother Gurko had stated online, there's a lot of comments that occur when I get up to the mic. Me as a president for a local camp, when I ask for clarification, it is because of the chaos and the unorganization that has occurred. When we call for orders of the day, it means follow the agenda as presented as a guide for us. Because I, as a delegate, stand for a clarification purpose, I don't need to hear somebody on the sideline whispering under their breath. Or I don't need to hear from an executive to say, oh yeah, let's start that timer. You know, let's show each other respect. I come here every year. I work diligently in my community. I am never disrespectful to anybody that sits in this room. I expect the same respect. So please, if you want to keep your snide remarks about how I come to the mic to ask those questions for clarification, you keep them to yourself, or you should excuse yourself because you are doing a dishonor to the hat that you wear. Thank you.
that's very nice. That is another reason why when we're in our discussion of what to do, that you have your opportunity to address the comments you have through the chair, and which we're doing, and we would like to always convey that in terms of anyone who would ask a question. The chair would recognize there was a hand over here. Executive Paul Marino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have a clarification question in regards to this motion, Mr. Chair. So after the three things are accomplished, then would we give Reverend Dennis the opportunity to speak respectfully?
Correct.
That is correct. So he would be the fourth person, fourth for the business. Correct?
The maker of the motion was to make sure that the first three were done. Right.
Okay.
And wait. And
thank you.
And is that clear for you?
Yes, thank you. So a friendly recommendation, perhaps, Mr. Grand President, has somebody explained that to Brother Dennis? If somebody could perhaps explain that to him, just so he knows what's going on with this motion, he may not.
They're doing that now.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. And thank you.
Sister Vibes.
Mr. Chair, Alliance Chase, ANS Grand Treasurer, I would just like to state my intent with the motion was to address those three items in that order, with the intention that once those items are concluded, that Brother Dever would have his respective time with us as a body. That was my full intention. It was not to disregard our Brother Dever, let alone our Mr. Executive over there. I would never disregard an elder, let alone an executive in that regard. So simply just wanted to offer that clarification.
Put it the motion. The maker, excuse me. Declan Woody.
Mr. David said anybody can do that. Mr. Chair, I asked Dennis Devitt if he was okay with the motion, and that afterwards, if there was time, he could speak, and he's okay with that.
But he was okay with it.
Yes.
Sister Elias, does that concur with what the maker of your intent that Brother Dennis has said he has no problem with that?
Yes, that is the original intent.
All right, thank you. Online, go ahead.
suspend the rules in order to change the agenda.
The wishes of the delegates wish to change, they can. Any further discussion? Councilman Heather?
Mr. Chair, Heather Gergo, ANB Executive.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, that was my understanding of the motion that I did second. So I wanted to make sure that was on the record. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's the way that the chair perceived it, so the motion is ordered. Any further discussion? Executive and, what you've spoken once before, make sure there's someone else. Yes, of the parish.
Peter Karras, President ANB, Camp 1. If it was Sister Eliason's intent to have Dr. Denmark speak, then why isn't it just included in the motion, just included, instead of saying these three things, and then if we have time, and I'm going by what I'm hearing, it's like, let's honor our elders and let's honor their wisdom and their knowledge and let them pass it on to us. And I agree. I mean, I've stayed at meetings till 1 in the morning getting things done. So I don't have any problem staying. I mean, we're gathered. Let's get this done properly. Thank you very much for your time, Chief.
Thank you very much, Brother Karras. I'd like to, we also have President Emeritus Billy Schoonover, and who else in the audience? No, or online? Emeritus Billy, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Karras, I think the reason why this was brought forth is because of time constraints. We have to be out of here so they can set up for grand ball. Those 3 items are items that have to be taken care of before we adjourn. Those are 3 very important marching orders for us. And it's not to be disrespectful of anyone because we've been running behind schedule on our agenda. These are 3 important items that need to be done. That was the only reason why that was brought forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Billy. Yes, once again, Executive Paul Marino, this is your second opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, Pellegrino, ANS Executive, I call for question. No further discussion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
The question's been called for on the motion. To restate the motion, it's been moved that the following 3 items be handled in this particular order, that they be elections, then resolutions, then budget. Any further discussion? Is the question been called for? All those in favor of the motion?
Online voting? Yes, sir.
I'm sorry,
ACP. Our online voting, Mr. President.
okay. Your purposes have the online voting. So,
Mr. President, the motion, they're getting the motion prepared.
yes.
And then it will be brought for vote. You asked for a live vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
I got it and I corrected. I apologize.
I apologize, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have our online voting who has, I believe, an accurate stating of the live motion. It's been seconded, so we'll wait for, is there an accurate APC or?
Okay, this is Michael from ACP. We have a motion, a ballot ready that reads motion to proceed with elections, resolutions, and budget. So please go ahead and navigate to your voting platform. You may need to sign in again, so we'll give you a little bit of extra time, but please go ahead and cast your vote on this motion. You can see it on the screen now.
Sure. Yeah, that don't have like legislation. And bring out read to it. These are about plus in, but like I said, good book.
Friendly reminder that the support information is in the chat. And we're going to start a timer shortly, but we just want to give you guys a little bit of extra time to, in case you need to sign back in after the lunch break. So once again, please reach out to us if you're having any issues with your voting.
Raise your hand if you need some assistance on the vote. I have one hand here. Raise your hand if you need some assistance to do your vote.
We're just coming up on 30-second warning. So please, once again, let us know if you're having any issues. We can hold the vote open for a little longer. But our support is currently clear, so we're going to close it up at the end of the countdown if we don't hear it.
Yes, we have still one that needs assistance and they're tending to it now, maybe two. So please stand by.
Okay, we will hold off on closing the vote until we get confirmation that those folks are okay.
No problem with somebody with activity. Hey, it's good. Hey.
Yeah. We understand there's technical issues which they're working to sorting out now. Thank you very much, Tamsin. And one more help being there. And I think Brother Eric, Brother Eric, yours is okay?
I voted.
Okay. So we only have one left. We need assistance and they're working on it now. Is progress being made?
What?
Oh, 1 minute.
Great, ACP is just, we're just holding tight. We're not closing the vote yet because we are helping one person through the chat as well.
Okay, so yeah. Let us know when we reach the agreement on input over the technical issues. All we have left is the one in the chat room. And Brother Campton, it's okay, good,
We got Sister Kathleen credentialed,
good.
and so we'll give her a moment.
Okay, so just. Okay, we're ready to go on this end. Our electronic people.
Okay, just one moment. We're just confirming that one other person is okay. Please stand by. Can we just have someone confirm something with us in the back channel, please?
President Camden?
I'm working on it. But, Michael, we're working on that. Thank you. I need to get clarification.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll just hold this open for now.
While we're waiting, which should be results here shortly, do any of you recall when in the good book, the Bible, there was the first doctor? And time's up. It's when Moses came down with 2 tablets. Okay, Brother Sampson,
I got a joke.
go ahead.
Where does it say in the Bible that the husband has to make coffee for the wife? Hebrews.
Oh, we've approached some dangerous territory, but thank you very much. Anything from our electronic feed before we call our Paulette Marino, our executive person, ANS?
Okay, in the Pioneer Home in City, I heard these 2 little ladies sitting on the bench talking, and one of them looks over at the other and says, what do ANB and ANS have in common? And the other one said, their middle name. Get it?
Okay, now that we have your attention and humor, this is always wise because many of us who attended ANB meetings in the past when it was tense, someone would get up and tell a humorous story, and it's good to see that that's alive and well today. Way to go. Any words from the desk people?
Yep, we're just going to jump in now. We are able to close the vote now. We've got all the issues sorted out. So please stand by for the results.
To adjust it on our end.
Talking you on the election.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you?
Okay.
LA, do I need to change this to what view?
If you change it to speaker view up in the top right-hand corner, there's a little button that says view. Switch it from gallery to speaker.
All right, are we good? Okay, thank you, ACP.
Thank you. Yes, Brother Heather.
Or to speak to what happened, whether it's speaking on the buffer.
Yes, there's been a request by the gentleman at the purpose to address the issue on the board before we announce the results of Brother Elias, Sister Elias's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heather Gergo, ANB Executive. I want to acknowledge Sister Rhonda's comments earlier. I feel we moved past them without finding a resolution to it. I speak to this because this has happened over many years, and this isn't to scold or to shame anybody right now. This is a learning organization, and we keep leading into the fact that we are a learning organization. And we have younger ears and older ears who maybe have just joined convention for the first time. And if they hear anybody, and I don't know who said what because I didn't hear it, if they hear that happening, that's what they're taking home to their communities, that we don't lift each other up, that we don't have each other's back, that we mock each other or say snide comments. So I did actually bring a resolution through our camp this year with regard to behavior and the way we should show up for each other. So I know they're with the resolution committees now, but I'd like to bring attention to 2519, strengthening unity and accountability on the ANB and the ANS Grand Camp. And it says a lot about who we are in the whereases, but it also says, whereas in today's environment, social media and other public platforms, which can be too easily misused as outlets for venting frustration or criticizing fellow Grand Camp members, creating unnecessary conflict, public division, and harm to the reputation of our organization. And a strength-based approach to leadership requires that we commit to lifting each other up, communicating respectfully, and addressing differences through appropriate organizational processes rather than through public or personal attacks. I'm not going to read the whole resolution, but I think we need to hold each other accountable. And so I encourage anybody who may have said something to definitely take Sister Rhonda aside and apologize. And offer up a fine to the Sergeant at Arms. And it can be privately. Again, we're not about shaming each other, but we need to make sure we're showing up for each other. Geez.
Thank you very much. And announcing the results of the voting on Sister Lives motion that we do elections, resolutions, and the budget. The vote was 27 yes and 3 no. So the motion passes. What's that? Oh. It changed since the last time I saw it. I stand corrected. It was 47-3.
I want to know who the three are.
So with that understanding, thank you very much for your patience. We didn't mean to occupy 40 minutes of your time, but that's the way it goes. I call on Brother Heather Groko to launch us into the election process. Thank you.
So here we are, everybody. Very exciting time for us. At this time, due to the fact that we were doing a roll down option, we have positions listed. I don't know if ACP, do you have the list of candidates?
Yes, we do.
Can you please put on the screen the candidates for ANB Grant President?
Oh, sorry, just a sec. We don't actually have it in a document. We have a list here that we could put in a chat, or we can just create a document really quickly, but we'll just need like 30 seconds to do that.
Thank you. Well, I'll go ahead and share what I was going to share and just let us know when you're ready.
Sure.
So the names that we have currently are Woodrow Watson, Peter Karras, and Sasha Sowa for the ANB Grant President. As we agreed upon yesterday and spoke about earlier today, we will be reopening the nominations for that office. So at this time, I am reopening nominations for all offices, and we will first address the ANB Grant President office. So as we're getting the names up, I will go ahead and ask, are there any further nominations for the office of ANB Grant President? Are there any other nominations for the office of ANB Grant President? Third and final time, are there any other nominations for the office of ANB Grant President? Nominations for ANB Grant President are now closed, and we will go into an election. As soon as ACP has that ready, we'll display the names of the candidates on the screen. I'm embracing the reality that I need bifocals. So if I go like this, it's because I want to see you. I can't see this without them.
Sorry, just one sec. We're just creating a quick PowerPoint so that we can go through these. Just bear with us for a moment.
Thank you, Michael. And while you're in that process, can you prepare the ballots for all three candidates? Or for the slate?
Sorry, for all nominations?
For ANB Grant President only at this time.
Just for ANB Grant. Okay.
As we prepare for this election, I'm wondering, since we don't have any additional names at this time, and I apologize, Michael, if we could just open the ballot and move into it since we're not adding anybody.
Sure, just one moment. And just while I'm opening up the ballot, that'll take a second too. There we go. Alejandro has it up there. Sorry for the delay there, and we'll just be another 30 seconds or so opening the ballot.
Thank you, just let us know. To see before you the three candidates for ANB Grand President. And on the back end, would it be helpful if our secretaries provide the names in the WhatsApp or chat for you, or what would be best?
No, it's okay. We have the names. We just had it in like a spreadsheet that wasn't very easy to display, so we just wanted to put it in a slide for you folks. But also just a quick update that the ballot is open now. So you're good to go ahead and go to your voting platform and vote in the election.
Thank you. The ballot is open. Please cast your vote.
Right.
Okay, and I think we're just going to go ahead and put a 2-minute timer up now. We just wanted to give a little extra time, this being the first election, give everyone a chance to look at the names and vote thoughtfully and carefully. And we have no support currently, but we're going to give it the full 2 minutes here for this first one, and just let us know if there's anyone else trying to vote. Please let us know as soon as possible.
Around. It would be majority plus one per our Constitution.
And just a 30-second warning to cast your vote, please.
Is there anybody who's having difficulty voting online or in the room?
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right, okay, first, Brother Willard is, okay, brothers.
Oh, hold on, wait for one microphone, I apologize.
Real quick, I think our elder Ed Edmo is having some technical issues on, I'm not sure if it's related or to the platform, if ACP can address that with him, please.
Sorry, can we get the name again?
Ed Edmo. And Grand Secretary Townsend, you had said Willard originally was on an error, or was there also a challenge for Executive Member Willard Jackson?
They cleared the screen. I think there was an error, but they got it taken care of. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'd like to remind those who are online to understand that the chat is not confidential, so please do not put any confidential information in the chat unless you're directly sending it to somebody. Yes, everybody can see what's in the chat when it pops up on the big screen. Thank you. I apologize. I'm not on Facebook, everybody. Just so you know, I'm on the back channel, just checking in case there's a message. Okay. And Don, so when you do display, will you do it as we've done in the past with the percentage and the total?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Madam President?
Oh, I'm no longer that, but thank you. I'll take Madam Chair. But
Madam Chair.
as we've done it in past years, we've done the percentage and the number of ballots cast. Is that what we plan to do today as well? So we see the graphic when you put it up?
We could put the total. Right now, we just have, similar to the motions, we have like the number of people that voted and the percentage. Do you need a total number of ballots cast as well? Is that correct?
I think we've only got, oh, good, Alejandro, yes, you definitely,
Okay.
you've all done.
Excellent. Thanks, Alejandro. And we are still, just as an update, we are still working with one person trying to get their vote in. So please stand by. So we're just having some issues getting a reply from the person who was having issues. So I think we're gonna have to go ahead and close, unless just give us a few more seconds here. But yeah, they're not answering our communication, so I think we're gonna have to close.
Really quick, Delegate Edmo, are you able to hear us? Are you having challenges? Okay, you can call Delegate Edmo if you want to call the number. They can put it in the chat for you, and then they can help you with that, or move by phone. ACP, can you put your number in the chat?
Yeah, absolutely. 1 second.
How many jokes? I wish I could. I'm good at jokes.
So the number's in the chat. Please feel free to give us a quick call and we'll walk you through it.
Great, and then please just give a heads up before you display. We do have a joke on the floor, Sister Elias. Sister Elias is the joke, I apologize. But asking her to share. I will pay that fine if I need to. He's my nephew.
Elias Chase, ANS Grand Treasurer. So the friendly joke that I have, and it was one that was told to me by one of my high school teachers. It was one that I was having a rough day, but it kind of caught me off guard, but in a good way. So the joke that was told to me is, does anyone know why the baby strawberry cried? Its parents were in a jam.
No, and his sister, Executive Woman Colette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Got anybody from Angoon here? Okay. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Angoon.
Angoon.
Angoon to get you.
Sister Bidell. He might have not have joke to do. Is anybody from Huna? Any Huna? Knock, knock. Who's there? Huna. Huna who? Who the heck are you?
No,
Yeah, they are. Executive Committee Woman Cecilia. Yeah, this is the goofy one. A wife told her husband, husband told wife, embrace all of your mistakes. She turned around and gave him a hug. Grand Officer Virginia.
Executive, not executive, but Grand Camp, second Vice Virginia Oliver Camp, #1 local. I must address Elias's joke. When he's talking about being in a jam, what did one blueberry say to the other? If it was fat and juicy, we wouldn't be in this jam.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. We have results from ACP.
Yeah. So, sorry. We're just going to jump in here. We do have everything ready to go now. We've got the vote in, and we're just going to go ahead and display the results now.
So congratulations, we do have a majority. Woodrow Watson will be our next ANB Grand President.
Thank you, everybody. This has been a wonderful experience having in person again. It's been too long. And I hope we continue this on, now that we're done with the pandemic. We need to get back together again and have all this visiting and resolving stuff together. Thank you again.
Thank you. As a reminder, for those who did not receive the highest number of votes, you can be nominated for the next office. But first, we will move to the ANS Grand President. And then when we go back to the ANB side, well, I guess this is a question. We did the nominations and we did the speeches alternating. Is everybody fine with doing it that way for office? Or would you like to do all ANB, all ANS? Alternating, thank you. So we'll go ahead and go to the ANS Grand President. The two candidates that I have on my list are Sister Rachel Marino and Sister Sandra Churchill. Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand President? Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand President? Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand President? Nominations for ANS Grand President are now closed. If docs could please prepare a ballot with Sister Rachel Marino and Sister Sandra Churchill as the candidates. Thank you.
Absolutely, that ballot is now ready and we have just opened it up. So please log back into your voting platform. You'll need to click that dashboard button to refresh your page, and then you can go ahead and cast your ballot for ANS Grand President.
That's first vice.
Thank you, ACP. It looks like what you had displayed was the wrong office for the names. Is the ballot in fact ANS Grand President?
Oh, shoot, let me... you're correct, sorry about that. Just stand by, we'll fix that up.
Come out.
Okay, apologies for that. We have the correct ballot open now. Sorry for the confusion there. Please go ahead and cast your ballot for ANS President. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and currently our support is clear. there's any issues in person, please let us know, but we're at about the 40-second mark. If we don't hear anything from in person, or if we don't get any more support requests, we will be closing in approximately 30 seconds. Okay, our support is currently clear, so we're going to go ahead and close that ballot up. Please stand by for the results.
The ballots are in, and Sandra Churchill will be the next returning ANS Grand President.
Without change, I look forward to the convention that you can with lots of good news. Chief.
Thank you. We will go ahead and reopen the nominations for ANB First Vice President. Currently, we have one nominee of Andrew Roberts. Are there any other nominations for ANB First Vice President? And ECP, if there are any hands online, please let me know. Are there any other nominations for ANB First Vice President?
Currently no hands up, Madam Chair.
Are there any other nominations for ANB First Vice President? Hearing none, nominations for ANB First Vice President are closed. With no opposition, the new ANB First Vice President is Andrew Roberts.
So I just say this, thank you very much. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what to really say, but I'll try my best.
There was a tough 10 days, brother.
The chair recognizes Executive Committee Woman Paulette Moreno.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to cast a unanimous ballot for the appointment of Andrew Roberts as ANB First Vice President.
Thank you. The motion has been made to cast a unanimous ballot for the election of Andrew Roberts to ANB First Vice President. It's been seconded. Oh, it's unanimous. Are there any objections? The chair will ask the ANB and ANS grant secretaries to cast a unanimous ballot for Andrew Roberts for ANB First Vice President. Thank you. I think he's going to do this for us. Hold on a second. Maybe I can. What? Huh? Oh, okay. Thank you. So we will move to the office of ANS First Vice President. The current candidates are Sister Heather Mills, Sister Vidal Baker, and Sister Lynette Moreno Hines. I just want to confirm that the names are spelled correctly. All right, I will reopen the nominations for ANS First Vice President. Are there any further nominations for ANS First Vice President? there any other nominations for ANS first vice president? Are there any online? Can't see them. Are there any other nominations for ANS first vice president? Hearing none, nominations for ANS first vice president are closed. We have the three candidates. If ACP could please create the ballot for Sister Heather Mills, Sister Vidal Baker, and Sister Lynette Moreno Hinn. Is it Hins or Hines?
Yeah.
Hins, thank you.
Absolutely. So that ballot has been created and is now open. So please, once again, go to your voting platform and cast your ballot.
Yes, Sister.
Thanks. Madam Chair, Brian Weld, Camp 4 ANS First Vice. Are we not doing the roll down? Does Ms. Marino not get a chance to roll down in that position?
Thank you for asking for the clarification. The roll down would take effect, it reopens the nominations, and if Sister Marino was not nominated, she would not be put on the ballot. So it's an opportunity, if so, somebody could nominate them. Thank you.
We're just under a minute left. We're seeing no support on our end, but if there's anything in person, please let us know and we'll hold the ballot open for a bit.
Thank you.
Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
The ballot is on the screen. Heather Mills has received the winning votes. Congratulations to you, Sister Heather Mills. Has there any sort of the body, Sister Heather? Sister Heather Mills, are you online?
Quiet.
Congratulations to Sister Heather. We will now move to the office of ANB Second Vice President. The current candidate is Matthew Anderstrom. I will reopen the nominations for ANB Second Vice President. Are there any further nominations for ANB Second Vice President? Are there any further nominations for ANB Second Vice President? Are there any further nominations nominations for ANB's second vice president? Hearing none, nominations for ANB's second vice president are closed. The chair would be willing to entertain a motion. Please go ahead, Sister Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I ask to cast a unanimous ballot for Matthew Anderstrom for ANB Grand Vice President. Second Grand Vice President.
Thank you. Unanimous consent does not require a second. Is there any objection? The chair will ask the ANB and ANS Grand Secretaries to cast a unanimous ballot for Brother Matt Anderstrom as ANB's second vice president. Congratulations. And to Sergeant Martin, please vote.
Thank you very much. Will do my best to fulfill all the duties of the office. I'm excited to learn from everybody, and thank you very much.
The next office will be ANS second vice president. We currently have two candidates, Sister Virginia Oliver and Sister Rhonda Butler. I will reopen nominations for ANS second vice president. Are there any further nominations for ANS second vice president? The chair recognizes Brother Liz.
Thank you. I would like to nominate Lynette Marino-Higgins.
Thank you. Lynette Marino-Hins has been nominated. Do you accept that nomination, Sister Hins? Thank you. Are there any further nominations? I do see Sister Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian Wells, ANS Camp 4, first vice. I'd like to respectfully nominate Rachel Marino for this position.
Thank you. Rachel Marino has been nominated. Would you accept that nomination, Sister Brandy?
Madam Chair, thank you. I was taught not to decline any nomination, so I will accept. And thank you. Thank you.
The virtual Brother McCormick.
Oh, thank you. Brother McCormick, did you have a nomination for ANS second vice president?
McCormick, Camp 15, I'd like to nominate that next generation you keep asking for, Vidal.
Thank you, Brother McCormick. Vidal Baker has been nominated. Sister Vidal, will you accept that nomination for ANS second vice president?
Yes, I.
Thank you. For those online, Sister Vidal does accept that nomination. The chair recognizes Sister Rhonda Butler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to take this moment to extend a great appreciation to what Sister Rachel has stated in regards to a very, very old custom that has come from our esteemed elders. That is one of the values that I was raised under. And I believe that along with that, I would like to withdraw my name from the second vice president nominations and support Rachel Marino and anybody who would support that.
Thank you very much. Sister Rhonda has withdrawn her nomination. Are there any further nominations for ANS second vice president? This is my third call. Hearing none, nominations for ANS second vice president are now closed. If ACP could please create a ballot for Virginia Oliver, Lynette Marino Hins, Rachel Marino, and Vidal Baker.
Absolutely. So we have that one prepared and ready to go. So that ballot is now open. Please go ahead and cast your ballot.
You mentioned 4 names. You mentioned 4 names for the ballot. There's currently only 3.
Just to clarify.
Okay, sorry, we're going to go ahead and close that ballot and just double check through the back channel. We may have gotten a miscommunication here.
Oh, was that the vote had only 3?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just stand by while we confirm everything up here. Okay, so we have a ballot for Virginia, Lynette, Rachel, and Vidal. We're just going to finalize that. Just give us a few moments. Okay, and that ballot is now open.
Thank you. Please cast your vote.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. Good morning, please. I'm waiting. Yeah.
As we're voting, I want to call attention to the box sitting here on my left. This is our election box, and generally when we do elections with paper ballots, we utilize this box. So I just wanted those who don't know that to recognize that this is a very special piece of our history and who we are as ANB and ANS.
Okay.
And seeing no support on our end, let us know if there's anything in person. We can hold the ballot open a bit. But currently our support's clear, so we'll be closing up in about 20 seconds. Okay, and that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results. And just a few more moments, please stand by for the results, just confirming a couple quick things.
So the results are displayed on the screen behind me.
Yeah, sorry, just stand by for 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
That's actually not correct. 1 second.
Thank you. So we do not have a majority plus one at this time. Majority plus one would be what, 52 or 26, right? 26. So at this time, if ACP could prepare another ballot.
Yep, we're just working on getting a runoff ballot prepared. Just stand by.
One moment, please. Go ahead and bring your microphone to ANS Exec Daphne Albee. Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we drop the lowest? The lowest? We don't have rules specifically to that, and we didn't identify, so I'll defer to our parliamentarian.
Does correct the election rules presented, Madam Chair did not outline. You are correct, Madam Chair. The rules that the body had adopted for elections did not address dropping the last candidate. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Executive Eric Morrison. Can we wait for a microphone, please?
I'll request that the two lowest vote getters withdraw their candidacy for the good of the order. so we can get on with business. Thank you.
That is a recommendation. That would be up to the people who receive the two lowest votes. I will recognize Sister Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegates, I would like to withdraw my nomination. I did fulfill my obligation by accepting the nomination. However, I do stand by my values and beliefs and upholding our youth. So I withdraw my name.
Thank you, Sister Marino. Sister Marino has withdrawn her name. At this time, can I'm so sorry. I do recognize Sister Hinz, Marino Hinz.
Yes, Madam Chairman, and I withdraw my name and hope to run again next year. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Sister Marino Hinz has also withdrawn their nomination. But I'll choose for your sister. At this time, we have two candidates on the ballot. If ACP could please create a ballot for Sister Virginia Oliver and Sister Vidal Baker.
Excellent. We have that ready, and it is now open for you to vote on. So please go ahead and cast your ballot.
Thank you.
And just a 30-second warning to cast your ballots, or please let us know if you're having any issues whatsoever, either in person or online. Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Congratulations to Sister Virginia Oliver.
It's hard. There was a lot of ladies involved in that. I really appreciate your confidence in me and carrying forth the orders for Grand Camp. It's very interesting to look at the ANB Grand Camp document library. And I have been looking through it in the last few days. I'm not disrespecting everybody by not looking up when I'm back there. But I've been reading very interesting documents, and I'm very pleased to be elected by you. Thank you for your confidence in me. Do it. I would like to say, I'd like to thank Executive Woman Paulette Marino for the nomination.
Yes, the chair recognizes ANS Grand Emeritus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to commend Vidal. This is her first convention. She's young and full of energy. Please don't be discouraged. It's hard when you have 2 or 3 candidates from the same camp. But please note that we love and appreciate you and your energy. Buenas noches. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And congratulations, Virginia. Vidal, thank you so much for putting your name and your voice forward. We have seen you and we will call upon you. You don't need the title to be a leader. And we recognize you as a leader. And to Lynette and Rachel, thank you for your service and for helping with everything. I know that Mom, through the chair, Mama, very mother. I know you're very proud of Rachel and Lynette for their service too, but thank you to all the candidates for putting their name in. I love you guys.
So at this time, we will move to the ANB Grand Secretary. There is one name currently, Tamsin Alzayed. I will reopen nominations for ANB Grand Secretary. Are there any further nominations? Are there any further nominations for ANB Grand Secretary? Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for ANB Grand Secretary? Hearing none, nominations for ANB Grand Secretary are closed. What is the wish of the body? Chair recognizes Executive Committeeman Eric Morrison. Please wait for our microphone. I know you have a very loud voice, but we want everybody on too.
I move that we pass the unanimous vote for the successful candidate.
Any objection? The chair asks the ANB and the ANS Grand Secretaries to cast a unanimous ballot for Tamsin Alzayed for ANB Grand Secretary. Brother Tamsin, would you like to address the body?
Again, it's been a rough couple of days for all of us, especially dumping the printer on my foot. I'm here to serve in any capacity. I may not live here, but this is my home. Ahlen Gudish.
We will now move to the ANS Grand Secretary. We have one name, Sister Selena Conklin. Is this with regard to a nomination? I have not opened nominations yet, so give me just one moment. Nominations are now open for ANS Grand Secretary. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Sister Rhonda Butler.
Ashish, ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. I nominate Vidal Baker.
Thank you. Vidal Baker has been nominated. Sister Vidal, would you accept that nomination? Thank you. If ACP could please add Sister Vidal Baker. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Secretary? Are there any online? Here. Oh. I do recognize Sister Val.
You have so many great options each time. Val Massey, ANS Camp 1, Vice President. I nominate Ginger McCormick for ANS Secretary.
I appreciate that nomination, as I'm sure Brother McCormick does, but a brother cannot be nominated for a sister position.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's okay. So I think that was my third call. So at this time, nominations for ANS Grand Secretary are now closed, and ACP can please create a ballot for Sister Selena Conklin and Sister Vidal Baker.
Okay, we're just finishing that up. It'll just be a couple more moments. Okay, that ballot is now open for ANS Grand Secretary.
I apologize, I've not been taught how to say your name, Sister Selena Conklin. Okay. Everybody, Glenn. Glenn. Okay, thank you. Now I know, and I can't mess it up.
Okay, and support seems to be clear on our side. Please let us know if there's anything in person, but otherwise we have a little bit less than a minute to go and we'll be closing up the ballot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Could one of the Sergeant of Arms please come up and see Sister Virginia?
Okay, and that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
So ballots have been cast. Our new ANS Grand Secretary is Sister Vidal Baker. And as Sergeant of Arms, would you please thank her and her.
Well, thank you. Can you tell I'm nervous? First of all, I'd really like to thank all of the lovely women before me and the women that I am running against, because these women are phenomenal. Not only are the people that I have learned from, but these are the people who I love and I cherish. But all in all, it would be a disservice to myself and my grandfather if I didn't recognize him. It is thanks to Ken Lewis Sr. I stand here before you, so sorry, that I stand here before you and that I am loud and proud and willing to represent the people of my community and all of your communities. Go Chief.
At this time, we will move to the ANB Grand Treasurer. There is currently one nominee, Brother Liz Roberts Merricks. At this time, I will reopen the nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer. Are there any further nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer? I do recognize Sister Val.
Apologies for before. Massey, Camp 1, I nominate Ginger McCormick for ANB Treasurer.
Thank you, Brother McCormick has been nominated. Brother McCormick, to accept that nomination.
Chair, Virginia Oliver, second Grand Vice. The delegate, there's not a delegate nominated. Oh, Randall delegates are there.
Thank you. I do want to make a clarification that I was unaware of. You must be a delegate to nominate. I do see that we have Sister Val. Yes, Adele.
What? Wait. Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Our virtual delegation, there's a question asked if we're muted. Can you please check to make sure they can hear us?
Thank you. Online, are you able to hear us in the main room? If somebody could unmute and clarify. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Was there one person with a technical that needs support?
This was a message.
Thank you. If that person in the chat is having challenges, please do reach out for support. The chair recognizes Sister Vidal.
I would like to nominate Brother McCormick as the ANB Grand Treasurer.
Thank you. Brother McCormick has been nominated for ANB Grand Treasurer. Brother McCormick, do you accept that nomination?
I accept.
Thank you. Brother McCormick has accepted. Are there any further nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer? Are there any other nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer? Hearing none, nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer are now closed. If ACP could please create a ballot for Brother Liz Roberts Merricks and Brother Ginger McCormick for ANB Grand Treasurer.
Yeah, it will just be a few moments preparing that. Please stand by.
I apologize to Brother McCormick. All the other candidates have been given the opportunity to address the body. As that ballot is being prepared, would you like to share a 2-minute speech?
You know how to make me nervous, Brother Crow? I'm just, okay, let's just give me a quick second. My name is Ginger McCormick. I'm currently just city clerk for the city of Saxman. former member of the Bar of the Clinton Haida Travel Courts Bar Association. I'm an advocate. I'm a cultural expert witness for travel courts and state courts. I'm just a regular schmegular Tlingit that likes to get things done, and I follow Alaska state statutes. I keep up with all the current policies and stay active within the political world and just the everyday ANB life. I'm excited to get Saxman moving, and hopefully we'll be helping Ketchikan host next year, but we'll see. I'm good with numbers. I'm biochemistry degree, so I've taken all the calculus series, differential equations, and physics. And I'm excited for the other candidate. I think they're great too, so I hope you vote with your heart and have a good convention. That's all I gotta say. Happy voting.
Awesome, and I can confirm ACP has got that ballot ready to go, and it is now open.
Thank you. The chair recognizes ANS exec Paulette Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the chair, and perhaps you may seek the guidance of the parliamentarian. Yesterday, Brother Harriet from Sitka had nominated Liz, and Brother Liz. However, she's an alternate, and it was asked the other day to several different officers if that was in order, of which they said yes. But on the last ruling, since it was stated that it had to be a delegate to rise to make a nomination, I'm wondering how you would like to proceed now, because we're in voting, because if a delegate, as a privilege was given before, if a delegate could rise and make that nomination, I think, Brother Harriet was not aware of that, but it was checked with two other people. So we thought it was okay, but you're ruling on the last one. So just clarification, or how would you like to proceed respectfully, Madam Chair?
Thank you. The chair was unaware of that. And again, this is a learning opportunity for all of us. I would like to defer to our parliamentarian.
Kevin Allen, parliamentarian. This is indeed a learning opportunity. This is regarding action we have already taken regarding a previous election. I would like to ask our parliamentarian emeritus a very specific question here. Would a suspension of the rules remedy this so that we can at least continue and allow that with the ruling that only delegates can make appointments? Would suspension of the rules now at least dispense with the impasse here?
situation is that the person who is, one of the people who are nominated by an alternate estate, is an alternate? Thank you. So this, we will strike this ballot? Or does that mean that Brother McCormick will automatically? Or open up nomination? Will reopen nomination? That's what I. Yes. Liz and Brother Liz from Sitka. Like, can we open the nomination? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair does recognize Brother Peter, but the chair is ready to make a decision on this. Is it with regard to this situation, or are you wanting to make a nomination?
I'd like to make a nomination.
Okay, if you could hold that, please. The chair will ask for ACP to strike that ballot. And at this time, as we are under learning together, I will reopen the nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer. Again, as we're learning together, are there any delegates who would like to make a nomination for ANB Grand Treasurer? I recognize Brother Peter Karras. Thank you.
I'm Peter Karras, president of ANB Camp 1 Sitka, and I'd like to nominate Elizabeth Roberts, Brother Elizabeth Roberts for Grand Treasurer.
Thank you.
Meredith.
Thank you. There has been a nomination for Brother Liz Roberts Merrick's, is what I have down. Is that correct? Thank you. The chair recognizes Executive Committeeman Joe Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Joe Williams nominates Ginger McCormick for the office of Treasurer, Grand Treasurer.
Thank you. That nomination has already been made and was valid. Thank you. Are there any further nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer? Thank you. I do recognize Executive, I apologize, Grand President Emeritus, Billy Schoonover.
Okay, Madam Chair. Each camp has 3 delegates. And I see 4 ANB members over there. In the event one of those delegates had to leave for whatever reason, then the alternate would step in, but because they have a full delegation, the alternate would not be able to run. Just point of clarification.
Thank you so very much for that. For the third call, are there any other nominations for ANB Grand Treasurer? Hearing none, nominations are now closed for ANB Grand Treasurer. If ACP could please create the ballot for ANB Grand Treasurer.
Okay, we're just putting the final touches on that ballot. And we are ready to go. That ballot is now open. Please, if you voted already, please remember you still have to vote again. The last ballot has been declared void, so please go ahead, cast your ballot once more for the for the ANB Grand Treasurer. Thank you very much. And 30 seconds to cast your ballot, please. And that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Yeah.
Yes.
What I'm talking about.
So the ballots have been cast and we have the new ANB Grand Treasurer is Elizabeth Roberts Merrick's.
Goodness, thank you, everybody. Again, I'd like to thank my mother, Irene Roberts, and Aunt Flossie Florence Eddy in spirit, and my mentor, Harriet Bullion. Thank you. Something.
Is this with regard to a nomination or is this a comment, Brother Andy?
Oh, no.
Thank you. Okay, we are now moving forward to the office of ANS Grand Treasurer. The current person that we have for ANS Grand Treasurer as a nominee is Elias Chase. I will reopen the nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Are there any online? Aaron? Thank you. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Treasurer? Hearing none, nominations are now closed. What is the wish of the body? I recognize Sister Rhonda Butler.
Oh, sorry.
I recognize Brother
Chairman, I'd like to cast unanimous ballot for Elias Chase.
Thank you. Is there any objection? I'll ask the Grand Secretaries to please cast a unanimous ballot for ANS Grand Treasurer as Elias Chase. Congratulations. Could the Grand Secretary please bring the representative?
First and foremost, brothers and sisters, I would like to say a big good on Chief for your faith and confidence over the last few years. I will continue to serve you in whatever capacity you choose to let me. More importantly, the executives will know that I did discuss during our joint meeting that if I was reelected, that I was going to be diligently working with our local camps in order as a grant officer to engage and uplift our junior members in each one of those. But more importantly, also catering those meetings to our younger generations within those local camps. I think it's very important we get all of those included and their voices be heard. And so the other part caveat to that is I would and hope with the other executives and officers joining me that we would in hopes be able to offer a mentorship program for our youth. But she's
I didn't think my nephew was that much taller than me, but I guess he is. At this time, we will move to the office of ANB Sergeant at Arms. Currently, we have one nominee, that is Brother Chad Titel. I will reopen the nominations for ANB Grand Sergeant at Arms. Are there any other nominations for ANB Grand Sergeant at Arms? The chair recognizes Sister Riddell.
I would like to nominate Brother Ginger for the position of Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you. Brother Ginger McCormick has been nominated for the position of Grand Sergeant of Arms. Brother Ginger, do you accept that nomination?
Yes.
Thank you. The nomination has been accepted. Are there any other nominations for ANB Sergeant of Arms? Are there any online?
There are no hands raised online.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for ANB Grand Sergeant at Arms? Nominations are now closed for ANB Grand Sergeant at Arms. The ballot shall read as Brother Chad Titel and Brother Ginger McCormick.
And just give us a couple moments for that. We'll just build that ballot and be with you as soon as possible.
Just as we're paused, I'm really thinking of our dearly departed brother Frank Albee right now. Many of you know that he cared for elections for many years, and so he's just on my heart and in my mind right now. So I wanted to bring his name forward and thank him for all of the service he gave and also the teaching he gave to not only ANB and ANS Camp 49, but all of us. Thank you.
And just from ACP, we have that ballot ready to go, and it is now open.
Thank you.
And we're just down to under 45 seconds left. Please reach out if you're having any issues voting. Otherwise, we'll be closing up in just a little bit over 30 seconds. Thank you very much. And that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Are you sure, Sister? Okay. Thank you. The ballots have been cast and we have a winner. Brother Chad Titel will remain as our Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you for this because to me, I hold this very dearly. You can ask anyone from Sitka how much proud I have being a Grand Sergeant at Arms. Chris Chief.
And we are now on to our last grand office, the ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms. We have 2 nominees currently. We have excuse me, I apologize, I will pay that fine, Sister Brian Waddell and Sister Sasha Anderstrom. Nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms are now open. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? Are there any other nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? Are there any online?
Currently no hands online.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations for ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms? Hearing none, we'll close the ballot. Or excuse me, close the nominations, and we will ask ACP to create a ballot with Sister Brian Waddell and Sister Sasha Anderstrom. Thank you.
And we just have 1 minute to go. 1 minute left on the ballot, please.
Overall, see, about what's up? You can have that. So that's right, you know, one time stuff in there.
That's good.
All in that.
We're gonna issue a fine there, Brother Marcelo.
Being honored.
Okay, that ballot is now closed. Please stand by for the results.
Thank you. The ballots have been cast, and Sister Sasha Anderstrom has been reelected to the ANS Grand Sergeant at Arms.
Like to thank you all for being patient with me as I learned this year. I got a lot of help from our grand officers and executives, Brother Chad specifically, and teaching me, and especially our junior officers who helped as they trained for Sergeant at Arms with me. Being halfway through pregnancy and fighting a little bit of a cough this week, I felt like I was lagging a little bit, and everybody was very patient with me, and I appreciate that. I'd like to thank my auntie Sherry Jensen, who was very active in ANS for years, and last month she gifted me this hat that was my great-grandmother Maggie John's, so happy to wear that here with you all today. Thank you.
I would just like to say congratulations to everybody online and in their room. We have concluded our voting, and that is a very exciting thing. I also wanted to congratulate everybody who put their names forward. It's hard. It's really hard to do that. And you're nervous and also excited. And you don't always win. I didn't win my first time around. And that was a little bit hard because I was very ready to serve, but you find ways to serve and continue to grow. And there are many mentors in this organization who have helped me, and I hope you find that for yourself and continue to grow. And I look forward to seeing you all on the docket next year. What would be the wish of the body at this time? Do we not need to accept all of the election? Thank you. The chair recognizes Executive Committee Woman Paulette Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we accept the results of the 2025-26 ANB ANS Grand Camp elections.
And carry for that as a unanimous consent. Thank you. It has been made, the motion has been made to accept the results of the 2025 Grand Camp ANB and ANS elections with unanimous consent. Thank you, Brother Ginger. I did hear you. We do not need a second on this motion. Any objection?
Yeah.
We'll ask the Grand Secretaries to please cast the unanimous consent ballot. Thank you, Ganoff Chief. I'd like to hand the chair back over to ANB Grand President Sasha Sobolov. Oh, I will recognize ANS Executive Committee Woman Deputy Albi.
Ernest Chase, Deputy ANS Executive. I would just like to recognize the excellent job you did as elections chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood would wish to extend the hand of appreciation and acknowledgement that we have a new and vital election of officers who will do wonderful things on behalf of our organizations, and they're all to be congratulated. So a round of applause for all of the newly elected officers. According to the previous motion that we've had from Alliance, we've completed the elections and now we're going to move to the resolutions. And what is your wish?
Mr. Chair.
Brother Kevin, sister Kevin, excuse me.
Brother Kevin. Okay. Mr. President, Kevin Allen, Camp 70. Since I see that the time is very quickly escaping us, I was hoping to ask this question of the delegation. The resolutions are of immense importance. And I remember at a prior convention that this motion was made, and I wish to make this motion and ask this question. I would like to move that we postpone the grand ball until 1 hour after adjournment.
You've heard the motion as presented. Is there a second? I see a hand over here. Hampton?
Hampton, I'll see you.
Hampton, I'll see you, ANB Grant Secretary, second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that the resolutions be taken up and that we not have the grand ball until 1 hour after adjournment. Brother Heather.
Thank you for discussion. I know that the restaurant is preparing a meal. Do we need to let them know of the delay out of respect to them?
I heard that correct. It was your call for the orders of the day.
Now, just to clarify, I believe I heard that the restaurant was planning to have us at a certain time. Do we need to notify them of the delay? Thank you.
Yes. Yes, because the prime rib roasts are in the oven and dinner ready at 6. We have prime rib roasts that are in the oven and they will be ready at 6.
Yeah. Brother Camden and then Brother Heather first.
Okay. I know we need the orders of the day, but could we postpone them? I don't know. I'm sorry, I can't think of the proper procedure, but can we see where we are in an hour before we decide to postpone even further? They have been smashing out these resolutions and you saw how fast they went through. I want to first say Ahlan Gunesh to everybody because for the first time, we've got a lot of resolutions that need to be addressed. And that's what we have been asking and talking about for the past few years. We got them. Let's work with them, but let's honor the restaurant as well. So my question to the original motion maker would be through the chair, could we see where we are an hour before we make a motion to postpone?
Thank you, Brother Tamsin. And in response to that, Brother Sister Kevin.
I just advised great brevity in everyone's comments. I will withdraw my motion, but expect to see it possibly again, depending on where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Kevin. Brother Heather.
Second. As second of the original motion, I withdraw it at this time.
Okay, the motion was made and second has withdrawn. Brother Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note that many of the resolution committees have not met yet. I didn't know if you were aware of that, but resolution committees have not all met yet.
Yes, I understand the task. Sister Collins, executive.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're doing a fine job. So in regards to resolutions, it is true as executive woman or executive person Gerko has mentioned through the chair. So the Fisheries Subsistence Committee is co-chaired by both Joe Williams and I. We have one resolution. So if we do break for a moment, perhaps anybody that's on that committee can just come this direction with Joe and I, and we can look at that, and then we would be ready pretty promptly to bring our recommendation forward, Mr. Chair. And there may be other committees that need to meet. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Paulette. I understand that the direction that's going to be, time is going to be critical in how we handle the completion of the resolutions. And there's been a suggestion that with one particular resolution, they could wrap it up. But I also understand that we would be, I think that it would be wise that we allow a time certain date so that our resolutions could be handled within 10, 15, 20 minutes, because it will need about a little bit of that time in order to present them and adopt them if, such random.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler. It is 4:59. I would like to make a motion that we, or request that we, no, it is a motion, that we recess for 30 minutes to allow the committees to, resolution committees to meet. And if we could quickly break out 30 minutes and reconvene to present the resolutions on the floor at 5:30.
Thank you, Sister Rhonda. The motion before the floor that we, how to rephrase this, we stand in recess while the committee do the resolution, and when in 30 minutes we call ourselves back to order. Sister Brother Hampton.
That's a fine. I'm joking.
Can you call me sister? Okay, Mr. President, in respect to our virtual attendees and to the committee chairs, are breakout rooms needed for you? And please, if so, who, and let our ACP team know so that can be done.
Yes, a very good question, Tamsin. Senator Kevin.
Yes, thank you. Regarding the resolutions, they are all printed here. We printed off 15 copies of each. We also printed off the lists of where each one went. I just want to say there was one more resolution we got from Brother Eric, a handwritten resolution that we had to put into a template, but it's now here. It does not have a number. It is 2500, but it was submitted within the deadline, just not in a template. So we got it in one, and it'll be added to fisheries and that committee. Thank you.
Brother Chancellor.
Sorry again, Mr. President. Through our ACP team, if you are a committee chair and there needs to be at least one person in that breakout room for your committee in order for our virtual participants to participate. So please, again, I'll defer to each committee chair, but that needs to be made available if possible to our virtual attendees. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Tamsin. I would instruct the electronic people that we are going to be standing in recess for 30 minutes beginning now.
All right. Okay, so
For all of those who are wanting to sit on the ad hoc internal affairs committee, I will need to log into Zoom and we will have a breakout room for internal affairs if possible for ACT. Yeah. And those in person for the internal affairs committee, if we can meet across the hall in the classroom, we have about 8 resolutions to go through. I would appreciate the help, but I'll choose.
yeah, I'm feeling I'm probably there. Look for those. It's 25. Is that going to be a letter still? Everything. Obviously, like
Ginger, yeah, sorry folks, we're just getting the rooms reopened. Just give us a few moments here.
One of the corners or if you're having committee to attend to, Joe Williams is going to be the fisheries assistant in the table right here by the front. Woody is going to be taking his health and education committee. What would you like that? Where'd you go? Yeah. Gonna go over there in the corner. Health and Ed will be meeting with Woody in the corner. Sam Compass, the veterans. Where are you, Sam? Yeah. Oh, okay, when he comes back to us, we'll get him up here. Eric, Steve Federal. Brother Eric. Yeah. State Federal right there. Yeah, well, almost done. There you go. And Heather Federal. Heather Gargo is meeting over in the ANS side over here behind, so the committee assignments again. I'll repeat it again. Huh? That's my answer.
And just bear with us, online folks. We just have to get the rooms renamed to the breakout rooms. So just stand by and we'll get those renamed and we'll create the breakouts one more time.
Sorry. Did you get the okay, the other than one, what issue we have, I want this.
Once again, to the online folks, we're just getting the titles of the rooms ready. If those people in person can just give us a few moments as well, for each of those breakout rooms, we'll need someone in the physical room there to actually have a computer or such with them and to join the breakout room so that the online folks can be heard.
Okay. The finance committee meeting will be up here in the front. Next to Julie, our current ANS grant president, and Daphne will be meeting right here in the front. Heather Grunko and the ad hoc committee are meeting over in the other room for the sisters meeting. Eric, state and federal, is finding Eric right here. He will be ready to handle all that comes his way. Sam Campos. Sam Campos.
Okay, and just a quick announcement that the breakout rooms are now open. So please, for the online folks, join the room that corresponds to your group, and then also the people in person, please have someone join as well so that you can communicate with those people.
Okay, Sam, if you're here. All right, Sam is doing the Veterans Committee. You can meet right where Sam's table is. Did Sam come back yet? No? Okay. What? Woody, Health and Education is meeting. See Woody in the back here. And Joe Williams' Subsistence Fisheries Committee is meeting right here. 23 minutes left.
And once again, the breakout rooms are open for anyone to join online. And one more reminder that the people in person will also need to join to let those online folks be heard. So please go ahead and join the breakout rooms. They are open. If you need a hand joining a breakout room, please let ACP know.
Go ahead, all that.
Just a reminder, we have people in the state and federal and the ad hoc rooms. So once again, just a reminder that the folks in person will also need to join that breakout room to be able to communicate. Thank you.
It was clear there where we had I want to hear it right. Who was found that had great children.
It's on the drive. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what So I think we have something else. First of all, we have a timeline that less than 22 weeks in where I would ask here that we perform the road department and that would be a form to formulate the rules. And well, that but that was it. You guys have yeah. It's a breakout. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Yeah, you can take a lot of stuff. Yeah, and the rest of the resolution that we're pass that sometimes just that one ones you don't like well, okay, great. Anything else? Yeah, that's right. All right, sorry. All right, guys, yeah, we did. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right, sorry. We're done.
Oh, it's just there was
That happened. Did happen?
I gave it over to break out.
Oh, we were meeting earlier, so. Yeah, we had it all done, except then we had someone come online that wasn't. We're ready to go. Hey, sir. I'm gonna give you a.
Brother Eric.
Just 2 minutes of that time.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, wanted to give everybody a graphic, how much 97,000 gallons a day of waste is, and that waste, for those who've been in DC, it's like Kennedy building. It would fill it with, basically, back dumps in. That traffic, yeah. Good. Yeah, right. Water. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Good work.
So now it goes over here. Yeah. But, that's the.
That's what you think you do. Yeah,
I love it. Sure smells good. Two.
Yeah, sure, yes.
I think where electronic is definitely in a line that. All the you should. There is in brief. And that's all. Well, I just saw it now. I have some donuts out there. I had donuts there. I'm not gonna get apartment, but I've been my sister. I told her you were here and she goes, "You fucking stupid." I'll go there, the microwave and the kitchen, it's in that drawer. This is for change. Oh, I know. It was really bad. Stare. I don't have my lips to go. No, not at all. To see or. Oh, yes, my God. Yeah. Oh, I just picked you. You know, thank you, Joe. You said that. Yes, I know. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
Can I have you down? Hi, Karen. Hi, how are you? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah. I've been with ANS for a while.
Yeah, and we had
Kids out of school.
It's all, you heard my husband about the all of it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit longer, but yeah.
It's an amazing.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but you know, I growing up in the.
Yeah.
You know, when you were class. Just so that all.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
No, that was my friend's house, but I was there today.
That's where I was born.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, brother. Okay, yeah, some don't do another thing, but yeah, I'll do that. More time.
That's better than me. Yeah, they learn it. Good job. And they
Shower.
So I was like, you would have by a couple of years, and so how I find balance, find balance. Well, that's the thing, because there's, yeah, comes up, off and over, or, you know, depending. So I'm curious to see how like this house is gonna work out.
Not right now. I love the very
May I? Okay. May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please?
Got it.
The time frame has arrived. We have been informed by the caterers that dinner has been prepared and is ready. But I'm suggesting for you as committee work that we call a brief recess right now and have the dinner. And then at the conclusion, and during the dinner, Dennis has agreed to talk with us very shortly. And at the conclusion of the dinner, we reconvene here for 15 minutes to wrap up what we need to do so we can move on. Brother Hampton.
Yes, Mr. President, I do ask that our ACP team.
My question to you, Mr. Graham President, is our virtual delegates as well as our ACP team. We need to, one, ask if they're even the ACP team who probably needs a break as well. They're 4 and 5 hours later than us. And so I think, can we ask and see if they're even available after an hour or when we come back for that part, because it is voting and stuff. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Billy?
Mr. Chair, when we go to dinner, they're going to be clearing this out, getting set up for Grand Wall.
Yes.
So if it's going to be different, we need to let them know because there's only one person here to do all of this.
Yes, and at the conclusion of the dinner, the suggestion was that we grant the committees 15 minutes to do their stuff and then they're gone. so we can get back to do what we need to do. And then the grand ball is up next after we bring this committee.
If we're coming back here and they need to set up prior to grand ball is what I'm saying. Because there's only one person that's gonna be clearing the room out and setting it up for grand ball.
Here we go. Okay.
So what time are we gonna be back from dinner? Because that's gonna put a real, and she's a female. She's got to do all this by herself.
I understand. Brother Marcelo.
Yeah. Brother Tasha, you know, I have to tell you right now, when I'm having dinner, you know, that's the time that I want to relax. I don't want to have to listen to what's going on beyond you. So, excuse me if I, you know, not listen. My brother's down a number of times and I appreciate what he has to say. But during dinner, I'd like to just have dinner.
Okay, thank you very much. Point well stated. We have an appointment to have the dinner beginning now. What I'm suggesting is the committee work week suspended while we go have dinner with Marcelo now. And when we're done with dinner, we'll come back here and you have 15 minutes to do what you gotta do and wrap it up so that we can do as the convention needs to do to act on these resolutions. And then Wes Millie said her one-person crew would be able to get this room prepared for the grand ball.
Can we make a motion?
Please.
Can we make a motion for that?
Well, we're in recess right now.
Okay.
We're kind of in limbo, so we're trying to put the plan together that would work.
Okay, on this,
we understand your urgency.
Okay.
Okay, we are in dinner now. Well, it doesn't take me long to eat it. I'm here to stay, so. I'm conservatively speaking, up to 20, 30 minutes.
But that's also transporting people to and from, and we also need to let our team know at ECP.
I understand, and that would be the time frame we all have to work with. Yes, who is? Yes.
Gonna take them 15 minutes for their resolutions. Can we do 15 minutes? You can read the resolutions, that way us virtual people can go about our regular life. If you're only gonna take 15 minutes, why are we waiting around an hour and a half for your dinner? When you can take 15 minutes now and get your resolutions done, and then you guys can go enjoy your dinner.
I'm ready.
What is your wish?
I'm wishing that we start with resolutions now. You could go back into session and we can get the resolutions over with. Us on virtual world, get to wait around for an hour and a half, 2 hours for you guys to wait for dinner. Can we just get the resolutions done now? It's only going to take 15 minutes.
Brother Heather?
Okay, that's right.
Mr. Chair, Heather Gerko, ANB Executive. Ad hoc internal affairs still has 6 resolutions to address. So we are not ready to present at this time.
Okay.
State and federal ready.
Okay. State and federal's ready. So far we have 1 ready, 1 not ready. We have subsistence ready. That's 2 that are ready. How about education?
Ready.
Education is ready. That's 3 of them are ready right now. Finance is ready. That's 4 committees that are ready. And health and ed with Woody, or is that ready?
That's education.
Okay, so that's 4 to 2 in education. We could move.
Oh, she said yes.
Oh, so those 5 resolution committees ready to do now? Is your wish to proceed now?
Yes.
Then let's proceed now. And that might give Brother Heather's committee, as they report, some prep time before we go to dinner.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the quick work of all the other resolution committees. We had 8 to review. I think some of our committee members have left due to being told that it was time to go to dinner. I could convene with our committee members if you'd like, but also our votes should be heard with regard to resolutions and not be stuck in a committee. Again, we have 8 resolutions to review.
Okay, thank you. So hearing that, I understand that the subsistence committee is ready to prepare and report. Would you do so now? And that as you bring your final thing, please, one of the last things you say is you would so move. Okay, got that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand with my co-chair, Executive Member Jim Williams, and I call it Marino ANS Executive Member. We are tasked with the Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence Committee. Our members were Joe Williams, myself, Lynette Marino Helms, Karen Kemp, and Jasmine So thank you so much, our youth representative. So the recommendations, we had 2 resolutions, and it is this committee's recommendation on resolution number 2500, titled Support the Efforts of the Cook Inlet Tribe by Opposing the Reauthorization of the Asplund Treatment Center. We recommend do pass with the following edits. The first whereas. Okay, so the second whereas, the change would be the Asphalt Treatment Center releases 97,000 gallons of wastewater into Cook Inlet a day, period. Strike the second line, which is in comparison would fill the Capitol building in Washington, D.C. So strike that line. It is also the committee's recommendation under this. Therefore, be it resolved that we change the following. That the Alaska Native Brotherhood Sisterhood and Grand Camp assembled on October 25th supports the efforts of Cook Inlet Tribe on opposing the renewal of the wastewater treatment center as one without secondary or tertiary treatment. That would eliminate or reduce the dumping of toxic and hazard substances into the Cook Inlet water. So change nature to water. And with those 2 edits, it is our committee's recommendation for do pass as edited. What is the wish? And our second resolution 25-17, titled Oppose Commercial Harvesting of Black Seaweed. It is our recommendation, our committee's recommendation for do pass. Mr. Chair, what is the wish of the body? That is our committee's recommendation.
Okay.
What is the wish of the body?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Can I say it? I don't want to feel like I'm yelling.
Madam Chair, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2. I move by unanimous consent to accept the recommendations of the Fisheries,
Wildlife, and Subsistence. Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence, through the chair.
Fisheries, Wildlife, and Subsistence report and recommendations do pass by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Big none? So ordered.
Madam Chair, point of clarification for committee work.
Madam Chair, just Heather Gerko, ANB Executive. Point of clarification, the ad hoc internal affairs committee, should we be stepping away and completing our work and missing out on this portion? Or will we be addressing the internal affairs resolutions after dinner?
After dinner.
Thank you.
Our committee would like to thank you very much, and thank you, Sister Rhonda.
Hi.
Do we have any other resolutions ready?
Yes. My name? Eric Morrison, I'm chair of the state and federal committee. And we have the following resolution that we don't believe any changes are needed. And I will name those resolutions. 2501 regarding the immigration detention contracts. Resolution 08, support of federal recognition of the Chinook Indian Nation. 09, support in the Southeast Alaska Native community to receive ANSCA benefits. Yeah. 2515, requested support for public broadcasting. Resolution 2520 for support and identifying a comprehensive database for the unknown Alaska Native children buried in the Puyallup burial grounds. And so we move that those resolutions be adopted. What is the wish of the body?
Second, Rhonda Butler, ANS Camp 2, your motion.
Yes.
I move that we accept these these resolutions as presented as do pass and vote on them by unanimous consent. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's been seconded. Do we have any questions, any statements, or do we call for the question?
Question?
Question been called. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Smile. Now we have one resolution, 2513. We've had a little bit of difficulty with the language, so in order to clarify that, and this was to form the Alaska Legislative Committee through the Executive Council, and we wiped out therefore be it resolved and finally resolved, and in its place we wrote that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Sisterhood in Grand Camp assembled in 2025 have the ANB and ANS Executive Committee create the Legislative Committee by December 2025 and formulate procedures. Then meet with the local representatives for the Grand Camp Legislative Committee. And then the committee then communicate established procedures, ensuring that the Grand Camp Legislative Committee, including the local camp representatives, will be ready by the beginning of the Alaska State Legislature season by January 2025, when the bills will be pre-filed. With the amendment, with changes to this resolution, we recommend do pass.
Yes.
And that we do have as amended.
As amended, that's what I said. Sorry, my dentures are getting loose because I'm so hungry. Yes. '26. Thank you. I've been duly corrected by a very verbose representative of our committee. Okay, is there a motion to accept?
There was a whole priority made for unanimous consent, or when there's unanimous consent,
It doesn't require a second.
Okay.
So there is a motion on the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And call for the question.
You object? Yes.
Sorry, no disrespect, Madam Emeritus. The previous unanimous consent was regarding the resolutions that didn't have amendments. So this is now, they're presenting the amended resolutions. So it's a separate one, and there hasn't been any motion pertaining to the amended resolution recommendation from the committee.
The committee recommended this motion with the amendments.
Yes, so at ANS Camp 2, Rhonda Butler, I make a motion to accept the recommendations of the state and federal with the amendments
Okay, thank you.
by unanimous consent.
All right.
Any objections?
Do we have any objections?
No.
Hearing none?
So ordered.
So ordered. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank my state and federal committee members, as well as the very verbose one that was online. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do we have any more resolutions?
Thank you, Madam President. So the Health and Education Committee reviewed resolution numbers 25-3 and 25-2. And it is our recommendation for you pass that on 20-02, we add a fifth bullet. This is a resolution titled Expand the Wise Women Program to include senior Alaska Native women. I have been subjected to the changes they recently made because now apparently I'm too old for their program. I didn't know there was an age limit. So we discussed this and we request to add a fifth bullet reading as follows. Request search provide in-person home health visits to communities without a clinic to provide the Wise Women Program benefits and provide through social media outreach to these communities to provide the Wise Women Program. The committee recommends a do pass as amended.
Did you so move?
I so move.
Is there a second to the motion?
Second, Heather Gerko.
It's been second by Heather Gerko. Next.
Oh, what a question.
I'm sorry?
Question.
The question called on the adoption of the motion as amended, correct? Question is called on the motion which is amended as reported. Brother Sampson, before I say anything else,
But again, this, no, it does not have to be a motion, Mr. President. I do apologize. Thank you.
So we can vote on it. Okay, all those in favor of the adoption, amended adoption on resolution 2502, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Madam President. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Rachel Marino, Camp 4, parliamentarian. The next resolution that Health and Education Committee looked at is, and recommends to pass is 25-3, titled Requesting Support for Alaska's Museums, Parks, and Heritage Centers. I just made an observation of a grammatical error in the last sentence of therefore be it resolved that the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native Sisterhood in Grand Camp assembled on October 2025 requests that the Governor of Alaska and the Alaska State Legislature resist censorship or removal of exhibitions, interpretive panels, programs, artwork, or, and as written, it says material cultural. I'm making the correction to reverse those words and add cultural materials at museums, parks, and heritage centers that tell the history of the Indigenous people of Alaska. And we have added under the therefore be it resolved, the last sentence, therefore the Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood Grand Camp request a cultural liaison representing the local Indigenous communities participate in any decision-making actions. This is recommended to pass by the Health and Education Committee. I so move.
Heard the report on the committee on the changes that were coming for resolution 2503. Is there a second to the motion?
I second.
Mr. Chair. The motion been seconded by Virginia Oliver. Senator Wise?
I was seconding the motion, Mr. Chair.
Is there any discussion on motion with the recommendation from the committee on resolution 2503?
Questions?
The call for the question has been called for. All those in favor of adopting the resolution 2503 as altered and changed and presented by the committee, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Resolution adopted.
I'm playing this piece. Wait.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Heather, brother Heather, I'll pay the fire parts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The ACP team, I believe, is scheduled until 5 p.m. Alaska time. Are we able to continue live streaming without their assistance? It seems like our voting is being handled verbally. Do we need to have them continue on? And if so, if not, can we continue the live stream on our own?
The question is, should we allow ourselves to have them continue the live streaming, correct?
No, the question is that I believe their contract from our grant secretary went until 5 p.m. Alaska time. So they are in overtime with us, which will incur more cost. I'm asking the ACP team, can we continue the live stream without you, or is this your platform that we're using currently?
It is our platform, yes, but we could leave this running.
So, Mr. Chair, if they were to leave it running, it sounds, and please correct me, Michael, if I'm wrong, we could continue it running and still honor our delegates online. We just wouldn't have the Simply Voting or ACP team here to help us, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So, Mr. Chair, the ACP team, if it is your wish and Grand President Sandy Churchill's request to excuse the ACP team and we would continue streaming, or would you like them to stay on, which could incur additional cost?
sounds like we're going through the resolutions pretty fast and we could, let them go.
We still, okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Brother Harrison, that's what is.
Thank you. So it sounds as if we want to excuse the ACP team. If everybody could please give them a good opportunity. Thank you for that hard work again.
Chief, thank you very much, everyone.
Which resolution committee would we like to have next? Oh, well.
Still dinner. Oh, after dinner.
Now, wait a minute, Ms. Butler. We appear to be done. Since we have concluded this part of the resolution to adopt it, I suggest we stand in.
Mr. President,
brother, Sister Kevin.
Yes, just a point of clarification here. Where does that leave our internal affairs ad hoc committee if the resolution section is completed, or considered completed? Oh, and yes, we have not heard from the Veterans Committee or Finance.
All right, and a good question. Sister Kevin, and I see Hampton and brother shaking their head no. Oh, I'm okay. That's fine. Is that a partial acknowledgement, Sister Kevin?
My question is, where's your committee at, brother? And what's the
Brother Henry.
Thank you for the clarification. Our committee still has 6 resolutions to review and we need to meet. I would like to ask our resolution committee for the ad hoc internal affairs for us to find a table together and have a working dinner. Thank you.
Repeat
Okay. Sister Virginia.
Virginia Oliver, second vice. I was wondering about a list of the resolutions that are printed for all of us so that we can read them.
Hello, Virginia Oliver, second vice. I was talking about, we found a couple of, is that okay? Okay, it's been resolved. It's been resolved. Yeah. All right, sorry.
Sister Daphne.
Finance committee.
Oh,
finance committee. Resolutions. She said finance.
I stand corrected. Sister Daphne on finance.
President Sasha. So the Finance Committee has met and choose to President Sasha Sobolov and Brother James Lonis and Ben 14. This is with regard to Resolution 25-06, labeled Continued Efforts Towards the Creation of the ANB ANS Grand Camp Song. We do have a couple of changes in the be it further resolved, the second be it further resolved. Where it says shall allocate, we recommend striking shall allocate and put in recommend the allocation of. And strike, no, that was it on that one. With those recommended changes, we recommend you pass.
Did you so move?
I so move.
Second, Heather Gergo.
Thank you, Sister Daphne. You've heard the finance report on resolution 2506, seconded by Brother Heather Gergo. Any further discussion?
Question.
Question been called for on the motion to adopt resolution number 2506 from the Finance Committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Mr. Passes, thank you. Next.
Thank you. The next is on resolution number 25-10. This is establishing a younger generation camp and advisory representation to the ANB and ANS executive committees. We recommend that this resolution go back to the maker. There are a couple of procedural issues that need to be corrected before we move forward with this. And I have spoken with the maker of that resolution, and we are in agreement. Once that is corrected, we bring it back to the floor or submit to the executive committee. So we recommend at this time to do not pass. So just.
It's been moved in second, it's been moved in second, or I'm sorry, it's been moved. Is there a second for resolution 2510?
Second, Mr. Chair, ANS Grand Treasurer Elias Chase.
Seconded by Elias Chase. Is there further discussion on the adoption of the amended resolution number 2510? Tamsin, says Brother Tamsin. Yeah.
Question of clarification through Mr. President to Madam Chair of that committee. So it will not be a due pass, but is that my correction? Correct. Okay. Not as presented. Okay, but I'm gonna have to defer to parliamentarian or something, but if they can get this back to us, could we take it to the executive committees for a vote? I don't know that, I'm sorry.
Yes, that is what I was going to say that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm trying to close up stuff with ACP too, so please, thank you.
Brother Eric?
Yeah. Thank you. Procedurally, if you have work on it, by procedures, this is referred to the executive committee and it can be finished there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next resolution from the finance. Oh, I'm sorry. Way in the back there, that very nice sister waving her hand. Stephanie?
Thank you, Mr. Grand President. Through the chair, I just wanted to mention that 2510 is also currently in the ad hoc committee and is one of the ones that we will be going over dinner.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. The next resolution is resolution 2516. Commitment to the ongoing participation in the Southeast Alaska Native Leaders Roundtable. We do have a couple recommendations on the be it further resolved, where we would strike the word allocate and replace it with recommends the allocation of. And in the be it finally resolved, strike that entire paragraph, because should this resolution pass, it will be affirmed by the Grand Council of the Alaska Native Brotherhood and the Alaska Native System. With those changes, we recommend G-Pass for 2516, and then can make that motion. So
You've heard the motion and then the adoption of resolution in 2518? 16, excuse me. Brother
Eric Morrison, the second motion.
It's been moved and seconded by wonderful Eric Morrison. Is there question on the motion?
Question.
Question is called for the adoption of resolution 2516 from the Finance Committee as presented. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Motion adopted on resolution number 2516.
thank you. Those are all the resolutions that have been brought forward to us to the Finance Committee. And please.
So I understand we have a veterans committee work.
Vice Chair.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, please come up. When you get your demo presentation, I should make that's on stage.
Okay, thank you. Alina Quinn, Seattle Camp 36 president. The Veterans Committee met, read over resolution 2518, requesting resolution to support military veterans' rights to oppose reductions in veterans' earned benefits and to protect the rights of military service members who have served in the U.S. military. Our recommendation was do pass. So moved.
You've heard the presentation from the Veterans Committee, and it was moved that this resolution 2518 as recommended do pass. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Sister Alive.
ANS Grand Treasurer Elias Chase, I will second the motion.
It's been seconded by Elias on the adoption of the committee, Veterans Committee on resolution presented as amended 2518. What is your wish?
Call for the question.
The question has been called for on the motion on the adoption of resolution 2518 from the Veterans Committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Resolution 2518 is adopted. The next.
And there is just a housekeeping issue with resolution 2512. It was a duplicate of 18. It was just a technical error yesterday when we were sending resolutions forward, so we just have that once.
Okay. Thank you very much. Veterans Committee, thank you for your fine work. Once again, when the delegates are in convention, you have witnessed that you are the ones who have the power to do what we need to do. And by doing and passing the resolutions, they become your desires and your expressed direction of where this is going to go until the next convention meets. In the meantime, the executive committee, by watching and listening and getting your resolutions, have their direction that they have to go. So thank you so much for all of your steadfast work. And I think it's time to go have something to eat. Am I right, Brother Eric?
You're right.
Sister,
All those in favor, please rise.
Dinner is being served at the Sticky Bean Restaurant, so just down the street.
Invite.
Everybody's invited. Prime rib is the main dish, chicken if you can't eat beef.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Heather Kirkhope, Executive Committee Member, how long will we be at recess?
I would say hour and a half.
Thank you. So an hour and a half,
If you get finished early, some of us want to go home and change.
Thank you. And so just a reminder, if I may, through the chair, the ad hoc internal affairs committee, if you are down there before me, please find a table for the 9 of us to meet and finish the resolutions. Thank you.
Okay, we're in recess. It's.
Okay. Let's take your numbers with you to help the people get ready.
yeah.
Madam Chair, just do the budget. The budget. After dinner, will be the budget. Okay, so we're only recessed.
I know. It's okay.
Yeah, Zoom, brother. Yeah, thank you guys. I'm just muting it for now. We're off at recess for an hour and a half. So